Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, Hogwarts. I am the only one who is a cultivator. Chapter 81. It's like this. I know a shampoo. After washing your hair, it looks like it has special effects. Do you want to try it? As soon as Yifeng said these words, the whole room was silent, and the expression on Snape's face immediately froze. But the next second, the expression on Snape's face froze, and it was Yifeng's because Snape said something. Is what you said true? Is your hair really good after washing? Yifeng. Snape. Seeing the shocked expression on Yifeng's face, Snape smiled brightly. He was happier and brighter than if he had deducted 100 points from Gryffindor, because he had finally regained a victory, even if it was done with his own prestige. However, when the class officially started and Yifeng moved out a half-person high crucible, Snape couldn't be happy, because this thing didn't look like it was used to refine potions, let alone the special, magic potion elixir of Zihua country. Mr. Yifeng, could you please tell me what this huge crucible is used for? Facing Snape's question, Yifeng poured a large bag of olive kernels into the crucible and fried them without raising his head. While frying, he replied, Professor Snape, I am trying to refine a magical potion. Quote. Oh, can you tell me what kind of magic potion it is? Snape also became interested when he heard Yifeng's words, because Yifeng did have a lot of fantastic ideas, and these fantastic ideas also gave him a lot of fun. Less inspiration, and this was one of the reasons why he tolerated Yifeng so much in potions class. The magic potion I am going to make has super strong cleaning ability for certain objects, but that is not the point. The point is that it must contain nutrients that are very easy to absorb. This can make some plants with unstable root systems. The plant also absorbs and rejuvenates. Oh, nutritional potion. Your idea is very good. Professor Sprout should like your idea very much. Professor Sprout. Hearing the name, Yifeng's face showed a trace of confusion, because he didn't understand what the magic potion he was about to refine had anything to do with Professor Sprout of herbal medicine. However, Yifeng did not delve into it. Instead, he quickly poured the fried olive kernels that exuded an attractive fragrance into a pressing container. As Yifeng suddenly pressed the pressing container, the oil with a little white foam came out. It flowed out from the hole below. Yifeng estimated that the oil was almost gone and kept it, but when he was about to take the next step, he suddenly thought of something, so he looked up at Snape and asked, Professor Snape, what kind of fragrance do you like? Does it smell good? Snape was obviously deep in thought when he heard Yifeng's words. Looking at the look of sadness in his eyes, it was obvious that he was reminiscing about the past, so Yifeng did not interrupt Snape until he answered. Come to your senses. After about 5 or 6 seconds, Snape retracted his thoughts and said, I like orchid lily, it exudes an elegant and non-irritating fragrance. Lily of the valley. It's a little troublesome, but luckily I still have some in stock. Snape. Katakana middle dot underscore katakana middle dot. Are you going to give me a pot of orchid lily? Do you want me to return the gift? I didn't expect that I could also receive one from a student. Snape's rare face turned slightly red when he heard Yifeng's words, because he didn't say that he accepted it. I have received few flowers and even gifts from students. However, his inner activities were interrupted only halfway through. Yifeng directly took out a large handful of fresh orchid lily petals from the space ring and stuffed them into the huge crucible. The sight of Yifeng destroying the flowers with his ruthless hands shocked Snape, but Yifeng himself didn't notice it. He was still concentrating on stirring the petals in the crucible with his wand. Snape. The length of this wand is really suitable for stirring magic. Wait, wand. Classmate Yifeng, may I ask where your wand is at this moment? Yifeng. Katakana middle dot underscore katakana middle dot. After hearing what Snape said, Yifeng picked up the wand he had placed on the table and said, Here, what's the problem, Professor Snape? Oh, it's not your wand, that's not, wait. Your wand is here, so whose wand did you use to stir the orchid lily petals in the cauldron? As soon as Snape said this, Yifeng smiled and said, Hey, this is what you are talking about. I took this wand from the table. I don't know whose wand it is. Snape. Snape frowned and glanced around when he heard Yifeng's words, but something strange happened to him, because he found that all the little wizards' wands in the classroom were beside them. In other words, the wands in Yifeng's hands were this wand did not belong to any of his students. That's weird, let me take a closer look. Snape muttered and checked again, but he still didn't find that anyone's wand was missing. He just didn't know why, but he always felt that Yifeng was using it to stir the potion. The wand looked familiar. Professor Snape, you're here. Just when Snape was confused, he was pulled by Ronald, who was swallowing hard. Harry, who had a trace of sweat on his forehead, reminded Snape in a low voice, opened his magic robe and pointed at the inside of the robe where the wand is kept. Mr. Potter, please raise your hand before speaking in class. You can only speak after you get my permission. Also, when you speak, don't be hesitant and weak, and speak louder. Gulu. Harry swallowed when he heard Snape's words, and at this moment Malfoy raised his hands high with a proud look on his face. Look, just like Malfoy, got it? Okay Malfoy, put your hands down, stand up and speak out loud. After receiving Snape's permission, Malfoy stood up and said loudly, Professor Snape, what Harry Potter wants to say is that the wand used by Yifeng to stir the potion belongs to you. Snape, that's my wand. When Snape heard Malfoy's words, he couldn't help but shuddered as if he had been electrocuted. Goosebumps all over his body instantly appeared and his hair stood on end. The electric feeling went straight to the top of his head, causing his scalp to burn. It was numb, and my whole body exploded. Yifeng, that's not the case. Professor Snape, please listen to me and explain. I really didn't mean it. You put the wand on my table first and then I took it and used it as a stirring stick. But to be honest, your wand feels really good when used for stirring. I will definitely make a stirring stick of the same style later. Snape, 1,000 points from Gryffindor. 1,000 points deducted from Gryffindor. Snape's angry voice resounded throughout Hogwarts. The voice not only attracted the attention of the students in the next classroom, but even Dumbledore. Professor Snape, what happened? Did that Gryffindor student offend you? If so, let me apologize on his behalf first. Dumbledore had never seen Snape so angry, so even at this moment he did not dare to talk nonsense but asked what happened first instead of asking why Snape had deducted 1,000 points from Gryffindor. But Dumbledore regretted it after he said this, because he saw that Yifeng was holding Snape's wand at the moment, and Snape's wand was still stained with many fragments of orchid lily. Come with me. Dumbledore didn't even need to ask what happened. He knew that it was Yifeng who had caused trouble again, so he directly asked Yifeng to follow him to the principal's office. When he saw Yifeng, his face was filled with anger. He was reluctant to leave, and almost laughed in anger when he still had Snape's wand in his hand. Hurry up and give the wand back to Professor Snape. Oh. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Yifeng woke up from a dream. He handed Snape the wand with some orchid lily petals still attached to it, and Snape looked at the wand handed over by Yifeng. It was still stained with orchid lily petals, and he could faintly smell it. The faint scent of orchid and lily emitted from the wand made my temples throb. Seeing that his wand was indeed not damaged but still had a faint fragrance, Snape snatched it back, but if he even asked him to curse Yifeng, he really couldn't. Although Yifeng does things that make his blood pressure soar from time to time, this guy has indeed made him smile more in the past 2 years than in the past 10 years combined. It can be said that he is a person who both loves and hates. Guy. Taking a long breath to calm down the anger in his heart, Snape flicked the broken petals off the wand and snorted. You have 10 minutes to make this potion and report it to the principal's office, otherwise Gryffindor will be deducted 20 points for you. Hearing Snape's words, Yifeng knew that most of his anger should have disappeared. Although he didn't know how, Yifeng would not let go of this opportunity. So, under the eyes of Dumbledore and Snape, Yifeng quickly used magic to extract the essence contained in the orchid lily in the crucible, and then quickly mixed the olive oil, essence, soap, thickening potion, and other ingredients that were easily absorbed by the hair. In other words, the nutrient solution absorbed by the scalp and beneficial to the maintenance of hair, mashed ginger, Polygonum multiflorum, etc. are poured into the huge crucible. Snape. Katakana middle dot he katakana middle dot. Dumbledore. Katakana middle dot underscore katakana middle dot. Seeing Yifeng's movements, both Dumbledore and Snape showed doubtful expressions, but they were still a little different. Snape had a vague guess about the magic potion that Yifeng was going to make, but he didn't quite dare to believe his guess, so he was confused and slightly annoyed. As for Dumbledore, he really didn't know what Yifeng was going to do, so he was curious about what Yifeng was going to do. While Yi Feng kept mixing the various materials in the crucible, Greenwald arrived belatedly. When he saw the contents of the crucible, he first showed the same doubtful expression, but the next second he said, "Isn't this the shampoo from the Muggle world? I have used it in the Muggle world before, and the shampooing effect is really good." When Greenwald said this, everyone except Yi Feng was surprised, because they did not expect that Yi Feng was actually making shampoo, and when Harry and the others recalled what Yi Feng did before he started doing it, a few words suddenly felt a bit natural. Of course, the one with the most complicated expression was undoubtedly Snape, because if he guessed correctly, the pot of magic shampoo prepared by Yi Feng was intended to be given to him. While everyone's thoughts were racing, a faint golden light emanated from the crucible that Yi Feng was constantly stirring. This surprised everyone, because they had never seen a brewed potion glow. As for Yi Feng, he was overjoyed when he saw the pot of shampoo glowing with a faint golden light, because it meant that his pot of magical shampoo was successful. Seeing that the shampoo was refined, Yi Feng quickly took out the bottle he had prepared to hold the shampoo. However, after taking it out, he looked at the bottle that was only the size of a mineral water bottle, and then saw that it was larger than an ordinary bucket. A large circle of crucible fell into Sen-Si. Infinite extension. Yi Feng just thought about it for a second and attached an infinite extension spell to the shampoo bottle. Although the infinite extension spell was not permanent, it was enough to last until Snape finished using the bottle of shampoo. However, he seemed to have underestimated the capacity of the crucible when he filled the shampoo bottle with the infinite extension spell. There was actually 1/3 of the shampoo left in the crucible. "Boy, this shampoo of yours is very interesting. Can you give me the rest?" Grindelwald just glanced at Dumbledore and spoke directly. Dumbledore was relieved when he heard Grindelwald's words, and there was a smile on his face. A faint smile appeared. Although his hair is quite thick, and not as oily as Snape's, he is older than Snape, and it is inevitable for people to lose hair as they age, but he maintains it better and often. He didn't notice it because he was wearing a hat, so when Yi Feng refined the pot of shampoo, Dumbledore was moved. Yi Feng is still young, Zhang Chu, Luna, and Harry are also young, so they don't need shampoo for the time being. In addition, he can successfully refine it once and twice, so he directly nodded and let Greenwald took the rest of the shampoo away. As for why Greenwald can appear here openly, it is naturally because he has now become a teacher at Hogwarts. However, because there is already a teacher in the Defense Against Dark Arts department, he is temporarily teaching knowledge about the magic world. The reason why this course was opened was actually related to Yi Feng, because Yi Feng's profound knowledge made Dumbledore realize that students at Hogwarts can't just immerse themselves in learning magic, they should also learn more about the magical world. There were other things, so Greenwald was retained. Of course, as the former Dark Lord, he knows more about dark magic than anyone in Hogwarts, so he has actually discovered Voldemort's diary, and he even knows that the diary was with Yi Feng before. Finally, Yi Feng came out again, but he did not make any announcement but observed silently and secretly. Even Dumbledore didn't know this. So when Yi Feng was called to the principal's office to copy the school rules, Greenwald seemed to be studying the shampoo that Yi Feng refined, but in fact he was more observing Yi Feng, because he was far more interested in this than the little guy who Dumbledore said was more mysterious was just too curious. Having strong power but being able to control it freely, not to mention being deceived by power because of having strong power, you can treat beings much weaker than yourself as equals. Even because of age and other reasons, your heartfelt respect may not be as strong as yours. My own Dumbledore is such a mysterious and innocent little guy. Yi Feng, who was hard at work copying the school rules, felt a chill in his back. Katakana middle dot underscore katakana middle dot. Why do I feel like someone is arranging me behind my back? Never mind, just finish copying first and then talk about it. Quote exclamation mark. It's all Dumbledore's fault. There are so many school rules in just a short time, and they are all aimed at me. It's too much. The most painful thing in the world is that while others are eating barbecue, you not only have to watch and not eat, but also have to copy books. If there is anything more painful than this, it is to have to copy books in addition. It can only be copied by hand and not by magic. I've finally finished copying it. It's time to go back to sleep. Yi Feng, who had finally copied the Hogwarts school rules 5 times by Dumbledore's hand, yawned and walked to the dormitory in an exhausted mood. Squeak. When Yifeng walked to the portrait of the fat lady, before he could read out tonight's slogan, the painting automatically moved away to reveal the door behind it. This was a privilege that belonged exclusively to Yifeng, not even Dumbledore had. Privilege, because Yifeng once tried to pull the fat lady out of the portrait and turn her from a 2-dimensional life into a 3-dimensional life. Naturally, the result was a failure, because there were only so many things he could use, and it was almost impossible to truly resurrect a remnant soul that didn't even have a body. Therefore, his attempt not only failed, but also almost destroyed the fat lady's spirit. The power, or the soul residing in the album, was pulled out and turned her into a physical ghost like Ni Xiaochen. Although becoming a ghost seems good, the ghosts of Hogwarts can generally only move around in Hogwarts, and they can visit other places, so the fat lady naturally does not want to become a ghost. From that day on, almost everyone in Hogwarts looked at Yifeng a little wrongly, because in their opinion, Yifeng was a more terrifying monster than the Dark Lord. After all, even the Dark Lord did not have a kind of magic that can pull them out of the painting. Of course, since that day, there has been one more school rule at Hogwarts, which prohibits Hogwarts students from paying tribute in front of the portrait, offering incense, and throwing talismans at the portrait in an attempt to resurrect the characters in the portrait. It can be said that Yifeng's experiment that time made him almost become the natural enemy of the portraits. Even the portraits guarding the door were let in without his slogan. However, today, because he copied the book for most of the day, Yifeng was really worried. Was a bit tired so didn't notice it at all. But just when he stepped into the door of the lounge, his spirits suddenly shook because he smelled the aroma of barbecue. "You're back, come and have something to eat. We brought you a lot of things, but it might be a little cold." At the same time, Zhang Chu's voice sounded from the lounge. Hearing the sound, Yifeng raised his head and saw that Harry and Luna were actually there, and not only were there a lot of barbecues in front of them, but there were also some obviously iced drinks. Seeing this scene, Yifeng would be lying if he said he wasn't moved at all. But when he ate the still warm barbecue, he immediately felt that these friends were not in vain. The next day, Yifeng went to wake Dumbledore up as usual, but this time Yifeng didn't give Dumbledore a chance to react. He left immediately after taking breakfast, signing in, and waiting for the confused Dumbledore to get up and sit at the table almost instinctively. When Yifeng slowly regained consciousness, he had already run to a corner of the square. The entire square looks lush and green from a high place, but if someone runs to the corner where Yifeng is at this moment, they will find that an area of about 60 square meters in this corner has actually been reclaimed, and the green top is not grass but grass. It's a melon seedling. I have to say that some fruits abroad are really expensive, but this is not what annoys Yifeng the most. What annoys Yifeng most is that there are many fruits that you cannot buy even if you have money, so Yifeng is forced to I can do it myself. Yifeng originally planned to cultivate a field next to Hagrid's hut, which is also the Forbidden Forest, but because it was too close to the Forbidden Forest, several melon seedlings grew very well and even bloomed, so the animals in the Forbidden Forest were banned. After eating it, Yifeng finally chose the address in the large square inside the college after careful inspection. I have to say that the ground in this square is indeed fertile. Yifeng does not need to fertilize. He just comes here every day to water some water. These melon vines are growing very well. The one with the best growth has branched and bloomed, and even the front of the melon vine has grown. Small melons have appeared in the newly grown areas. According to the current growth rate, I should be able to eat all you can eat melons in about 2 months. I'm really looking forward to it. With Yifeng's full expectation, the herbal medicine class officially started. Today we are repotting the mandrakes. Who can tell me that the rhizome of mandrake has katakana middle dot underscore katakana middle dot? Professor Sprout stopped before she finished speaking, because she didn't know if it was her imagination, but she always felt that these mandrakes in front of her there are a few pots in the grass that don't look right. Classmate Yifeng, can you help me poke the pot of mandrake in front of you? Yifeng, omega winking face. Hearing Professor Sprout's words, Yifeng's forehead quietly shed a trace of cold sweat, but he still stretched out his hand and carefully poked the mandrake. Sprout, not. Classmate Yifeng, can you pull out the mandrake plant in front of you and let me see its rhizome? Hermione, oh, Miss Granger, please speak. Seeing Hermione raise her hand, Professor Sprout temporarily let Yifeng go and let Hermione speak first. With Professor Sprout's permission, Hermione said excitedly, Professor Sprout, mandrake or mandrake roots can restore petrified people to their original state, but it is also very dangerous in itself, because hearing the cry of mandrake it's fatal, so Professor Sprout, I think it's wrong for you to ask Yifeng to pull out the mandrake directly. After hearing Hermione's words, Professor Sprout nodded happily and said, very good, 10 points for Gryffindor. Miss Granger has told you the characteristics of mandrake. Now I will teach you how to identify mandrake. The leaves of mandrake are large and thick. There are 2 depressions at the end of the leaves that look like the letter W. The leaves are smooth and the veins are very clear white. However, the leaves of the mandrakes in the pots in front of Mr. Yifeng are wrinkled, and the main leaf veins are also clear white but quite thick. In other words, the pots in front of Mr. Yifeng are not at all mandrake. Classmate Yifeng, can you tell me what kind of grass those pots in front of you are? Yifeng, seeing Professor Sprout walking towards him, Yifeng sighed slightly and said, yes, Professor Sprout, these pots are not mandrakes. To be precise, they are not grass but a vegetable. We call it lettuce. Sprout, so you pulled up my mandrakes and replaced them with lettuce. Seeing Professor Sprout's eyes become dangerous, Yifeng quickly explained, no, these pots of lettuce were planted in the empty pots after I used the mandrakes to brew the potion. They were not pulled out. Grown from mandrakes. After hearing what Yifeng said, Professor Sprout immediately became interested, because she knew that Yifeng had extremely high attainments in potions, so she signaled Yifeng to take out the refined potions. At Professor Sprout's strong request, Yifeng reluctantly took out a bottle of magic potion in a delicate glass bottle the size of 2 fingers. The moment he took out the potion, Professor Sprout faintly heard a familiar sound. Crying noises. Can you tell me what this potion does? Of course. As he spoke, Yifeng reached out to open the lid of the potion. Wait, that crying sound is. Don't want. Wow. A harsh and familiar cry sounded, and in the next second, everyone in the herbal medicine shop rolled their eyes, except Professor Sprout and Yifeng, who was full of excitement and fell to the ground. This potion is called the Banshee's Scream. Its effect is very simple. As long as the lid is opened, it can make people who are not mentally strong enough faint. Sprout, thank you, there is no need to explain this. Although I am almost deaf, I am not blind yet and can see. Although the sound of the scream of the banshee refined by Yifeng is a bit harsh, and as long as the mental power does not reach a certain level, even the holder will be attacked indiscriminately, but you can tell whether the effect is strong or not. How fast does it work? Excluding its indiscriminate attack effect, the Banshee's Scream is indeed a pretty good potion, and there is no way to avoid the attack. As long as you plug in earplugs when using this thing to reduce its sound. It can slow down the effect to a certain extent. But it was obvious that Professor Sprout did not think so, because she found that all the second-year students except Yifeng had collapsed. In other words, she had no students to teach except Yifeng in this class, but Yifeng. It's not that Professor Sprout is belittling, but Yifeng has a unique understanding of various herbs or various things that can be used to refine potions. She even needs to ask Yifeng for advice on many things, and she is better than Yifeng. He only knows a little more about herbal medicine, so if Yifeng is the only one left, it's really unclear who will teach whom. So, faced with the situation where all the students except Yifeng were knocked down by a bottle of Banshee Scream, Professor Sprout could only go to the school's medical staff to check on the student's condition and repot the mandrake. Leave the task to Yifeng. Yifeng's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard Professor Sprout entrusting him with the task of repotting the mandrake. When Professor Sprout went to find someone, he quickly cut down the pots of lettuce that were growing well and ready for harvest. Of course, the lettuce should not be wasted after harvesting the lettuce in the pot, so he pulled out the roots and sowed 2 or 3 seeds into the pit formed by pulling out the roots, covered it with a thin layer of soil, and then watered the soil thoroughly. When Professor Sprout called people back, Yifeng had already moved the flower pots to a location near the window with better ventilation and sunlight and started to repot the mandrakes. Therefore, the people led by Professor Sprout had not yet entered. The unique cry and scream of the mandrake could be heard in the distance in the herb garden. Wow wow wow, wow wow. Hearing the familiar cry, Professor Sprout was suddenly startled because she thought of a terrible thing. If I remember correctly, none of the students who fainted when I came out were wearing earplugs. Gulu. As soon as Professor Sprout said this, all the second-year students were knocked down by Yifeng's bottle of potion. Dumbledore hurried over to check and gave Professor McGonagall a swallow. Perhaps we can come up with a research topic next, called, on whether wizards who are knocked unconscious by potions made from mandrake are still affected by the cry of mandrake. Dumbledore, what do you think? Grindelwald, who came along to join in the fun, was also a person who was afraid of chaos in the world, so he would pick up whatever pot was not boiled. Dumbledore's face darkened instantly when he heard Greenwald's words, while Snape, who was pulled over because it involved potions, looked thoughtful after hearing this, and his expression clearly showed that he was a little moved. Don't make trouble for me, go check on the little guys quickly, and ask Yifeng to stop. When Dumbledore and the others arrived in a hurry, Yifeng, who was wearing earplugs, was already repotting the second pot of mandrake. This pot of mandrake successfully verified Greenwald's conjecture. Then that is, a person knocked down by the banshee's scream is not affected by the mandrake's cry while unconscious. Why would you say so? The reason is simple. Almost at the same time that Dumbledore and the others rushed to the door, Harry, who had stronger mental strength, just regained consciousness. But by chance, Yifeng pulled out a mandrake with a click at this time. So. Dong. Harry, who had just stood up before he could get up, rolled his eyes when he heard the sound, and fell back to the ground with a thud. This scene happened to be seen by Dumbledore and the others, but because Yifeng's speed was too fast, as a result, they had no time to stop him and could only watch Harry fall back to the ground. Mr. Yi, please stop for a moment. Rub. Professor McGonagall picked up a mandrake before the leaves fell in the wind, and he pulled out another mandrake neatly. The cry of the mandrake completely covered up Professor McGonagall's voice. Professor McGonagall couldn't help but frown slightly. Mr. Yi, please stop what you are doing. Although she was a little annoyed, Professor McGonagall patiently shouted again, and this time she shouted louder, but it was still Mander who responded to her the cry of pulling weeds, and Yifeng was like an emotionless weed-pulling machine. Caw, pull out, wow, puff puff puff, buried in soil. Caw, pull out, hollow down pointing triangle. Wow, comma. The whole process of pulling weeds, changing pots, and covering with soil was without any sloppiness. The movements were smooth and natural. If you ignore the loud cry of the mandrake, then this picture must be quite pleasing to the eye, and the protagonist Yifeng in the picture is like a ghost. The emotionless repotting machine, its tone-deaf attitude made him even more cold, until Yifeng, who was concentrating on repotting the mandrake, was suddenly patted on the shoulder, which made him tremble suddenly. He threw the mandrake that he had pulled out from his hand away, and ran away 2 or 3 meters with a scrape. Dumbledore. Alas. Dumbledore sighed slightly and looked at the frightened Yifeng and said helplessly, Mr. Yifeng, you need to wear earplugs to block the crying of the mandrake when you repot it. I think you should do this. Didn't you forget? Seeing Dumbledore's mouth moving, he felt the wind and picked up the mandrake on the ground, patted it clean of the dirt, and then stuffed the mandrake that the baby was crying into a larger basin and placed it quickly cover it with soil and then take off the earplugs. Mandrake. Listen to me, thank you, because of you. It's Headmaster Dumbledore. You surprised me. You don't even make a sound when you walk. McGonagall. Don't be angry, I'm not angry at all. Mr. Yifeng, it's not that there was no sound when we walked, but you were wearing earplugs just now. Also, when repotting the mandrake, you need to wear earplugs to block the cry of the mandrake. I don't think you should have that. Forgot. Seeing that Yifeng really didn't hear what they said just now, Dumbledore had to repeat what he just said. I remember, didn't you just take off the earplugs? Oh, then since you remember, why don't you put earplugs on other students and repot the mandrake? Yifeng, I just started to repot the mandrake without putting earplugs on others. Yifeng swallowed in surprise and slowly turned his head to look at Harry and the others who were lying on the ground. When he saw Harry's body froze when his heads were empty and there were no earplugs at all. It's over. Barbie is Ching. It's over. Barbie is Ching. Yi Fengren felt numb when he saw his classmate Yi Fengren lying on the floor without earplugs. He was only focusing on harvesting and planting vegetables just now, but he forgot to put earplugs on for his dear classmates and started working. Now he just hoped that no one would wake up halfway, otherwise. Wait a minute, these mandrakes are not adults. Even if you hear their cries directly, they will only sleep for 7 hours at most. In other words, they will wake up around dinner time. Doesn't that mean, don't you have any classes today? This is simply a weapon for skipping class. While thinking, Yi Feng glanced at Professor Dumbledore and McGonagall, whose hands on the mandrake were about to move. Classmate Yi Feng, if I remember correctly, Professor Sprout just said that you didn't wear earplugs when using Banshee Scream, right? Yi Feng, yes, yeah, what's wrong? According to Professor Sprout's description, the power of the Banshee Scream is stronger than the mandrake, so classmate Yi Feng, do you understand what I mean? Gulu. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Yi Feng swallowed, took his hand away from the mandrake and nodded, saying, I understand, I understand. As he spoke, Yi Feng hurriedly helped Hermione up. As for others, the medical staff and Dumbledore will help. After a few minutes, everyone except Harry, who was knocked unconscious by the Banshee's scream, regained consciousness. When Hermione and the others heard the whole story, they were silent and felt that it was normal, because Yi Feng was such a person. It was the safest to stay by Yi Feng's side when there was danger. They often had the illusion that even if Voldemort returned to his full strength and came to kill him, they wouldn't have to be afraid as long as they were by Yi Feng's side. But, here comes the but. Yi Feng is the safest when there is danger, but if there is no danger, then Yi Feng is often the biggest danger, because who knows if he will suddenly come up with a brilliant idea and try it out in the next second. Although many of Yi Feng's brilliant ideas later proved to be very brilliant and valuable, they may not have been so wonderful to the people at the time, because Yi Feng thought it was fun and did not put any dangerous things into their hands. They may not be able to bear it. For example, Yi Feng once felt that it was very exciting and interesting to race on a broomstick sled on the frozen Black Lake in winter. In fact, this sport was indeed very interesting and not dangerous for him, but not at all when others imitate. Even a very good Quidditch seeker like Harry took off several times when skating on the lake because he was too fast to avoid all the bumps on the ice, not to mention those with poor eyesight and reaction speed. There were no people as good as Harry, so many people on the train returning from Christmas break that year had band-aids on their faces. Of course, there were some unlucky ones who had to go back with their arms in a plaster because of more serious injuries, but no one complained about Yi Feng, because this sport is really fun and exciting, and it even became a test of courage because of this unpredictability, the benchmark, until Dumbledore was informed by the medical staff that there were too many injuries and a new school rule was made to ban the sport. Precisely because of their rich experience, when Hermione and the others heard how they fainted and why Harry hadn't woken up yet, they were just slightly surprised and then forgot about it, because this seems too normal to them. Seeing Hermione and the others being so calm, Dumbledore was a little speechless, but when he thought about it, these little guys could follow Yi Feng and still live alive and unscathed until now. If there wasn't something special about it, there would be nothing special about it. Not too possible. However, it was a sigh of relief. The punishment should still be punished, but when Dumbledore and the others were about to punish Yi Feng, they were stunned, because although Yi Feng did knock down everyone in the first class, he really didn't seem to have violated anything. The school rules and even the bottle of Banshee's Scream were all Professor Sprout asked him to take out. As for not putting earplugs on other students when repotting the mandrake, this was only a fault on his part and not really a fault, because neither Yi Feng nor Professor Sprout, who was in class, had any obligation to put earplugs on the students. For earplugs, at most they only have the obligation to remind but not to help wear them. In other words, Yi Feng was not wrong at all in the whole process and even had merit because he had been helping Professor Sprout repot the mandrake. Dumbledore. _. After realizing this, Dumbledore was quite speechless, and the results of Yi Feng's treatment came out quickly. This time he was just helping Professor Sprout repot the mandrake without telling him, so this time it was considered a fault and not a fault. The faults eventually outweighed the merits of changing the basin, and there was no reward or punishment. Because of Yi Feng's incident, there was basically no need to attend morning classes. However, the morning class included a history of the magical world. This class was a bit boring and the professor only read directly from the book, so many students were unsure whether they could attend it. This class is still very enjoyable. As for the afternoon is the Transfiguration class. The Transfiguration class is a very interesting class for wizards who like it, but for some people who don't like it, this class is a kind of torture because it is a little bit like mathematics. Of course, it doesn't mean that there will be some animals that he can know what the teacher said, he can also know what the teacher has never said, and he can even learn it even if he doesn't listen to it in class, but it means that if you drop the pen during class, if you bend down to pick up a pen, you may not understand what the teacher is saying later. Yi Feng certainly does not belong to the tortured category. He belongs to the category of people who prefer transfiguration classes, because if it were not for the fact that he was young and had not graduated yet and could not register as an animagus, he would have been a certified animagus by now. The animagus. Of course, although there is no proof, there is no problem with Yi Feng's transformation technique, but his animagus may be different from what McGonagall taught him, because after he transforms, he will not be affected by the biological habits of the animal he transformed into. And, he can change into slightly more than 100 million animals. In addition to the more common cats, dogs, mice and owls, he can change mosquitoes, tigers, unicorns and even trees. As for Kunpeng, dragon, phoenix and unicorn, he can't change them with animagus yet, but with animagus it would be possible if the Tiangong earth demon could transform into 188, but since he had never seen the real one, he only had its shape but not its spirit. Of course, the main reason why Yi Feng is still willing to take the transfiguration class is that his transfiguration technique, which allows a person to transform into only half of his body, is only half completed, so he still needs to recharge with Professor McGonagall. Yi Feng is getting up soon, it's time to go to class. Due to domestic customs, Yi Feng was used to taking a nap after lunch. This habit was slowly passed on to Hermione and Harry, and now even Dumbledore and the others started to take a nap in the afternoon. Yi Feng, who was woken up by Hermione, looked confused and yawned. After getting up in a daze, he walked to the faucet and turned the faucet. As the cool tap water was splashed on his face, Yi Feng suddenly shuddered and woke up instantly. Come over. Phew, it's alive. After regaining consciousness, Yi Feng wiped his face carelessly and was about to go out. When he passed a flower pot at the door, he was caught by a touch of green in the flower pot and stopped. I didn't expect that. I didn't notice that this thing has grown so lushly in 2 days. I'll pick some and make tea for a while. As he spoke, Yi Feng reached out and folded several green leafy branches directly into the pot. Yi Feng, who put the broken branch in his pocket, walked to the door when Hermione sniffed slightly and said, "It smells so good. What did you bring with you?" "Mint, you can make tea and drink it after a while. It has the functions of dispersing wind and heat, clearing the head, soothing the throat, clearing up rashes, soothing the liver and promoting qi." Hermione was immediately shocked when she heard Yi Feng's words. She never thought that the pot of grass that Yi Feng had always placed at the door could actually have such an effect, so she asked Yi Feng for some. Carrying mints, the two of them arrived at the classroom. When they all sat down in their seats, Professor McGonagall also appeared at the door on time. As soon as she appeared at the door, she couldn't help but twitch her nose slightly. Professor McGonagall twitched her nose and smelled a strange fragrance permeating the air. For some reason, that fragrance seemed to have a magical power that made her intoxicated. Of course, the feeling was very slight. She just regained her composure and started to attend class. About half an hour later. Okay, I have made it clear to you the key points and the points that need to be paid attention to. The next step is the actual operation. Which of you will try it first? As soon as Professor McGonagall finished speaking, Hermione raised her hands high. For this level of learning ability, she is only slightly inferior to Yi Feng. Her ability to master spells is also slightly inferior to Yi Feng and her performance is relatively low. Unlike Yi Feng, Professor Hermione McGonagall does not take the initiative to point him out. It was still very important, so Professor McGonagall nodded to Hermione and told him to try it. As Hermione gently waved the wand in her hand and said the spell loudly, her ult turned into a cat with a bang. Not sure if it was an illusion, Yi Feng felt that the cat looked slightly familiar. Do you think we have seen this cat there? Ronald and the others, who didn't think anything of it at first, immediately felt that the cat that Hermione had transformed using the transfiguration technique looked familiar when Yi Feng said this. However, they couldn't remember where they had seen this cat before, and Professor McGonagall, her expression was a little unsightly. "Ah, I remember, it's Professor McGonagall. Puff. Yi Feng, who had just put mint leaves in the brewed tea to add flavor and improve the taste, spat out the tea in his mouth when he heard Neville's words. After listening to Neville's words and looking at Yi Feng's performance, Professor McGonagall's face became even more ugly, because she never thought that Hermione would also learn bad things and actually turn her owl into a. Her animagus appearance is very similar, which shows that Hermione usually observes her very carefully. With Neville's reminder, the others instantly remembered that the cat that Hermione transformed using transfiguration was indeed the cat that Professor McGonagall transformed into before, which made them look at Hermione slightly different. Perhaps this is in accordance with the old Chinese saying. What old saying? The one near the vermilion is red, the one near the leaves is black. Yi Feng. Katakana middle dot underscore katakana middle dot. Hermione naturally heard these discussions, which made her a little anxious. If it was Hermione who had never met Yi Feng before, she might have cried because of such comments. But now, although she was anxious, she was not too angry or panicked. She stood up and explained, "No, Professor McGonagall, the reason why I turned into a cat and the cat that Professor you turned into looks almost exactly the same is because the only animagus I can observe is Professor you. Didn't you say that transfiguration is a very serious magic course? I have always kept this in mind, so I observed you very carefully when you used transfiguration. Perhaps it was because of this the only cat I can't conjure is your animagus." After hearing Hermione's explanation, Professor McGonagall's face suddenly looked much better. The others also nodded thoughtfully after hearing the words. Only Yi Feng didn't care because he had already mastered the animagus. However, he still believed Hermione's words. After all, in order to master the art of transfiguration, Hermione had asked him to teach him how to do it step by step. The only pity is that Hermione was very resistant to Yi Feng's use of transformation to turn her into a cat girl, so Yi Feng only used it on Hermione once, so that he still hasn't studied the animagus transformation that only transformed her half. Did not succeed. There is actually a big difference between using the transfiguration technique on others and using it on yourself. There is a time limit for others to use it on you. Generally speaking, the transformation time is only a few seconds to a few minutes, and the length of time will be closely related to the magic power of the caster and the caster, and it is not true. It turns you into something, and when the time comes, it will change back on its own. Generally speaking, using transformation on others is equivalent to using your own magic power to control other people's bodies. When the magic power is exhausted, the magic will be released. But animagus transformation is different. When you turn into a cat, you really become a cat. Both the body structure and mental activities will be close to the animal you turned into. And once you use animagus, you will become a cat. Transfiguration, if you want to change back, you can only break the spell specifically or change back on your own initiative. In other words, one is permanently effective and can be maintained as long as it is not released by oneself or is released by others. The other is temporary and only lasts a few minutes, so Yi Feng still hopes that Hermione and the others can change themselves in the future. Become a cute cat girl. Just when Yi Feng looked at Hermione and felt pity, Professor McGonagall said happily, "Hermione is right. Transfiguration is a very serious subject. You must pay attention during class. You must not use transfiguration easily. Okay, next I will show you how the animagus transforms into an animal. You have to watch carefully. Also, pay attention to the important points. You have to remember the spells and the use of magic power when I transform. Instead of looking at the details of what I became." As he spoke, Professor McGonagall directly used the transfiguration technique, turning into a tabby cat with just one swipe. When Professor McGonagall turned into a tabby cat, Yi Feng's eyes lit up and he took out the catnip from his pocket with his backhand. Yi Feng had wanted to play with the cat for a long time, but unfortunately Professor McGonagall had been wary of him so that he could not succeed. Unexpectedly, the opportunity suddenly came now, which caught Yi Feng a little off guard. MMEOW. Cats generally have no resistance to catnip. This is determined by their physiological structure and cannot be overcome by a strong will. Although Professor McGonagall is an animagus cat and not a serious one, the animals that animagus transforms focus on one reality, so at this moment Professor McGonagall has nothing to do with a real cat in terms of body structure or habits. The difference, so McGonagall, who turned into a spotted cat, pounced directly on the handful of catnip in Yifeng's hand. Looking at the tabby cat Yifeng who rushed towards him, he showed a bright smile. This time he was finally able to pick up the cat. The tabby cat who flew towards him saw a look of anger in his eyes when he saw Yifeng's outstretched hand, and then dong! The moment the spotted cat pounced in front of Yifeng, Professor McGonagall regained consciousness with his firm will, and this moment was enough to decide many things. Obviously, Professor McGonagall made the most correct choice. She directly chose to cancel the animagus transformation and regain her human body. With the power of this flying attack, she rushed in front of Yifeng, raised her hand and made a thud. He gave Yifeng a bang. Yifeng, the cute cat, suddenly turned into a majestic and angry old woman and gave him a slap in the face. This brought a great psychological shadow to Yifeng. Maybe he will never have the urge to hold McGonagall again in the future. The teacher taught me the idea of stroking the pooped cat. Yifeng could not have done anything to insult the professor in class. Even if he just took out the catnip from his pocket, he would still be punished without any premeditation. Of course, this time it was no longer about copying the school rules, because copying the school rules was no longer a punishment for Yifeng, so this time Dumbledore took away all of Yifeng's Chinese food, leaving only one Western food. To be precise, it was said to be a mashed potato and vegetable salad. How could Yifeng, who was used to eating all kinds of carefully cooked dishes, get used to such a dinner, especially when everyone else was eating sweet and sour pork, braised pork ribs and other foods that were delicious, tasty and easy to eat? It's even more of a torment. In the end, Hermione beside her couldn't stand it anymore and quietly handed a piece of ribs to Yifeng, which comforted his injured heart a little. Dumbledore on the stage naturally saw this scene, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he saw that everyone had arrived and had almost eaten and stood up directly. Everyone, please be quiet for a while and listen to what I have to say. An incident happened today in the second grade Transfiguration class. Although this incident did not cause any serious consequences, the impact was quite bad, so we made a decision after collective discussion. From now on, no students or professors are allowed to bring catnip to the classroom during the Transfiguration class, nor are they allowed to place their own catnip at the door or window sill, especially a second-year student. Quote, Yifeng. Yifeng naturally couldn't be happy when he heard Dumbledore's warning that he almost pronounced his name, but he couldn't help it. After all, in retrospect, he had gone too far. If Professor McGonagall hadn't reacted at that time, then the majesty of being the headmaster of Gryffindor is completely gone, and he may even become the laughingstock of the entire magical world. Yifeng, who realized this, went to apologize to Professor McGonagall at that time. This is why Dumbledore allowed Hermione to give Yifeng something to eat, but when he saw Hermione giving something to Yifeng for the third time, he still tolerated it. He couldn't help but cough slightly. Although Yifeng had already apologized, he still had to be punished, so when Dumbledore saw that the bones in front of Yifeng had piled up into a hill and Hermione continued to give him food, Dumbledore couldn't help but remind him. For a moment, Hermione, don't go too far. TCH, if you don't want to eat, I won't eat. I don't care about it anymore, carrot hum. Yifeng, who barely ate until he was 7/10 full, snorted and expressed his dissatisfaction with Dumbledore, but Dumbledore didn't care at all and still happily tasted the food that should have belonged to Yifeng. In the end, Yifeng still couldn't bear to watch his favorite delicious food being eaten bit by Dumbledore. He only ate half of the dinner and left the table angrily, which made Dumbledore above show a bright smile. I can't cure you, little one. Seeing this kid fighting with an old kid, Professor McGonagall couldn't help but shake her head, but she had only seen Dumbledore like this in the past 2 years. How to put it, although the current Dumbledore has changed from what he thought before, she actually thinks that the current Dumbledore is better, because the previous Dumbledore has been burdened with too much, and it is rare to see that kind of heartfelt expression on his face, bright smile. But it was different now. Although his face was more angry and annoyed, McGonagall could see that Dumbledore was really happy, so Professor McGonagall was still very happy. Of course, it would be better if Yifeng could be less of a monster. But it is a pity that Professor McGonagall's hope was just extravagant hope after all, because after Yifeng returned to his dormitory, a spicy aroma wafted out from his window. Unfortunately, Yi Feng's dormitory was far away from the restaurant. It was a little far away, and the smell was still wafting upwards, so Dumbledore and the others didn't smell it. Dumbledore and the others didn't smell it, but Harry and Ronald, who had woken up, faintly smelled an unusual smell, because in their minds, Yi Feng was not a person who gave up so easily. According to his past habits, he should not leave the table obediently, but try his best to come up with something better to win the game. However, this time Yi Feng backed off, and Harry and the others vaguely remembered that there were several pots of lettuce in front of Yi Feng during herbal medicine class in the morning, but according to Hermione and the others, when they woke up and continued to class, the lettuce had already everything is gone, even the pots have been planted with other things. So based on various evidences, Harry and the others speculated that Yi Feng probably ran back to get more delicious food, so they followed Yi Feng back not long after he left. Sure enough, before they entered Yi Feng's dormitory, they smelled a strong spicy smell the moment they entered the common room. If they guessed correctly, there was basically only one person who could emit such a smell. Plant something. Hot pot. Realizing something, Hermione and the others rushed into Yi Feng's room as quickly as possible, and when they pushed open the door of Yi Feng's dormitory, the scene in front of them did not disappoint them. In the middle of the small table in the middle of the dormitory is a small pot of red soup that is boiling. Around the outside of the small pot are a circle of prepared ingredients. The most eye-catching one is undoubtedly the green and tender soup. Lettuce leaves and sliced lettuce. Gulu. Seeing this scene in the room, Hermione and the others swallowed hard, and then they sat down at the table and gathered around the boiling pot without Yi Feng calling them. At the same time, in a dormitory of a first-year Gryffindor girl, Luna picked up a chopstick of chopped tribute vegetables and put it into the boiling hot pot and introduced, "This is called tribute cuisine, which is made with a kind of pole. The long lettuce is peeled and then shredded. It tastes crunchy and very delicious. You can try it too." Of course, Yi Feng will definitely not forget his good sister for such a good thing. It can even be said that his good sister is the most knowledgeable. 2/3 of the tribute dishes he secretly cooks or pay tribute to his good sister. It seems that we have to open up another vegetable patch to serve a variety of tribute dishes. After working so hard for so long, I didn't even have much to eat. Harry looked at Harry, who was stretching his chopsticks towards the tribute dishes after tasting them. Yi Feng sighed helplessly. On the banyan tree by the pond, cicadas are calling for summer. In the melon field on the playground, all the watermelons are big and round. It's really hot in the dormitory without fans or air conditioners. Students are waiting for the melons to ripen, to eat, and for the beautiful summer. As the last class ended, Yi Feng walked out with brisk steps, humming a song that would be familiar to most people in China as long as it started, and if anyone who has heard this song heard it because of the humming, if you look at the lyrics, you will find that they have been modified by magic. Of course, it's basically impossible for anyone here to have heard of this song. Not to mention Hermione and the others, they haven't even learned Chinese, so they don't understand what Yi Feng is humming at all. I thought the melody of this song was quite brisk until wind. Look at that. What's that? Hermione exclaimed after following Yi Feng out for a long way and looking at the green, round melon patch in front of her. Hearing Hermione's sudden scream, Yi Feng was so frightened that he turned around and covered her mouth. Shish, don't shout. If others find out, it will be over. This is a watermelon that I have worked hard to grow for a long time. It is almost ripe now, but I can't let others find out. Hearing Yi Feng's words, Hermione nodded quickly. Yi Feng saw that Hermione understood and then let go of her hand, leading Hermione into the melon field from another direction in a slight detour. After all, Yi Feng has been eating melons for many years. He can tell whether the watermelon is ripe or not by taking a picture. So Hermione was shocked to see Yi Feng carefully avoid the melon vines in the ground, and then took pictures one by one. Those watermelons are round and attractive to look at. Puff puff puff. This one is not yet cooked, the next one is. Dong dong dong. This seems to be ripe. How about picking it? While thinking about it, Yi Feng saw that there were many watermelons in the melon field that were bigger, rounder and greener than the one in front of him, so he hesitated again. How about another pick? Yi Feng murmured and went to crack the watermelon again, which made Hermione standing next to her confused. Yi Feng, what are you doing? Are you worried that these melons are disobedient? Yi Feng, click. Hermione's words immediately made Yi Feng stunned for a moment, and the force in his hand became stronger in this moment. Then, the watermelon under his hand cracked, but when Yi Feng saw the cracked when the flesh inside the watermelon was red and attractive, a bright smile instantly appeared on his face. "It's you. I hope you won't disappoint me," Yi Feng murmured and quickly picked off the watermelon that had been cracked by him, carried it to the side and placed it on the ground, and then took out his wand. Quick cooling down. Torn apart. See, after the curse fell, the already split watermelon split again, but this time it was not split randomly but evenly, as if it had been specially cut with a knife. Gulu. For some reason, Hermione swallowed involuntarily when she saw the light red juice squeaking down and the bright red pulp. Seeing this, Yi Feng smiled and took a piece of watermelon with fewer seeds and handed it to Hermione, smiling. "Try it, this year's first watermelon, I don't know if it's sweet enough." Hermione, who was already extremely greedy, was not polite. She took the watermelon handed over by Yi Feng and opened her mouth to take a bite. When she took a bite of the sweet and juicy watermelon and took it into her mouth, Hermione felt that her whole body was filled with excitement. "I was surrounded by a sense of happiness. How ouchy. Maybe it's because the watermelon tastes really good, or maybe it's because she's never eaten watermelon like this before." After taking a bite, Hermione couldn't help but speak Chinese. Although her speech may not be standard because she hasn't learned it for a long time, it's enough to show that she was extremely excited at the moment. Seeing Hermione's performance, Yi Feng picked up the 2 watermelons with cracked skin and took a bite of them. Then his eyes lit up because the taste of this watermelon was indeed very good. Not only was it sweet enough and it's very hydrated, plus he just used magic to freeze it, so the heat is gone instantly after one bite. Well, it seems that the first batch of melons is ready to be picked. Let's collect a batch first. After thinking about it, Yi Feng ate the 2 pieces of watermelon in his hands and spat out the watermelon seeds in his mouth. He clapped his hands and went to walking in the melon fields. "Hermione, eat slowly here. I'll pick all the ripe watermelons first to prevent them from being overripe." Hermione, who was engrossed in eating melons when she heard Yi Feng's words, nodded vaguely. When Yi Feng picked out all the watermelons that were ripe for picking, took off the space rings and returned to the field by hand, she realized that the one just now the football-sized watermelon had been completely by Hermione. Hiccup. Looking at the imageless Hermione slumped on the ground holding her round belly, Hermione couldn't help but smile. When Hermione saw the smile on Yi Feng's face, her delicate little face instantly turned red, and her earlobes were almost shining red. "Yes, it looks really cute. Although frozen watermelon is delicious, don't eat too much at one time, otherwise you won't have enough food for dinner later." Yi Feng's words suddenly reminded Hermione that tonight's dinner seemed to be a barbecue, and Yi Feng had promised them to make a roast suckling pig. Gulu. Thinking of the roasted suckling pig described by Yi Feng, even Hermione, who had already eaten until her belly was round, couldn't help but swallow. When she saw her slightly protruding belly, she suddenly felt like a deflated ball, because she was full. Seeing Hermione like this, the corners of Yi Feng's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly, but he still explained, "It doesn't matter, the pulp of watermelon is basically water, and it will be almost digested by the time you have dinner, but now you still leave. Do you want me to hold you?" Hermione's eyes flashed slightly when she heard Yi Feng's words, and a look of emotion appeared on her face, but after some consideration, she gave up and asked Yi Feng to stay here with her to rest for a while. If she had just entered school, she would have definitely agreed, but now she is very good friends with Luna, Zhongchu and Ginny. If this caused them to misunderstand something that affected their friendship, then you won't be able to forgive yourself. Yi Feng didn't think too much. He only made this suggestion because he had the experience of not feeling comfortable even walking after eating too much, so he thought about Hermione. Now that Hermione doesn't need it, he won't insist on doing it. So the 2 of them lay side by side on the grass, watching the sunset clearly set. When night fell and the lights of Hogwarts came on, Yi Feng and Hermione also walked slowly towards the restaurant. Shortly after they left, Dumbledore's eyes flickered slightly as he looked in the direction they came out, and finally hesitated for a moment. Still walking resolutely towards the thicker grass, the highest part of which was higher than the knees. "Although you 2 have relatively precocious ideas, you are still a little too young. You must not eat the forbidden fruit at a young age. Although you 2 have relatively precocious ideas, you are still a little too young." You must not eat the forbidden fruit at a young age. With a little worry, Dumbledore waded through the dense grass that was slightly higher than his knees. When he walked about 5 or 6 meters forward, his eyes suddenly opened up. The dense grass disappeared and turned into a lush green melon field. As this, watermelon. Looking at the round and delicious watermelon, Dumbledore was a little reluctant to believe what he saw, because the growth of this piece of watermelon was so good, and more importantly, this watermelon was unlike any he had eaten before. Watermelon, although this watermelon is slightly smaller, it is rounder and greener in color. Suddenly, Dumbledore saw a patch of grass that had obviously been suppressed by humans. Judging from the fallen shape of the grass, Yifeng and Hermione should have been lying there just now. Dumbledore's heart suddenly skipped a beat when he saw the fallen grass, because Yifeng and Hermione had been alone for a long time just now, and as someone who had been there, he could still tell that Hermione had a crush on Yifeng. It was interesting, so his heart suddenly jumped up. But Dumbledore's anxious heart soon returned to his stomach, because he saw the watermelon rind on the grass that was mostly covered by weeds, as well as the scattered watermelon seeds that could still be seen vaguely. These two little guys really came here to steal food. Even Harry and the others didn't call him. They didn't even share such good things with us elders first. Dumbledore was relieved when he figured out what happened, but he soon became angry, because Yifeng did not share such a good thing but kept it to himself. This is simply too bad. This kind of thing Dumbledore would never allow that to happen. So, while Yifeng was humming a tune and roasting suckling pig, Dumbledore was sticking his butt out in the melon field, checking one by one whether the watermelons in the field were ripe or not. Not to mention, Dumbledore still had 2 brushes. After he spent a whole hour checking them one by one, he really found a few things that slipped through the net. Dumbledore, who was almost exhausted, felt quite accomplished. Therefore, when Yifeng and the others finally brought the roasted suckling pig to the table and cut it, Dumbledore and the others also had a watermelon feast. I have to say that Yifeng's craftsmanship is quite good. Whether it is roast suckling pig or watermelon, everyone who tastes it will have a round belly. Of course, in addition to Yifeng and the others, Zhongchu, Luna, the third-year Ravenclaw and first-year Gryffindor girls also tasted the sweet watermelon. It was at this time that they finally understood what it meant to be truly arrogant, because when Yifeng or Zhongchu ate the watermelon, they cut it in half and then scooped it out with a spoon, unlike them who not only cut it but also each piece is cut into small pieces, so I worry that if I cut it too big, I'll finish it all in one go. Good things will be very popular no matter where they are placed. Yifeng's watermelon is very popular among Hogwarts students. Especially when paired with rapid cooling, it is a magical tool in summer. No matter how much money you pay, it will not be replaced. It's a pity that Yifeng too only picked about 20 melons. If they were all distributed to an acquaintance, each person would only get 4 or 5 melons. It was impossible to sell them, at least not in the past 2 days. Once the melons matured in large quantities, maybe share it with others. But soon they no longer envied Yifeng and the others, because 3 days later, Dumbledore announced something that made everyone extremely excited before dinner, that is, they were going to have a fruit feast tonight. Although they are wizards, to be honest, crops in the wizarding world are not very productive, so even the students at Hogwarts like them can't eat fruits, especially delicious fruits, a few times a semester. But now Dumbledore actually announced that the news of a fruit banquet is far more exciting than the news of a grand banquet. So, after Dumbledore finished speaking, almost everyone felt that the food in front of them no longer tasted good. Many people even put down their knives, forks, bowls and chopsticks and looked at Dumbledore longingly after finishing the food in their hands. Feeling the enthusiasm of the students, a bright smile appeared on Dumbledore's face. He did not show off, but clapped his hands and announced the start of the fruit feast. With a flick of Dumbledore's wand, all the food on the table disappeared without a trace, and then Dumbledore waved his wand again, and in an instant the empty table was covered with all kinds of fruits. It goes without saying that common fruits such as apples, bananas, and grapes are available in large quantities, but the most eye-catching thing is not these but a large, round, shiny watermelon. Yifeng. Katakana middle dot underscore katakana middle dot. It's weird. Why does this watermelon look familiar? Take another look. Yifeng murmured and stretched out his hand to gently pat the big watermelon on the table, and when the familiar touch spread from the watermelon back to Yifeng's, my heart skipped a beat for a moment. Wait, This won't. Thinking of that terrible possibility, Yi Feng became even more uneasy. Even the melon Hermione handed him after cutting it didn't feel sweet anymore. Professor Dumbledore, can I ask where you bought such delicious watermelons? While Yi Feng was feeling anxious, a Ravenclaw student raised his hand and asked Dumbledore about the origin of these watermelons. Hearing this question, Dumbledore glanced at Yi Feng with a bright smile and replied, I picked these watermelons in the grass in the square where almost no one would step on them. I don't know what kind of watermelon it is, but it actually grows so well in this kind of unmanaged grassland. Speaking of this, Dumbledore seemed to suddenly think of something and quickly continued, by the way, I almost forgot, so good watermelons should be kept well, so after you finish the watermelon, you should keep the watermelon seeds and keep them. This is related to the serious issue of whether we will have watermelons to eat next year. Yi Feng. Hearing this, Yi Feng couldn't sit still anymore. He didn't even ask first. Dumbledore stood up and ran out in a hurry. A few minutes later, a tragic cry echoed throughout Hogwarts. No, music, up. Looking at the melon field in front of him that was still green but with sparse melons and vines, Yi Feng felt his vision go dark and almost fell to the ground. It's gone, it's all gone. The watermelons I have worked so hard to grow for so long are gone. Looking at the scattered watermelons left in the ground, Yi Feng's eyes lost focus, as if they had no soul. He walked back, his dejected look making Dumbledore's face look unbearable. At this moment, Greenwald, who was eating watermelon, suddenly said, can't bear it. Imagine the greenhouses in the herb garden that were about to be plucked out and replanted with various vegetables, and then think about the melon patch. Where it is. Dumbledore. Yes, I was almost fooled by this kid. The melon patch is in the square where students do morning exercises, and this kid almost used the school's herb greenhouse as a vegetable garden. I need to give him a little warning. Quote. And don't forget, we are only picking the first batch of melons. There will be more to come, it just has to wait a few days. Greenwald's words successfully strangled all Dumbledore's unbearability, and at this moment, Yi Feng had already fainted in the toilet from crying, because he would not be able to hold a frozen watermelon and eat it again within a week. The next morning, in the restaurant, the greenhouses on the Hogwarts campus are used to grow various magical herbs, not vegetable gardens, so from now on, strictly plant vegetables in the Hogwarts herb shop. In addition, the exercise square on the Hogwarts campus is not allowed to be used privately to grow vegetables and fruits, especially students from China. Remember, you are students, and I can do it if you love working. I don't object, but you can't directly cultivate the school's grass into vegetable fields, do you understand? Yi Feng. Hollow diamond. Ring an equal lower half circle ring an equal. I understand. You can't turn the playground into a vegetable patch. You can use it elsewhere, so the Quidditch pitch is basically untouched. A week later, Dumbledore fell into a long silence as he looked at the Quidditch pitch, which had been almost plowed and planted with few plants. Did I not explain clearly? Looking at the Quidditch pitch that had turned into a vegetable patch, Dumbledore began to doubt his life. In fact, it's not that Dumbledore didn't explain it clearly, but Yi Feng did it on purpose. He did this to revenge Dumbledore for directly picking his watermelon away, so he directly cast magic on a hoe to make it overnight. The soil on the Quidditch pitch was turned over and sunflowers were planted. Talking about sunflower, some people may not realize what it is, but basically everyone has eaten its seeds, because the seeds after they fall off the fruit support are called melon seeds. In other words, Yi Feng directly planted seeds for a Quidditch pitch. Seeing that the green Quidditch pitch turned into yellow and orange mud, Dumbledore's blood pressure kept rising, but he thought about it carefully and found that he really couldn't do anything about Yi Feng, because Yi Feng chose this place and the crops perfectly avoid the school rules he set, because sunflowers are neither vegetables nor fruits. This guy can always fight back from unexpected places outside, and he can also make us helpless against him. I don't know whether my decision to admit this guy to Hogwarts was right or wrong. Finally, looking at the endless fields, Dumbledore gave up, because the seeds had been sown here. He was not a pedantic person. He would not say that things must be restored to their original state if they were a foregone conclusion, not to mention that there was nothing more than kick-off in the Quidditch game. Mrs. Hooch, and indeed no one is left on the pitch. Besides, this is a whole field of the same crops, which means that when they grow up, their colors will also be uniform and they might give him a surprise. Dumbledore's idea was correct, because this Quidditch pitch really gave him a huge surprise, especially when the sunflowers were in full bloom. Even when there was no Quidditch game, he couldn't help but come and admire it. A sea of blooming flowers. But when the sunflowers were harvested and the students were taught how to fry melon seeds by Yi Feng, Dumbledore's brain began to hurt again. Although the melon seeds were rich in taste and tasted very good, he couldn't help it even in his spare time. He wanted to grab a handful and knock it, but it was precisely because of this that he had a headache. Have you ever seen students in the infirmary who chewed melon seeds until their lips were chapped, and their throats were inflamed and swollen due to the heat, but they still wanted to get them when they saw melon seeds? Have you ever tried to see a group of people in the underground holding hands and clicking their hands while looking up at you? Dumbledore will experience this later. So, after that year, Hogwarts had another school rule. Students at Hogwarts are not allowed to eat more than 1 or 2 melon seeds a day, and they must drink plenty of water after eating melon seeds. It is best to drink the herbal tea from the school's special summer water dispenser. Oh, by the way, the herbal tea was made by Yi Feng after he drank too many melon seeds and got angry. Because the effect was so good, Dumbledore gave him the right to use the Quidditch Stadium land for 1 year in exchange for the formula, but the prerequisite was that he could not grow all of them. Sunflower, because Dumbledore was really scared. But Dumbledore still looked down on Yi Feng a little. Will he be the kind of person who only plays old tricks? So that year he planted peanuts on the Quidditch pitch, and this time he not only boiled and dried the plucked peanuts into various flavors, but also peeled a lot and squeezed them into peanut oil, successfully cooking in the cafeteria. The oil used was replaced with peanut oil. Of course, these are things for the future. Now Yi Feng always sighs after planting Quidditch with sunflowers. The only pity is that his watermelons have been picked and there is no way to eat them in a short time. In addition, he secretly grew a lot of vegetables in the greenhouse. Now that Dumbledore has directly made school rules to block his way out, he has to move these things out as soon as possible. After all, there are many fruits and vegetables that he uses. The excellent varieties cultivated by the aura and spirit liquid will be good things that can crush the same level even if they are left to future generations. Dumbledore cannot be allowed to cause trouble again. Because he was concentrating on moving his fruits and vegetables, Yi Feng was basically invisible except for class. This made a certain little cutie hiding in the diary feel that an opportunity had come, so after a period of careful planning, on a dark cloudy night, a figure quietly came to the abandoned bathroom. Hey Shahasa, as a low sound, like a snake spitting a message, sounded from the bathroom. The secret room in Hogwarts that had been sealed for decades was reopened, and with Voldemort's call, a huge strange snake, the monster basilisk in the movie, woke up from its sleep and quickly crawled towards the entrance of the secret room. At the same time, after a busy day, Yi Feng finally transplanted all the fruits and vegetables to Hagrid's hut and asked Hagrid to help take care of them. He also dragged his tired body and mind and walked to the dormitory. Tired, destroy. You have to live alone, but eat as a group. We must not let this happen again in the future. It seems that we need to train Harry and the others to fully develop their moral, intellectual, physical, artistic and physical abilities. Yi Feng, who has been busy for several days, is finally done. Fortunately, he is finally done. Next, he only needs to slowly train Harry and the others, and then he won't have to do any work alone. As for now, Harry and the others wanted to help Yi Feng, but they really didn't dare to let them get started. Although the plants are not as fragile as expected and will die if moved, Yi Feng's planting is a bit complicated, so it is better not to let them do it, lest all the planting will be messed up, pollination will be messed up, and the fruits and vegetables produced will not be the same. What he wants is the trouble. Of course, I still have to complain when I should, but what surprised Yi Feng a little was that when he was about to return to the dormitory, he faintly heard something whispering, but when he listened carefully, there was nothing. He didn't hear it, which made Yi Feng quite speechless. Forget it, I've been tired for several days. No matter what, Dumbledore will handle it if something really happens. Why should I worry so much? While muttering, Yi Fengjin walked straight into the door of the Gryffindor common room. After Yi Feng entered the Gryffindor common room, his big yellow eyes and a man who was completely covered in magic robes relaxed. Tone. Ha, I was almost discovered by this devil. It seems that I have to stagger the time when this devil comes back in the future. Yi Feng, you are the devil, and your whole family is the devil. Voldemort. Yes, 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 I am indeed a demon, but the rest of my family are not. Thanks for watching, please like and subscribe. Chapter 91. The next morning, Yi Feng got up early as usual, but to Yi Feng's surprise, when he opened the door to Dumbledore's room, he found that Dumbledore was not in the room, but there was a large pot of rice in Fox's food bowl. Pile of food. Are you going on a long journey? Yi Feng knew that Dumbledore must have gone out when he saw the pile of bird food, but he didn't know if Grindelwald had gone. Okay, it seems we went out together. When Yi Feng pushed open the window of Dumbledore's room and took the purple energy, he glanced next to him and knew that Grindelwald had also left, because the window of his room was closed, and even closed the curtains. According to the general routine, villains like to hide in the dark, they are all evil and dark, but Grindelwald, the previous Dark Lord, is different. He likes to open the curtains and open the windows whenever he is in the room, allowing the sun to enter the room at will and the wind to come and go at will. Now his window was closed, which meant they were probably leaving Hogwarts. Tisk, I didn't expect these two guys to leave at this time. I hope last night was just my illusion, otherwise it would be fun. Although Dumbledore left, life was still going smoothly, but to Yi Feng's surprise, something unexpected happened that night. Harry was dragged to sign autographs by a bully who only knew how to forget. After signing in very late before returning to the dormitory, Harry suddenly heard some sounds, and when he followed the sounds, he found a line with blood paint. Blood warning. The secret chamber has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. Because it wasn't time to go back to the dormitory yet, Yi Feng and the others rushed out after hearing the sound. When they arrived, what they saw was the line of words and the petrified Mrs. Loris standing below. Harry. Almost everyone was shocked when they saw this scene, and Malfoy glanced at the words on the wall and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Enemies of the air, beware." After saying this, Malfoy immediately put away the smile on his face and said expressionlessly, "Next are you, mudbloods." When he said this, Malfoy looked directly in the direction of Yi Feng and Hermione, and Yi Feng knew that the person he was looking at was himself. As for the extremely insulting term mudblood, Yi Feng, whose mouth was slightly raised, looked at Malfoy and smiled, "Do you know? In China, only pets can talk about blood and pursue the so-called pure blood." When Yi Feng said these words, not only Malfoy, but also the pure-blooded followers of Slackland instantly became angry, but soon they lowered their heads, because it was Yi Feng who said these words. If it were someone else, they wouldn't care even if that person was Harry Potter, because even Harry was only slightly better and had the bonus of surviving under Voldemort's hands, but Yi Feng was different. Not only did Yi Feng get almost the best grades in every subject at Hogwarts, but what was even more outrageous was that he could not only cast spells and spells silently that even professors didn't know how to do. Yes, while others were still working hard to learn spells and magic, Yi Feng could already cast spells silently, which made them unable to even think about catching up. When a person is only slightly better than you, you will still have the idea of catching up. But when you can only see the back of that person or even not see the back, the desire to chase will turn into awe. Of course, in addition to this, Yi Feng actually did a lot of things at Hogwarts that they would never dare to think about. In addition, Yi Feng went into Dumbledore's office to follow up on his family's daily life. Most people really dare not say anything. Fortunately, Filch arrived at this time, and when he saw Mrs. Norris who was hanging and petrified, he immediately regarded Harry, who was standing closest to Mrs. Norris, as the cat murderer, so he grabbed Harry by the collar and yelled that he was going to kill him. Filch, calm down. Mrs. Norris is just petrified. Mandrake can bring her back. Hearing Yi Feng's words, Filch instantly calmed down. After all, Yi Feng's words still carry some weight with Filch, because Filch also knew that Yi Feng often fed Mrs. Loris. After all, Mrs. Loris not only he has gained weight and his hair has become more beautiful and smooth. It would be surprising if Filch didn't notice anything. So when Yi Feng spoke, Filch quickly calmed down. At this time, Professor McGonagall and the others arrived and quickly asked the prefects of each grade to bring the students from their respective colleges back to the dormitories. Of course, Yi Feng and Harry were left behind, because even if they were not parties involved, they were still insiders. What makes Yi Feng a little more proud is that when Professor McGonagall asked Harry if he heard anything, he concealed the fact that he heard the mysterious sound just like in the original play. Is this a unique plot advancing routine in Europe and the United States? Well, I have information, but I'm just playing around. I just won't tell you. I will risk my own life to find the truth. Seeing this scene, Yi Feng's blood pressure was a little high, so he raised his hand directly. Professor McGonagall, I have something to tell you. Harry was immediately startled when he heard Yi Feng's words, and Professor McGonagall and the others immediately focused their attention on him. That's right, just when Ronald saw that Harry didn't come for dinner and was about to come out to look for Harry, I heard some noises. Although it is a little inconsistent, the meaning is quite clear. It seems that someone said that he smelled blood and wanted to kill someone and tear them into pieces. Hearing Yi Feng's words, Harry instantly turned from surprise to surprise, because he found that the sound Yi Feng heard was exactly the same as what he heard. In other words, he was not the only one who heard that sound. Sometimes fear comes from the unknown, from what I know, but the world doesn't, so when Harry found out that he wasn't the only one hearing that voice, and that he wasn't the most special person, he was quite happy. McGonagall knew from Harry's expression that Harry must have heard that voice as well. As for why Harry didn't tell her, she didn't ask. After all, everyone has their own secrets, so she didn't ask. But unfortunately, even with the information provided by Yi Feng, they were unable to find the perpetrator, because they only heard the sound and did not see the perpetrator, so they could only let Yi Feng and the others go back first. Now this late scene cast a shadow over Hogwarts until one morning. Whoa, whoa, whoa. A loud cry sounded in Hogwarts as the first ray of sunshine broke through the sky in the morning. The loud sound seemed to have a kind of magic power. Even if you closed the window and covered your head with a quilt, you still couldn't stop it. Loud cry. The loud and penetrating cry resounded throughout Hogwarts, and a large group of people who were sleeping were suddenly awakened. When they saw that it was still dark outside the window and there was no dawn at all, they instantly became angry. So, just a few minutes later, a large group of people walked out of the dormitory sleepily and looked around for where the cries came from. When they saw the colorful rooster standing on one leg on the pointed roof, the anger disappeared immediately, because with the crowing of the big colorful rooster, a ray of golden light broke through the darkness and fell on it. What magical animal is this? Roosters are not unique to China. There are roosters in foreign countries as well, but the rooster in front of them is obviously not the rooster usually seen in their country, because the feathers of this rooster are more colorful and beautiful, especially and it is even more dazzling under the sunlight. It's so beautiful. I wish I could have one. Beautiful things are what everyone yearns for, so when the majestic rooster appeared in front of them, naturally some people wanted to raise one, but their wishes soon came to nothing, because after the big and gorgeous rooster finished crowing, it flew directly to a windowsill that they were all familiar with. Sure enough, it's you again, Yi Feng. When the crowd, who had been awakened by the crow of the rooster, was excited, Yi Feng, who had returned to his dormitory, casually grabbed a handful of rice and threw it on the sill extending outside the window. However, this scene made someone in the crowd's face instantly change. Dark, because the basilisk's only weakness is the crowing of the rooster. The basilisk possesses powerful magic power. As long as you look at it, you will die. In addition, its scales are somewhat similar to dragon skin. Not only are they extremely tough and cannot be cut by ordinary swords, but they also have a certain degree of immunity to magic. Ordinary magic has no effect on them at all. It can be said that the basilisk is a very powerful monster. However, although basilisks are very powerful and ordinary wizards cannot deal with them, they also have a fatal weakness, which is the crowing of roosters. As long as they hear the crow of a rooster, they will die immediately, so when Voldemort saw that Yi Feng got such a gorgeous rooster from nowhere, his back molars were almost broken. Mudblood. Yi Feng. Katakana middle dot underscore katakana middle dot. At the moment when the person controlled by Voldemort was cursing in a low voice, Yi Feng seemed to be aware of it and glanced at the crowd, and this glance directly made Voldemort hiding in the crowd feel scared, because he was still in the diary before. The memory has become a serious psychological shadow on him, so much so that he is still a little scared when he sees Yi Feng. Of course, besides being scared, he he was also quite excited, because if his plan really succeeds, he will be extremely powerful after being resurrected and regaining a more energetic body. By then, if Yifeng is not strong enough, he may take revenge. You won't be able to enjoy yourself to the fullest. The farce quickly dissipated, but they soon discovered that things were not that simple, because they found that the cry of the bird was not that loud at all when it was attacking normally, even if it was high up. The roof couldn't really spread throughout Hogwarts, let alone reach their ears with the doors and windows closed and their heads covered with quilts. However, once the rooster flies to the roof, its crow will become extremely loud and penetrating, making them suspect that this is a magical animal they have never seen before, rather than an ordinary cock. However, when they asked Hagrid, they came to an extremely disappointing conclusion, that is, the rooster was indeed just an ordinary big rooster. At most, it was just a little stronger and had more colorful feathers. A. It's not a problem with the rooster. Is it a problem with the roof? B. Roof. Probably not. A. No. If it were someone else, maybe it wouldn't be possible, but that person is Yifeng. Second. After being silent for several seconds, B looked at the towering roof and sighed slightly. How about we go up and take a look? Then let's go. I don't want to be woken up before dawn every day in the future. After more than a minute, the two fell into silence as they looked at the obviously enchanted roof. I can only say that you are worthy of being. Amplification magic, penetrating magic, resonance magic, and these two are supposed to be magic to shield against wind and rain. This is so thoughtful. Although this guy is indeed indifferent, I have to say that the combination of various magics is indeed unique. Not to mention as, even the seniors who have graduated may not be able to do it when they come back. Indeed, no wonder the little guys in the lower grades admire him so much. No wonder this guy has caused so many troubles. Professor Dumbledore never really punished him. I'm afraid the professors want to train him to shoulder the banner of fighting the mysterious man. The discussion between the two gradually faded away, and at this moment our protagonist Yifeng was solemnly grabbing a white little hand and gently stroking it. And beside him, except for Hermione and Zhongchu, among others, there was a group of people surrounding him. Schoolgirl, I see your lifeline is a bit rough. Did you encounter a life and death crisis when you were 10 years old and almost died? Yeah, that's right. When I was 10 years old, I was hit by an out-of-control car while playing on the road. Fortunately, I majored in sports crossed out. Fortunately, my father is a doctor and my mother is a nurse. They found out after that, they immediately treated my wounds and sent me to the hospital, and I survived. Feng Yi, what do you think? What do you think? Fortune-telling, this fortune-telling is so accurate, can you calculate my love for me? While saying this, the little girl looked at Yifeng timidly, her eyes full of expectation. Yifeng. After a moment of silence, Yifeng sighed and said, Sister, you are still young. Love is not as beautiful as you think. It is like a fruit. If you taste it too early, it will only be bitter. Is this so? But, I still want to see it. Yifeng. No, junior sister, why are you so stubborn? Do you have to make it so clear for me? You guys, there is no result, so give up as soon as possible. T hollow down pointing triangle T. Really, is there really no hope? Senior. Looking at the young but sincere face of the girl, Yifeng felt a deep sense of guilt for no reason. What a sin. It turns out that being handsome is a sin, and I am obviously guilty of it. Seeing the helplessness on Yifeng's face, Zhongchu, who was next to him, quickly spoke to the rescue. Palm reading is just a relatively general fortune-telling method in our country. It doesn't count. We usually just do it for fun. Junior sister, don't take it to heart, let's let Feng show you your fortune. Hearing Zhongchu's words, Yifeng was instantly moved to tears. It's better to be a sister, unlike others who just watch the fun. Here, put your hand up, and I'll show you the wealth line again. Just when the schoolgirl put her hand back to Yifeng to tidy up, Yifeng frowned and looked at the classmate who just passed by. He stretched out his other hand and grabbed the other person's magic robe and said loudly, This classmate, what are you doing? Don't leave yet, I see your hair is black and your lips are purple, this is a bad sign. Voldemort was pulled back. Are you finished yet? Looking at the dark-faced classmate, Yi Feng, the expression was quite serious. This made the student who was pulled by Yi Feng, the student who was bewitched by Voldemort and brought Voldemort's diary, instantly turned pale. Classmate Yi Feng, are you telling the truth? I feel like I haven't had a good rest these past few days. When I woke up in the morning, I found that the position of my shoes had changed inexplicably. Was I attracted by something weird? Got entangled? Yi Feng. Row, ring in equal lower half circle ring in equal. Voldemort, who was hiding in the diary, felt his heart skip a beat when he saw the changing expression on Yi Feng's face, because he had not been doing nothing during this period. He had also carefully understood what happened in Hogwarts in the past few days. However, it was precisely because of this that his heart skipped a beat when he saw the expression on Yi Feng's face. Is this guy going to become a monster again? Facts have proved that Voldemort's sixth sense is still very correct, because the next second Yi Feng took out an exorcism talisman from his pocket, and solemnly introduced, "This is an exorcism talisman. With it, it will be inevitable. It can protect you from external evil and help you survive this bloody disaster." Great, thank you, classmate Yi Feng. As he spoke, the excited first-year Gryffindor boy reached out to take the exorcism talisman in Yi Feng's hand. This made Yi Feng frown slightly and held the talisman. He flipped his hand and grabbed the talisman directly into his palm. Katakana middle dot underscore katakana middle dot. Senior Yi Feng, this is. Seeing Yi Feng's action, the junior student was immediately confused. His mind was full of questions. But when Yi Feng saw that this junior student really didn't understand, he sighed slightly and said, "Fortune-telling is a kind of fortune-telling in our country. A method of spying on the secrets of heaven. If used too much, this method will damage the life of the user, so." Speaking of this, Yi Feng shook his head helplessly when he saw that this young boy still didn't take the path, and said again, "Have you ever bought a talisman?" Hearing Yi Feng's words, the junior boy woke up from a dream and quickly began to rummage through his pockets. Finally, he rummaged through all the pockets to collect 1 gold galleons. Yi Feng, wow. Seeing that this young boy really couldn't afford the money, Yi Feng sighed helplessly and collected all the coins on the table. Then he put the folded exorcism talisman into his hand and solemnly confessed, "Remember, keep it close to your body and don't let it move more than 1 meter away from you at any time, otherwise it won't work." Seeing the solemn expression on Yi Feng's face, the expression on the young boy's face also became serious. He carefully put the exorcism charm into his innermost pocket, and then picked up the book containing Voldemort's memory. The diaries are stuck together. Voldemort. Originally, when Voldemort saw Yi Feng being so solemn, he thought that the talisman really had some mysterious power. After all, he had seen the effects of the talisman, so he was quite scared at first. However, when his boarding diary was pasted on the talisman, his mind was filled with doubts, because he did not feel any discomfort, so he stretched out a little consciousness and touched the talisman. Then he discovered that it was just a piece of paper with a ghost talisman drawn on it, and it contained no other power. But is this really the case? Perhaps only in the end will we know whether this talisman is really just a piece of paper with ghostly talismans on it and no power. After seeing off the junior student, Yi Feng continued to read palms and tell fortunes to other students. Of course, most of them were girls, because it was difficult for men to squeeze in, and Yi Feng didn't like to drag male students along, hence reading palmistry. Of course, in addition to his own popularity and handsome and cute appearance, Yi Feng also has some real abilities in being able to attract so many people. After all, he is also an immortal cultivator, and immortal cultivators are inherently fighting against the heavens, so it is reasonable to know how to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Therefore, it is not easy for him to calculate what has happened. So what, as for what will happen in the future? Everyone has their own luck, and Yi Feng happens to have some small means to see a person's luck and fortune in a short period of time. It is still very difficult to use these fortunes to predict whether these people will be unlucky in the future. Simple. Of course, those who can go to Hogwarts are generally not in any danger, or the most unlucky person has just been sent away by him. As for the others, generally speaking, as long as they don't follow Harry, they will see Harry just stayed away, as there was basically no danger. Precisely because of Yi Feng's accurate calculations, he soon attracted more people to come to him for fortune-telling. It can be said that in just over a week, Yi Feng basically touched the hands of all the girls in the school, which led him to a conclusion. Ravenclaw girls' hands are slender, slender and softer. Slytherin girls' hands are not as slender but fairer. The rest of Gryffindors are not quite as good as Hufflepuff's, but their hands are also stronger, a little. Girls. Katakana middle dot he katakana middle dot. Ahem, in fact, Yi Feng is not a pervert, but these senior students like to ask him for palm reading, and he can't refuse, so he naturally comes to this conclusion, but in fact, it's very painful. I have to touch and read the palms of more than a dozen girls every day. But this pawn ended today, because Dumbledore and Grindelwald came back, especially Dumbledore. When he saw the serious-looking, taking advantage, of Yi Feng surrounded by many girls, his views were all changed. A little broken. Could it be that the scene in the Mirror of Erised was real? Is this guy really a pervert? With deep doubts, Dumbledore quietly leaned over, and then his expression changed like this. Your lifeline is very long. If you take good care of it, you can live for another 100 years. The problem is that this love line is a little bumpy. Judging from the twists and turns of this love line, you will have to go through at least 2 passers-by before you can find it. The love that will accompany you until the end of your life. Of course, life is not static, and destiny is not fixed, so this can only be used as a reference. Don't pay too much attention to it. Just follow your own heart. 2. It doesn't seem like a lot. By the way, Senior Yi Feng, do you want to be my senior's first man? You don't have to be responsible for that. When he said this, the senior who could score an 88-point for appearance and a 90-point figure said she winked at Yi Feng with a charming face, and scratched Yi Feng's palm when she retracted her hand. Yi Feng admitted that at that moment, his body felt a tingling sensation as if he had been electrocuted. He admitted that at that moment, his heart was moved, but the next second he took back his mind, because a white and slender hand had already put it on his waist. Ahem, senior sister, I am a serious person, and I am still young. You will go to jail if you tempt me like this. Ahem, senior sister, I am a serious person, and I am still young. You will go to jail if you tempt me like this. Yi Feng's words immediately confused the senior who had quite good looks and figure. However, when he saw Zhang Chu's little hand on Yi Feng's waist, he immediately understood why Yi Feng said this, which made her burst into laughter and made the male classmate next to her stare. Dumbledore, who had been squatting nearby and listening for a long time, coughed lightly to remind Yi Feng and the others that he, the principal, was right next to them. Unfortunately, Dumbledore's cough might have been a little too quiet, so Yi Feng and the others inside not heard at all. Seeing that Yi Feng and the others didn't hear his cough at all, soon another girl sat in front of Yi Feng and took the initiative to put Bai Shengsheng's little hand on his. Dumbledore couldn't help coughing again, and this time his coughing sound was deliberately raised a lot. This time, the people outside finally noticed that Dumbledore was standing behind them. Yi Feng, who was inside, finally noticed that the coughing sound was a bit familiar, but when he turned around and saw that it was Dumbledore, he just glanced at it. He looked away at a glance and continued to hold the hand of the cute young lady in front of him and read her palm. Classmate Yi Feng, please stop what you are doing. Yi Feng, less than greater than. Being interrupted by Dumbledore again, Yi Feng suddenly became angry and secretly thought that Dumbledore didn't understand the charm, but Dumbledore said that he was also the principal of Hogwarts, so he still had to give him some face, so he had no choice but to let go of the senior sister's hand. Principal Dumbledore, what's the matter with you? Do you feel uncomfortable in your throat? I have a medicine called Golden Throat, which is very good for soothing your throat and relieving your cough. If you are not used to it, I can also boil some loquat dew for you, and Choli ointment will also work. Dumbledore. Although Dumbledore knew that Yi Feng was deliberately changing the topic, he was still quite speechless. However, it must be said that although Yi Feng was changing the topic, his words really aroused Dumbledore's interest. After all, he knew very well. Yi Feng is indeed very talented in potions. Of course, we have to go back a little bit to ask about these magic potions. What he is most concerned about now is the fact that Yi Feng just grabbed the little girl's hand to take advantage, so he said with a serious face, "This we'll talk about it later, but I want to ask now, what were you doing holding Ms. Alana's hand just now?" Professor Dumbledore, do you want to ask this? This is called palmistry. It is an Eastern mysterious method of divination. You can divine a person's love, career and future development of life by looking at the palm prints on his palm. Before Feng could speak, a girl with some small freckles standing next to Dumbledore excitedly finished explaining to him. Dumbledore. Confused face. It's okay that the little girl didn't explain. This explanation immediately turned Dumbledore's head full of question marks, because he had never heard of anyone being able to predict a person's good or bad luck just by the lines on his palms. This made him quite the same. He was very interested, so he walked directly to Yifeng and sat down. Come on, I'm very curious about this palm reading. Can you show it to me too? Yifeng. Sigma A. Yifeng was stunned when he saw Dumbledore sitting in front of him, pulling up his sleeves and handing his hand to him, but soon his face was filled with disgust, because although Dumbledore was well maintained, after all, he is still old, and the most important thing is that he is still a man. So Yifeng was a little disgusted. Dumbledore. Filled down pointing triangle he hash. Seeing the visible disgust on Yifeng's face, Dumbledore was so angry that he became even more sure that this kid wanted to take advantage of the girls in the school through this method, so he narrowed his eyes slightly. What's wrong, classmate Yifeng, do you have any problems? Hearing Dumbledore's obvious words of urging, Yifeng sighed helplessly and put his hand on the table, ready to show him his palm, but just when his other hand was placed on Dumbledore's hand, it happened to be Dumbledore's. This made Yifeng raise his eyebrows. After pondering for a moment, Yifeng said, Professor Dumbledore, have you been feeling a little hot these days? You always have night sweats when you sleep at night and are prone to insomnia. Dumbledore. Yifeng's words immediately confused Dumbledore, because he really knew what Yifeng said, so he nodded instinctively. Yes, you can tell all this through palm reading. It's really incredible. But what does this night sweat mean? Yifeng. Omega winking face. Hearing Dumbledore's words, 2 drops of cold sweat fell down Yifeng's forehead, so he quickly explained, No, palmistry doesn't look at these things. I can tell it by checking your pulse. As for night sweats, this is a kind of falling asleep. Abnormal sweating followed and stopped immediately after waking up. Here, open your mouth and stick out your tongue so I can take a look. Dumbledore. What did I just do? After hearing Yifeng's words, Dumbledore instinctively opened his mouth and stuck out his tongue. Later, he realized what a horrifying thing he had done in front of the public. And Yifeng, he nodded like a normal person. Then he said calmly, Yes, this is typical kidney heat. Professor Dumbledore, you need to calm down the heat. When he said this, Yifeng glanced narrowly at Greenwald who was following him, then he took out a writing brush and paper and wrote the prescription. Of course, it is said to be a prescription but in fact it is just a very common prescription for fire-reducing herbal tea, the kind that anyone can drink. As for why we use a writing brush, of course it's because using a writing brush adds a sense of ritual. Therefore, when Dumbledore got the prescription with elegant and neat handwriting and wet ink, he was stunned. It took about 2 seconds for Dumbledore to come back to his senses, and then he said something that almost made Yifeng fall over. Classmate Yifeng, your handwriting is very good even if I don't understand it, but, can you change it to English? I can't read Chinese. Dumbledore's words instantly cheered up the situation that had become extremely serious due to his arrival. When Yifeng saw Dumbledore's extremely serious expression, he suddenly felt a deep sense of frustration. It was the first time that he did something so seriously. He even took out a brush that he hadn't touched for a long time. As a result, he called Dumbledore and said this. This made Yifeng feel deeply frustrated, so he lost interest. The missing one was replaced with a quill and he rewrote a prescription for herbal tea to clear away heat and detoxify and gave it to Dumbledore. Dumbledore is from the British wizarding world, so it makes sense that he doesn't understand Chinese, right? Yifeng. How reasonable. Why can Dumbledore, the dignified headmaster of Hogwarts and the leader in the wizarding world, go to China to recruit students and have many friends in China, not be able to read Chinese? Although he was very angry, Yifeng had to accept this fact, and Dumbledore carefully folded the 2 prescriptions and put them away before reaching out his hand in front of Yifeng again. Okay, let's continue with the palm reading. Yifeng. Well, since Professor Dumbledore insists, I will reluctantly show it to you, but I can't guarantee whether it will be accurate or not. Of course, divination is a way to explore the unknown in the fog. It's normal to make a mistake. Just look and tell. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Yi-Feng immediately felt relieved and said, I feel relieved because of your words. What do you want to see? Destiny, love, or career? After hearing the three choices given by Yi-Feng, Dumbledore pondered for a moment and said slowly, career, I am already at this age, I have already seen my fate, love. Having said this, Dumbledore glanced at Grindelwald before continuing, love is a beautiful and desirable thing. I once had the opportunity to have it, but in the end I lost it forever. That's it. Yi-Feng. Listening to Dumbledore's insincere words, Yi-Feng was speechless, but so what? He couldn't just expose the affair between Dumbledore and Grindelwald, could he? In that case, Greenwald would definitely hunt him down for at least 3 days and nights, and Dumbledore would probably step down from his position as headmaster. Although it was said that Dumbledore had not punished him less when he was the principal, and he had not made less school rules to restrain him, there is one saying that this guy was still very kind to him. Although he was not as gentle and tolerant as Harry, he still treated him as a nephew, so Yi-Feng would not do such an immoral thing. So Yi-Feng sighed slightly and said, business, right. Let me take a look. As he spoke, Yi-Feng looked down at Dumbledore's palm, and his eyes lit up when he saw Dumbledore's career line. Principal Dumbledore, judging from your career line, your career path has a lot of twists and turns, and it won't be long before there will be a big fluctuation. Judging from the fluctuations in this career line, you are very good. May be removed from office. When he said this, Yi-Feng's eyes were bright. He looked at Dumbledore intently and said in a bewitching tone, Principal Dumbledore, judging from your career line, you may be dismissed for some reasons in a few days. Director removed from office. I think you are definitely not willing to hand over Hogwarts to outsiders, so I have a very good idea. Do you want to listen to it? Dumbledore. Explain. Seeing Yi-Feng's expression, Dumbledore knew that he had failed to do the right thing, but Dumbledore still decided to listen. As for the matter of being dismissed, Dumbledore didn't doubt it, because the directors of the school had long wanted to dismiss him. It's just that because his prestige is too high and there is no legitimate reason, he has never had a chance. As for the chance of deposing him, even though he didn't say or do anything, as a leading figure in the wizarding world and with the former Dark Lord Grindelwald following him, how could he not have discovered that Slytherin's density had already it was opened and the notebook where Voldemort was lodged was not found? So when Yi-Feng said that he might be deposed, Dumbledore had already roughly guessed what was going on. On the other hand, even letting Voldemort appear was the result of his laissez-faire. After all, if he wanted to completely defeat Voldemort, he had to let Harry grow up, and this kind of growth cannot be achieved by obediently studying in school. Of course, things are a little different now, because Dumbledore feels that Harry is not the only hope to break the situation, and there may even be another option that is better than Harry. This guy is too good at making monsters, and he doesn't know if he can do it. See that guy grow to the extent he expected before he got pissed off. Yi-Feng. No QQ, just passing by, not interested. Yi-Feng didn't know that Dumbledore regarded him as another hope of defeating Voldemort. He was still thinking about something big, so when he heard Dumbledore's words, he immediately said with excitement, From Professor Dumbledore, you judging from your career line, you will be dismissed soon, right? Dumbledore. Yes, if you read it correctly, it should be like this. Yi-Feng. Principal Dumbledore, you were dismissed because you are the principal of Hogwarts, right? Dumbledore. Katakana middle dot underscore katakana middle dot. Yi-Feng's words caused a huge question mark to pop up on Dumbledore's head, but after thinking about it for a moment, he felt that Yi-Feng's words were completely meaningless, so he nodded and acquiesced to Yi-Feng's words, while Yi-Feng continued. Since you can only be removed as the principal, what if you are not the principal? Then they can't remove you as the principal. Dumbledore. Dumbledore can become the headmaster of Hogwarts and his brain is quite useful, so he was just stunned for a moment before he realized what Yi-Feng meant. After understanding what Yi-Feng meant, he was immediately shocked. Because this guy's ideas are too out of the box, too fresh and refined. Don't you want to remove me as headmaster and kick me out of Hogwarts? Alas, you don't need to remove me. I am no longer the principal. It depends on how you remove me. Of course, things are not that simple, because it is not easy to be the principal of Hogwarts. You have to convince everyone, and you have to make them trust you, otherwise you will mess up Hogwarts as soon as you take office. Hogwarts made it so messy that he had to learn how to cut out the bones from Greenwald. But there are not no candidates. For example, Professor McGonagall is quite reliable, but he can't say it directly, so Dumbledore looked at Yifeng and said, "Who do you think can become the principal of Hogwarts after I step down?" Grindelwald. Yifeng said Greenwald's name without thinking. The reason why he didn't say McGonagall was not because McGonagall was inappropriate, but because Yifeng didn't know that this person was pushed out to hold the bag, etc. After the basilisk comes out and turns people to stone, you can let him top the pack to replace Dumbledore. As for why it is Grindelwald, apart from Grindelwald's relationship with Dumbledore, the most important thing is that Grindelwald is the former Dark Lord. Even though Greenwald is just a kind old man in Hogwarts now, this guy is also a master who kills without batting an eye. What's more important is that he doesn't have the same rules as Dumbledore, and he is also a master who is afraid of chaos in the world. In other words, as long as Greenwald is allowed to be the principal of Hogwarts for a few days, he and Greenwald can do many things that are beneficial to Hogwarts, including but not limited to renovating Hogwarts. Now, prune the Forbidden Forest, mortgage Hogwarts to Gringotts, add a dark arts course, and so on. Perhaps he felt that this was a bit too eager. After mentioning Greenwald's name, Yifeng hesitated for a moment and then continued, "Of course, if you don't mind, I think I am actually quite suitable to be the principal." Dumbledore. Roll. Dumbledore. Get out. Yifeng. Okay, are you sure you want to step down and let Mr. Greenwald temporarily take over as principal? Dumbledore. For some reason, Dumbledore felt sincerely tired at this moment, which gave him the idea that it would be a good idea to temporarily give up the position of principal of Hogwarts to Grindelwald following Yifeng's advice. But he soon cheered up, because no one knew Greenwald better than him, and no one in Hogwarts knew Yifeng better than him. He dared to conclude that if he really stepped down and gave up the position of principal to Grindelwald, then Voldemort would not be needed. Just these two guys would be able to finish Hogwarts. After all, Grindelwald is a staunch revolutionary. Or, his greatest wish is to let wizards rule muggles. If these two guys who are used to causing trouble get together, Hogwarts will definitely be shaken. Therefore, although Yifeng's suggestion is tempting, Dumbledore still rejected his idea. After all, it is related to the safety of Hogwarts. After all, this little temptation was not worth mentioning, so Dumbledore refused directly. Yifeng was disappointed to see Dumbledore rejecting him, so he abandoned Dumbledore and started looking for a little sister to read his palm. After all, Dumbledore looked like a pretty girl. Dumbledore. Fine. Looking at Yifeng, who turned to read the palms of the girls in the school, Dumbledore sighed, and then at dinner the next night, Dumbledore announced a new school rule. In view of the fact that there are students in the school who take advantage of girls through so-called palm reading, and many girls have been deceived, the school has decided after research to prohibit students from reading palms and fortune-telling for other students. Of course, palm reading and fortune-telling are also magical means. We do not prohibit students from learning or even practicing, but they must get permission from the school teacher. In addition, after my investigation, I found that Chinese medicine is a magical subject, but it requires a lot of experience. Therefore, after our research, we decided that unless the medical skills are recognized by the school doctor, students are prohibited from taking each other's pulse to see a doctor. What's more, prescribing medicines indiscriminately is not allowed. When he said this, Dumbledore gave Yifeng a meaningful look. As for why, he and Yifeng knew each other well. Yifeng, who glanced at Dumbledore, turned his head and whistled a little guiltily, because he had replaced the herbal tea prescription for Dumbledore with a medicine that had basically the same medicinal properties but slightly insignificant side effects. In fact, this side effect is not serious, but after drinking this herbal tea, the urine will be yellower when going to the toilet, and the smell will be very strong, the kind that can make you stun yourself if you pinch your nose. It turns out that the effect of the herbal tea prescribed by Yifeng is still very good. Dumbledore is no longer angry, but the effect may be a bit too good. He will probably not have the opportunity to read the girl's palm in the future, but who said he could only read palms? In addition to knowing a little bit about palm reading, he also dabbles in calligraphy, bone touching, massage, bone setting, cupping, horoscopes, tarot cards, etc., especially massage. His skills can make the villagers twitch every time. So, the next day, Dumbledore saw Yifeng setting up a small stall, with several decks of tarot cards and a crystal ball on the blanket, and there were more girls around him than the previous 2 days, even many boys squeezed in regardless of their shame. In addition to Yifeng, some quick-minded people also took advantage of the palm reading last time, so this time when they saw that Yifeng had come up with a new divination method, these people were naturally unwilling to let it go. But this time they were disappointed, because tarot card divination is not the same as palm reading. If you want to use this set of tools for divination, you must first understand what each tarot card represents, and you must also be able to flexibly adjust according to each card. Come up with a reasonable and convincing argument. After all, many people in the West know about tarot cards. Of course, this is nothing to Yifeng, but it is a little difficult for others. What's more important is that in addition to tarot cards, Yifeng also occasionally adds zodiac signs and so on, so when he saw Yifeng coming, the fortune-telling girl talked about how jealous they were. Of course, what they are most jealous of and want to learn the most is the massage that Yifeng showed a little bit before. Just a little bit of these old perverts will understand that this thing is a magic skill. It is a pity that Yifeng was killed before he could even show it. Zhang Chu, who arrived, interrupted. But they were destined to never learn, because just when Yifeng handed over the tarot cards to a girl to draw one, Dumbledore walked behind him. Yifeng, come to the office with me. Half an hour later, Yifeng returned to the classroom without much interest because Dumbledore repeatedly told him not to make trouble during this period. In addition, he also asked him to move the free-range giant. The rooster was locked up and sent to Hagrid, who kept it for a few days. Because of the presence of the big rooster, Voldemort and the basilisk did not dare to go out. Yes, because the big rooster that Yifeng raised was irrelevant. In addition, Xiao Weiwei might have gotten tired of taking the elixirs. Some of the elixirs that did not suit her taste were thrown to the big rooster. As a result, the big rooster not only became more majestic, but also had a routine similar to that of little Weiwei. As we all know, owls sleep during the day and only come out at night. Although Xiao Weiwei was fed so many elixirs by Yifeng, he is no longer the same as an ordinary owl, but he still maintains some habits. He likes to go out for a walk at night. He came back to sleep after a lap, and as the younger brother, the big cock naturally couldn't lag behind. Therefore, when a certain Voldemort, who was determined to rule the wizarding world, released a basilisk one day and planned to let the basilisk kill 2 half-blood wizards, a large colorful rooster silently followed a little kid and frightened them. Half dead, especially the basilisk, it took him almost 3 days to recover and dare to go out again. But I don't know whether they chose the wrong time or were unlucky. This time they came out and didn't find the half-blood wizard, but they bumped into little Weiwei and his follower Big Rooster. Then, Dumbledore asked Yifeng locked up the big rooster and sent it to Hagrid to raise it for a few days. Forget it, Christmas seems to be coming soon. Let's let Voldemort enjoy the holiday in peace first. I'll go prepare this year's Christmas gifts first. Wait, it seems that the winter solstice will be here in 2 days. How about we pass the winter solstice first? While muttering, Yifeng thought of the glutinous rice balls that his mother made for them every winter solstice, which can be used to smash the rhubarb. Gulu, how about forget it? At this time, a certain dog named Dawang who was keeping watch on the other side of the ocean couldn't help but sneeze. Hacho, it's not even the winter solstice yet, but it's so cold and it's so cold. You'd better go back to the nest quickly. If you don't go back, you'll freeze like a dog. 2 days later, the Gryffindor common room. Hermione, Yifeng, what is this round thing? Is this thing really delicious? Luna, this thing is called glutinous rice balls. In China, it entrusts the beautiful vision of reunion. And it can be filled with various fillings. You can choose the fillings you like and put them in the soup. Then boil them. It tastes delicious. Ronald, can I put anything? Then I'll put a chicken drumstick in it, preferably salt-baked, so it's chewy. Everyone. Ronald easily killed this conversation. After he finished speaking, he glanced at the glutinous rice balls wrapped by Yifeng, thought about the chicken drumsticks he usually ate and fell into silence, but he was the kind of person who was willing to easily someone who gives up. Definitely not, so. Look, my salt-baked chicken legs and glutinous rice balls are ready. Just a few minutes later, Ronald shouted excitedly, and when everyone turned their attention, they were immediately petrified, because at this moment Ronald was holding a Glutinous rice ball, that's a little bigger than Hagrid's fist. Ronald, this is not called glutinous rice balls, it's called dough stuffed with chicken legs, and it's also a big dough. After a long silence, Hermione finally broke the silence, but Ronald firmly believed that what he made was glutinous rice balls, but this glutinous rice ball's just a little big. Yi Feng. It's really only about 100 million dots, and only one can fill a pot. In the end, Ronald insisted that his dumplings were glutinous rice balls and did not want to be roux-wrapped. Yi Feng and the others also respected Ronald's choice, so they prepared another pot for him to cook by himself. When Yi Feng and the others had wrapped them, they were almost done. Dumbledore and Grindelwald came smelling it. Yi Feng. Katakana middle dot underscore katakana middle dot. Are you a dog? With this nose, we have already closed the doors and windows, but you can still find it so quickly by smelling it. Dumbledore didn't care when he heard Yi Feng's sarcastic words. He asked Greenwald to sit down and said, "Thank you for the compliment, but the main reason is that the girl's craftsmanship is good enough. The obstacles remain unstoppable. Zhongchu, Ginny and other girls, Omega. Principal Dumbledore, Professor Greenwald, please sit down first. The glutinous rice balls will be cooked soon." Just one word from Dumbledore put smiles on the faces of Zhongchu and the other girls. As for Yi Feng, although he didn't like these two uninvited guests very much, he couldn't drive them away, so he could only recognize them by pinching his nose. But what surprised Yi Feng a little was that within 3 minutes, Dumbledore and Greenwald arrived, and Professor McGonagall and Snape also arrived. "Oh, I didn't expect that Principal Dumbledore and Professor Greenwald are here. It seems that you have also received an invitation, but also, with your relationship, how could Mr. Yi Feng not invite you over to eat glutinous rice balls?" Dumbledore, you. Are all invited. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Snape looked at Dumbledore with a strange expression and said, "Yes, Headmaster Dumbledore, didn't you receive the invitation?" See. The sound of an arrow piercing the heart rang out from Dumbledore's heart. After listening to Snape's words, Dumbledore had the urge to cover his chest. At this moment, a person who least expected Dumbledore struck him with a fatal blow. Greenwald. "Huh, Albus, didn't you receive the invitation? I thought you came with you after receiving the invitation from little Guy Yi." Dumbledore. As the saying goes, the most powerful knife always comes from the person closest to you. Greenwald's knife directly pierced Dumbledore's heart. Yi Feng looked at the scene in front of him and was so happy to eat melon. As for the invitation, yes, naturally there is no such thing. The winter solstice is not a wedding banquet, so there is no invitation or anything like that. However, he did ask Harry and the others to invite Professor McGonagall and the others to eat glutinous rice balls. Judging from the current situation, something went wrong in the process. A bit unexpected. Maybe Harry and the others thought Yi Feng was acquainted with Dumbledore and told them, or maybe the person who went to invite saw Grindelwald, so he notified Grindelwald and came back without telling Dumbledore. After all, he was at school. Everyone knows that whenever they see Principal Dumbledore, Professor Greenwald must be nearby, and vice versa. As for why Greenwald didn't tell Dumbledore, Yi Feng didn't know. On the contrary, he was quite happy eating the melon. Seeing Dumbledore's deeply shocked expression, Yi Feng was so happy that even Snape couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly. In the end, Professor McGonagall couldn't stand it anymore. "Albus, you don't have to be sad. We didn't actually receive an invitation. It was Harry who came to tell us that there would be rice dumplings to eat today and asked us to come to the Gryffindor common room at this time. And Harry said that they also rule you, so he will come here." Dumbledore, underscore, you mean, I am also among the people invited? At this time, Harry finally came to his senses and said quickly, "Yes, Principal Dumbledore, I thought Professor Greenwald would tell you, so I didn't ask you to tell you in person." Dumbledore, Grindelwald, Mr. Greenwald, can you explain to me what is going on? Greenwald, ahem, didn't I tell you? Maybe I was too busy and forgot about it, but didn't I bring you here already? Come on, this dumpling should be floating. It's cooked, eat it while it's hot. As he spoke, Greenwald picked up the bowl and the spoon to serve the dumplings. Seeing the steaming, round and tempting glutinous rice balls coming out of the pot, Dumbledore didn't care so much anymore. After all, he loved sweets, so he couldn't help smelling the sweet smell in the air. As a result, Green Ward handed over the glutinous rice balls. He picked up a glutinous rice ball with a spoon and blew on it before putting it into his mouth, regardless of how hot it was. Just when Dumbledore felt he was about to put the glutinous rice balls into his mouth, Yi Feng finally spoke. "Ah, I suddenly remembered that when I was making glutinous rice balls, I prepared some little surprises, such as completely washed golden gallons, spiritual stones, and peppers that are so spicy that they can make people spit fire, and they are so bitter that they can make people wrinkle their faces. Bitter melon, and earwax-flavored magic beans." Dumbledore. Harry. Yi Feng, are you kidding? Yi Feng. No, I really packed it in. After Yi Feng finished speaking, Luna took over the words excitedly. I can testify, because I saw with my own eyes that Yi Feng put a magic bean into a glutinous rice ball, but I think it might not be possible to eat one, so I helped add 2 more. Everyone. Are you the devil? With just 2 sentences, what was supposed to be a scene of happily eating glutinous rice balls turned into a test of courage. Before others tried out the thunder, no one dared to feast, and they had to watch carefully while tasting. Watch and listen in all directions to see if someone has already stepped on the thunder. Ah! Suddenly, Harry, who was silently tasting the glutinous rice balls, screamed, and then others saw him desperately looking for water. While looking for water, his fair little face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and as his face turned red, sweat broke out from his forehead. Oh, it seems that I have eaten chili-flavored glutinous rice balls. I'm lucky. This means everything will be prosperous in the future. While speaking, Yi Feng silently put the glutinous rice balls that he had taken a small bite back into the bowl inside, and then silently picked up the bowl of Hermione sitting next to him and took a sip of the sugar water inside. Hermione. Katakana middle dot underscore katakana middle dot. Their relationship is quite good. Although they are not boyfriend and girlfriend, they are closer than ordinary classmates. So Hermione has no objection to Yi Feng drinking the sugar water from her bowl. She is just curious about why Yi Feng does it. Suddenly doing this kind of thing in such a crowded place. But she soon knew, because after Yi Feng drank the sugar water in her bowl, she picked up Zhongchu's bowl opposite her and did the same operation, and when Luna thoughtfully put her bowl when he handed it over, Yi Feng took it directly without any politeness. After finishing the sugar water in Luna's bowl, Yi Feng sat up straight, but when Ginny blushed and pushed her bowl over, although Yi Feng hesitated for a second, he pursed his lips and finally remained silent. He took the bowl away. At the beginning, everyone else's attention was on Harry, who was looking for water and his face was red from the heat, so they didn't notice what was going on here. However, Dumbledore had always paid attention to Yi Feng, so when Luna took the initiative to Yi Feng noticed it when he handed the bowl to Yi Feng. At first, Dumbledore was just a little confused, thinking that Yi Feng might like to drink sugar water, because he didn't see the scene where Yi Feng picked up Hermione and Zhongchu's bowl, but when he saw Yi Feng picking up Ginny's bowl, he had some guesses, and when Yi Feng put down Ginny's bowl and silently picked up Hermione's bowl and went to the dumpling pot, Dumbledore confirmed his guess. Classmate Yi Feng, couldn't you have been tricked? Yi Feng, who was cooking glutinous rice balls with sugar water, froze when he heard Dumbledore's words, but quickly returned to normal and said, "How is that possible? I just prefer drinking sugar water." Dumbledore. Oh, really? I don't believe it. Ring and equal lower half circle ring and equal. Dumbledore's words successfully attracted the attention of others. Even Harry, whose ears started to smoke, couldn't help but turn his head. But how could Yi Feng admit it? So he directly filled Hermione's bowl with a full bowl of sugar water, and drank most of it in one gulp. Believe it or not, after saying this, Yi Feng picked up the bowl again and drank the remaining half of the bowl of sugar water, then filled a full bowl before walking back slowly. Since you said you like drinking sugar water, why do you choose to use Hermione's bowl instead of eating more than half of the bowl of sugar water and glutinous rice balls in your bowl? So, at this point, Dumbledore stretched out his hand to push his eyes and lowered his head slightly, then suddenly raised his head and looked at Yi Feng. The scheming frog keeps touching your belly. Yi Feng, you've eaten bitter glutinous rice balls, right? It's just a joke, I don't like to squirt. Dumbledore. Dida. Yi Feng, who was pointed out by Dumbledore, couldn't bear it anymore. His originally calm and indifferent face instantly wrinkled, because Dumbledore guessed correctly. he had indeed been tricked, and the crying dumpling that was so painful that it could make people cry was quiet at the moment. It was lying in his bowl, and he had already taken a small bite. Although it was just a small sip, he had to say that the material he found was really good. Just a little bit of it made him, a great monk who could scare Voldemort to death with just one slap, unbearable. If this were true, he was so bored that he decided to cry today. Others. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Yi Fang's appearance, even Hermione and Luna, who were sitting next to Yi Fang, couldn't help laughing. Yi Fang's expression became even more bitter when he saw everyone else laughing. Ha ha ha, this is the legendary thing about harming others and harming yourself, right? I didn't expect you to be like this. Dumbledore was very happy when he saw Yi Fang eating, so he happily scooped up a glutinous rice ball with a spoon and stuffed it into his mouth. And then, the expression on his face froze. Yi Fang. Katakana middle dot underscore katakana middle dot. Dida. Almost instantly, Yi Fang guessed what had just happened. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the bitter taste in his mouth had faded a lot. As Yi Fang and the others watched, Dumbledore paused for a while and then chewed his mouth as if nothing had happened. The glutinous rice balls came in and he swallowed them expressionlessly. Of course, what shocked Yi Fang was that after eating the dumplings, Dumbledore nodded calmly and said, "It tastes good. Girls' mobile phones are really good." Yi Fang. Ruthless, cruel people. Yi Fang had to admit that in terms of ruthlessness, he was far inferior to Dumbledore. At least he couldn't chew and swallow the glutinous rice balls filled with 3 earwax-flavored magic beans with an expressionless expression. The spicy, bitter and earwax-flavored glutinous rice balls had already been eaten, and the next glutinous rice balls were really just a surprise, so Hermione and the others ate them boldly, but that fact proved that sometimes there is no thunder, it doesn't prove that it's really safe. Only a minute later, Ronald groaned in pain, and then Yi Fang and the others saw Ronald covering his mouth and spitting out a deformed gold galleons. With Ronald's precedent, others, especially Dumbledore and Greenwald, and the 4 professors were more careful. After all, there were spirit stone glutinous rice balls inside. Gin Gallon is at least 80% gold, so it is still relatively soft. If you really bite it hard, it will only hurt. But the spirit stone is different. They have tried that thing, and it is harder than steel. If this is if they accidentally took a bite, they would probably have to eat soft food from now on. In the end, the spirit stone dumpling was eaten by Ginny, which made her very excited, because she had already heard about the value of this thing from her brother. With this spirit stone, their family could not only become he is a rich man in the magic world, but at least he will no longer be in poverty in the future and can spend money with confidence. Of course, if Ginny could calm down and carefully recall the scene of serving glutinous rice balls, she would find that the glutinous rice balls were exactly the ones that Yi Fang deliberately put in front of her when serving them. Those glutinous rice balls that are spicy and bitter, Yi Fang did not look for them intentionally, so they were really random, but Yi Fang could still feel the rich spiritual energy contained in the spiritual stone glutinous rice balls even if he turned off all his consciousness. So Yi Fang deliberately gave it away when he arrived in front of Ginny. The reason why he did this was naturally because his family was the poorest among the girls. In the end, everyone was very satisfied with the meal of glutinous rice balls, especially Ginny and Ronald, because they gained what they were lacking most at this stage. While Yi Fang and the others were happily eating glutinous rice balls, Voldemort on the other side searched around and around. Finally, he confirmed that the big lock was really locked up. And not only was it locked up, but it was also the cry is no longer so loud, and even if you hold your breath, you can't hear it in the school. In other words, his basilisk could finally be released to cause chaos and drive Dumbledore out of Hogwarts. That's right, Voldemort's fundamental purpose in releasing the basilisk was not to kill people, but to use the basilisk to kill people to prove that Dumbledore could not protect the safety of Hogwarts, so that the directors of Hogwarts could pressure Dumbledore to leave. Voldemort knew very well that as long as Dumbledore was still in school, he might not be able to defeat Dumbledore even if he was resurrected. What's more, if Dumbledore was still in school, his attempt to revive him with the help of the diary would most likely fail. Although he is not unable to bear failure, if it can succeed, he naturally still hopes that this matter can be accomplished, not to mention the success or failure of this matter is related to whether he can avenge his shame and bring down the hateful kid and the disgusting Bian. The beast was killed, so Voldemort felt that he could never be too careful. So, when Yi Feng and the others arrived the next day, they discovered that something extremely shocking had happened at Hogwarts. More than a month later, after Mrs. Norris had been rescued by a potion prepared with mandrake, another petrified victim appeared, and this time it was no longer an animal, but a person. A non-pure blood wizard. Yi Feng still has some impression of this petrified person, because this person is from their Gryffindor Academy, and he is also Harry's little fan. He likes to take pictures with a camera all day long, and he was still holding the camera when he was petrified. Doing a pose for a photo. It was a pity that although he had raised the camera, his speed was still a little slow, and he failed to take a picture of the petrified object before he was petrified. But it doesn't matter, because the mandrake is now mature, so the preparation of the potion to remove petrification can only be completed in 2 days at most. In other words, they can learn the truth from this unlucky guy in 2 days. Of course, they actually have another way to know the truth faster, that is to find Myrtle, because the female ghost Myrtle who has been staying in the toilet is exactly that time 50 years ago, I should remember correctly, the victim of the secret room being opened. Of course, she didn't actually see the full picture of the basilisk, because when she opened the door from the toilet and came out, she looked directly at the basilisk and was immediately cold, but this was enough to deduce a lot of things. Maybe Dumbledore already knew. No, he must have known what was going on, because if Yi Feng remembered correctly, Dumbledore could understand the snake dialect, which means that he could actually understand the snake language. Yes, it's just that he doesn't know how to say it. Being able to understand snake language proves that Dumbledore can actually hear the voice of the basilisk, and Voldemort was originally kicked out of school by Dumbledore. A person who knows how to listen to snakes, and roughly guessed who was causing trouble and drove them out of Hogwarts. He didn't go to Myrtle to ask what was going on. There was only one possibility, that is he actually knows everything. Perhaps this also explains why the basilisk is obviously a cannibal in the setting, but no one is eaten in the play, and even the cat is only petrified and not eaten. So, when someone was petrified in the school, Dumbledore didn't do anything. He just asked the students to go back and told them not to leave the various lounges and wander around at night. He didn't even investigate in depth what the situation was, and did not want to squat down to arrest the murderer who petrified a student. It can be said that everything that happened in Hogwarts was under Dumbledore's control, so he didn't panic at all, and neither did Yi Feng, because he knew exactly what was going on, and in his eyes, the basilisk was, in fact, it's just a slightly larger snake. It can be said that if this was not Hermione's final exam, the basilisk would have been lured away by Harry with a stone after being blinded, and then directly stabbed to death by a child with a sword in close combat. Yi Feng would have watched more. At first glance, it may be because it is fat enough. However, Yi Feng's lack of panic did not mean that others were not panic. For example, a certain house elf who had been hiding in Hogwarts for some time was quite panicked. Dobby had tried to prevent Harry from coming to Hogwarts when school started, even though it had clearly seen the many unpleasant things Harry had suffered at their uncle's house, and even though it had seen how happy he was when Ronald came to pick Harry up, but Dobby still did it because he thought he was helping Harry. So, after failing to stop Harry from coming to Hogwarts, Dobby followed him to Hogwarts, and during the previous broomstick competition, he also tried to make Harry's broomstick go out of control, in order to force Harry to go home. Even if the consequence was that Harry might have sent it directly. Yes, what Dobby did was just to force Harry to go home, and keep Harry away from the dangerous place of Hogwarts. As for what methods he used in this process, and how serious the consequences these methods would lead to, Harry whether or not he would be happy after going home, was not Dobby's concern. From Dobby's point of view, he is indeed saving Harry, because in his consciousness Hogwarts is a very dangerous place, because as long as he stays in Hogwarts, he will definitely be killed. Voldemort was watching, so he had to get Harry out of this dangerous place. So, after discovering that another person in Hogwarts had been petrified, Dobby became anxious because he knew it must be Voldemort who was behind this, so he directly found Harry. He felt that he could no longer force Harry to go home by any other means. He had to go directly to Harry and tell him the reason why he did this. Then he succeeded in finding the wrong dormitory. Following the sound of a snap of fingers, a decorative, one-handed sword from the bookshelf quietly flew up, and then went straight towards the sleeping figure lying on the bed with a hiss. Boom! When the sword was still half a meter away from the person on the bed, an extremely sharp momentum exploded. In almost an instant, the bladed one-handed sword with infinite murderous intent turned into flying ashes quietly dissipated, and Dobby, the instigator of this incident, was frightened. When Dobby was frightened by the terrifying momentum, the real owner who was lying on the bed opened his eyes in a daze, but because he hadn't woken up yet, he couldn't open his eyes for a while, so he rubbed them again. Rubbing his eyes, when the real owner on the bed opened his eyes, the terrifying aura quietly dissipated. Yi Feng, will it be dawn so soon? At the same time, Dumbledore on the other side felt the terrifying aura and was so frightened that he jumped up in his sleep. What happened? Was there an earthquake? Facts have proved that when an aura is strong enough to a certain extent, it can cause shocks. For example, right now, Yi Feng's fleeting aura almost collapsed Hogwarts, and the initiator, Dobby, was frightened. Yi Feng. Katakana middle dot underscore katakana middle dot. Looking at the dark night sky outside the window, and then looking at Dobby frozen in place, Yi Feng's mind was filled with questions, because he didn't understand why there was such an ugly thing in his dormitory when he woke up. It's not that Yi Feng despises house elves as a species, but that they look really ugly from a human aesthetic point of view. Not only are they short and bald, their skin is wrinkled, and their clothes are in tatters. He looks even more uglier than a beggar. Therefore, Yi Feng, who had just woken up and was still a little dazed, was directly frightened by an elf. What a ghost. Dobby, are you polite? Although my appearance is indeed a bit in line with human aesthetics, can you be less exaggerated? Regarding Dobby's doubts, Yi Feng said, Hey, why is this evildoer pretending to be a ghost here and he can't show his true colors soon? The mighty heavenly dragon, the great Luo staff, the Prajnaparamita. Following Yi Feng's roar, the soft and fluffy velvet quilt flew from the bed into the air, and Dobby was stunned to see several golden talismans attached to his body. Burst. Boom. A huge explosion sounded, and the door of Yi Feng's dormitory was blown away. Naturally, the small figure flew out as well. At this moment, Yi Feng, who had done all this, was still a little confused. Because most of this series of actions are based on instinct, the subconscious instinct of being ugly as soon as you wake up. Of course, it was instinctive, but he still had some clear consciousness. Otherwise, what was affixed to Dobby's body would not be a few lowly talismans drawn on ordinary yellow paper, but the talisman around his waist that others had always regarded as the flying sword of the jewelry is gone. Don't look at the small sword that looks very much like a delicate jewelry. Zhongchu and Hermione even played with it and took it back, but that thing is a serious fairy sword. According to the system, as long as it can be used to the best of its ability. With the power of one, the incandescent lamp, hanging in the sky during the day can be cut off at will. Just now, when Dobby used magic to control the one-handed sword on the wall and wanted to hit Yi Feng, he did not have killing intent in his heart. In addition, the power of the sword could not break Yi Feng's body, protecting immortality. Anger, otherwise Hogwarts would have been in ruins by this time. It was precisely because he did not realize that Dobby had murderous intentions. Although Yi Feng was so ugly, he still retained a sense of clarity in his half-dream and did not kill him. He just taught the other party a lesson. After all, in his subconscious, except for a certain Voldemort who was caught twice by him with a net bag, the rest of the Waz basically wouldn't really harm him. There was no need to kill him, just beat him half-disabled. So, after Dobby was blown away, several more talismans flew out. At the same time as Yi Feng threw out a few more talismans, Dumbledore, who had been completely awakened by the explosion, was rushing as fast as possible. The reason is very simple, because he heard that the explosion came from Gryffindor Tower, which is the dormitory where Yi Feng and the others live. Of course, the reason why Dumbledore rushed over as quickly as possible was not because he was worried about Yi Feng's safety, but because he was worried that with this kind of movement, if he rushed over any later, Gryffindor's lounge would be turned into ruins. The snap of fingers sounded, and the talisman thrown by Yi Feng was frozen in midair. This made Yi Feng, who was fully awake, flash a look of surprise on his face. Hey, you still dare to resist? In that case, gee. Following Yi Feng's scream, Yi Feng's suitcase suddenly opened in the dormitory, and then the sky full of talismans flew out. This scene made Dobby, who was already frightened, open his already big eyes even wider, and then a little without hesitation, he turned around and ran away. Although their house elves do have magical talents, and because of their talents, they do not need wands and formulas to cast spells very quickly, and can use this to freeze the talisman randomly thrown by Yifeng, but this does not mean that they being able to hold the talisman that was obviously different from before was not thrown but sacrificed. There is a difference between throwing the talisman paper and offering it. Throwing it out means throwing the activated talisman purely by skill. In fact, only the power of the talisman itself plays a role. There is no additional power added by the user, so the power of the talisman is the same as when it is made, and the power is the same after it is thrown out, and it cannot be accurately tracked. But sacrificing it is completely different. The user injects his own power into the talisman to control the talisman. Although the consumption will be greater, the advantage is that the power will be greater and it can be controlled at any time. Although Dobby didn't know the mystery, he could feel that the power of the two talismans flying over was obviously different, so he turned around and ran away without any hesitation. Not only did he run away, he also became invisible. If it were other Hogwarts students, Dobby's invisibility trick might have been miraculous and allowed him to escape, but unfortunately it was Yifeng who he woke up. Yifeng could easily find out where Dobby was by simply identifying his location by listening to sounds and feeling the subtle flow of the air with his sixth senses. It could be said that this kind of thing just makes people disappear in people's eyes. The invisibility has no effect on Yifeng. So, Dobby, who had just become invisible and had not breathed a sigh of relief, found that the talismans all over the sky were still flying towards him, which made him run faster. It was at this time that Yifeng finally recalled that in the original play it seemed Harry had such a house elf, and it was a million times like the one in front of him. This thing can't be the crazy 9 3/4 station entrance at the beginning of school. In the play, it first made the dodgeball go out of control and chased Harry, and then made Harry's broomstick go out of control and almost killed Harry, right? Dobby. That's right, it's down there. Yifeng, who realized what this thing was, quickly figured out what happened to the previous sword. It must be this heartless house elf who used his own method to protect Harry, and wanted to make Harry a means of getting home. As for why he didn't go, Harry came to the dormitory where he lived inexplicably. With his intelligence, Yifeng felt that he didn't need to think too much, he must have found the wrong dormitory. To be honest, Yifeng really doesn't like him because of what he did in the first 2 movies. Even if he does do it for Harry, it's like a parent's, I'm doing this for your own good, and, what do you know? It'll be fine when you grow up. It was even more terrifying, because Dobby was really deadly. Therefore, after discovering that this house elf might be Dobby, Yifeng thought and made the talisman fly faster. Boom boom boom. Violent explosions sounded one after another, which made Dumbledore run faster. The soles of his shoes were almost smoking. Finally, Yifeng arrived before Yifeng completely demolished the Gryffindor common room. At the same time as Dumbledore arrived, Dobby's eyes lit up and he ran directly behind Dumbledore. When Dobby ran behind Dumbledore, Yifeng's eyes lit up, and then the dozens of talismans seemed to be out of control and headed straight for Dumbledore at a faster speed. Yifeng. Dobby, I forgive you for Harry. Dumbledore. Thanks for watching, please like and subscribe. Chapter 101. Iron Armor Protection. Protect them all. King Kong is indestructible. Boom, 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 squeak, swish. Various sounds such as explosions, thunder, and rainstorms were mixed together to completely wake up the entire Hogwarts, and the corridors and stairs that had withstood more than half of the power of these talismans directly exploded into fragments all over the place. Greenwald and Snape, who came after hearing the news, did not dare to approach at will. Mr. Yifeng, what happened? What are you attacking? Yifeng's eyes lit up when he heard Professor McGonagall's words and he shouted loudly, Professor McGonagall, I was suddenly attacked while I was sleeping. If I hadn't put the billion points amulet on the bed, I might have turned into a ghost. Now that the attacker has been caught by me and can't escape, Professor, you attack him quickly and take him down. Professor McGonagall and others were shocked when they heard that Yifeng was actually attacked in his sleep. However, when they heard Yifeng's words, they quickly breathed a sigh of relief and silently paid tribute to the attacker for a second. Yifeng is the supplier of talismans to the entire Hogwarts. If one day someone tells them that Yi Feng used the talismans he hoarded to blow up Hogwarts to the sky, they will not be surprised at all. Because they knew very well that Yi Feng's 1 point was actually 100 million points. Although the school can no longer sell large quantities of talismans, a talisman specialty store called Fuduoduo quietly opened in Diagon Alley at some time. This shop does not have many high-quality talismans, but they look like talismans made of ordinary yellow paper. That's called a large quantity, and the management is full. For example, the more commonly used blasting symbols are calculated in tons in the warehouse. So when Yi Feng asked them to take action, they were a little confused. After all, with the amount of Yi Feng's talisman reserves, they didn't necessarily dare to say that they could definitely defeat Yi Feng who only used talismans. Of course, this was the case and they did see the figure in the fire, and if they continued to let Yi Feng blow up, Hogwarts would have to be renovated, so they took action one after another. Expelliarmus. All petrified. The divine edge is shadowless. Heartbreaking and bone-cutting. Dumbledore. Grindelwald. Yi Feng. Others. Why, I seem to hear Professor Dumbledore's voice. Yi Feng. How is it possible? You must have heard wrong. How could Professor Dumbledore attack me in the middle of the night when he loves me so much? So don't stop, use all your strength to defeat this attacker. Greenwald. Not. Others may still be a little skeptical, but Greenwald is convinced that the voice just now is definitely Dumbledore's. As for why Dumbledore was attacked by Yi Feng with a talisman and was actually trapped without using movement magic such as phantom movement to escape, he is not sure. However, Greenwald, who may know Yi Feng better than Dumbledore in the academy, knows one thing very well, that is, Dumbledore has definitely been tricked, and he is sure that Yi Feng has already thought of an excuse, otherwise he would never be like this. Use the talisman to fry Dumbledore's. The reason Greenwald dares to be so sure is that besides Dumbledore's roar, there is another point, that is, until now, the talisman used by Yi Feng is still the lowest level, and the least valuable is the talisman produced in batches using magic to control quills. I haven't seen one of the expensive and more powerful ones. If the truth inside was the attacker who almost made him dog lead, then Yi Feng would never attack with only these talismans that may seem scary, but in fact can be protected as long as the armored guard is better trained, but a more advanced talisman that can break through the armor guard. Therefore, after synthesizing all kinds of information, Greenwald came to the final answer, that is, there may really be an attacker inside, but Dumbledore was definitely inside and protected the attacker, even if he guessed correctly. That attacker was the reason why Yi Feng dared to bomb Dumbledore with the talisman. If Yi Feng knew what Greenwald was thinking, he would definitely give Greenwald a big thumbs up, because Greenwald guessed everything right. However, instead of stopping, Greenwald cast a spell. More cheerful. Of course, if you observe carefully, you will find that although Greenwald is like the god of war at this moment, 3 magics per second are like magic machine guns, but these magics released by him are actually just some small magics, not very powerful. For a being of Dumbledore's level, it would only be a little disruptive at best. However, this is enough, because there are Snape and Professor McGonagall beside him. The most important thing is that although the power of Yi Feng's lowest level talismans is not great, their power is large enough, although it cannot reach qualitative transformation level, but there is no problem in blowing up the people inside. However, Professor McGonagall and Snape were not fools. After continuing to attack for a few seconds, they realized something was wrong, because there were only a few people in the entire magical world who could withstand the siege of Yi Feng's talismans from outside, even if they did not really serious. It can be said that there are very few people in the entire magical world who meet these conditions. Coupled with the suspected Dumbledore cry they heard before and the changes in Grindelwald, they already have some suspicion that the person inside is Dumbledore. Although they didn't know what was going on, they thought it was better to stop first, so they stopped directly and asked Yi Feng to stop too. Seeing that everyone realized something was wrong, and Yi Feng was also excited about the explosion, he pretended to be very reluctant and stopped what he was doing. When everyone stopped attacking, the fire and smoke of the explosion slowly when the people inside the dissipation appeared in front of them, everyone looked at each other because the people inside were a bit beyond their expectations. It seems. Not Dumbledore. Yi Feng. Greenwald. At this moment, the elves standing on the only floor that was still safe were all mortified, especially that person. Not only was the hat on his head blown off, his fluffy black hair was partly burnt, but the hair on his body was also scorched. The clothes were also in tatters, and a small piece of his slightly muscular chest was exposed. Dumbledore, I'll deal with you later. When he said this, Dumbledore glanced at Yifeng first and then his eyes fell on Grindelwald. Not only was the latter not timid at all, he also raised his eyebrows. This made the students realize that the battle was over, and Dumbledore, who was surrounding him, quickly pulled Dobby, whose eyes were completely dull, to disapparate away. It was a joy to see Dumbledore leave Yifeng in embarrassment. As for Dobby, the moment he hid behind Dumbledore, Yifeng had already forgiven him and forgave Harry for his previous recklessness, so he didn't actually do it after that. He was not targeting Dobby, otherwise his little strength would have been exhausted even with Dumbledore protecting him. To be honest, judging from what he is doing at this stage, Yifeng really doesn't like this house elf. Although he had good intentions, he did do bad things with good intentions and caused huge trouble to Harry, and he didn't consider Harry's thoughts at all. From another perspective, he was actually moving himself, being completely self-centered, not caring about Harry's feelings at all, and imposing his will on others. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, Dobby was doing his best to help Harry, but from Harry's perspective, this was someone who was completely ignoring his feelings, imposing his will on him, and using extreme measures to a villain who uses tricks to force him into submission. Of course, maybe Harry didn't think so, but Yifeng did think so. Maybe this is related to the fact that he majored in immortality instead of magic. After all, what cultivating immortality pursues is freedom and freedom. They don't like to put their own. If you impose your will on others, you naturally don't like others to have your will imposed on them. It was also because of this that when he found out that the person who attacked him was Dobby, he did not stop but went straight to it and gave him a solid lesson. As for explaining the situation and telling him that Harry was not in danger, he made Dobby give up. Yifeng, who continued to use extreme measures to force Harry to leave Hogwarts, said that a beating would have quick results. And now, the beating is over, and Dumbledore has to teach and explain the rest. All he has to do is wait for the show to begin. The only pity is that there is no watermelon now, otherwise he will definitely move out of his small house. Melon seeds, peanuts, watermelon and happy water were placed on the table while enjoying snacks. But before the fun begins, he has one more thing to do, and that is to prepare the annual Christmas gifts, and the gifts he will prepare this year may be 100 million points, more than in previous years, because except for Harry and Zhongchu, no one else, the Junior Senior and Junior Junior, also prepared a Christmas gift for him. So, when Christmas was about to go on holiday 2 or 3 days away, others were jealous because Yifeng received at least 3 gifts every day, but they didn't know that Yifeng was actually very distressed. Since he can't just accept a gift without giving it back, he is now worried about what kind of gift he should give in return. Originally, Yifeng planned to give the same kind of gift to everyone except Hermione and those who had a good relationship with them, but he gave up the idea after opening those gifts. Some of these gifts are more precious, some are relatively cheap but are made by others, and some are only slightly more expensive than ordinary gifts, but it can be clearly seen that they are mass-produced products bought from the store, and the person giving the gifts is obviously it's the kind of thing that you can try out if you have dates or not, so it's a bit awkward to give them all the same kind of gifts. In the end, Yifeng thought for a while and picked out all the ones that were obviously Yu Zhao Mo Zhao Dai Ji Yu. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't give these people any gifts in return, but that these people all gave the same kind of gift, and he just gave it to them. A skin beautifying elixir that has only been made once. As a person from the 21st century, Yifeng knows very well that there are 3 types of people who can earn the best money, and these 3 types of people are the elderly, children and women, and among these 3 types of people, women's money is the most important. It's the least no-brainer. For the elderly, you may want to think of a way to package it and tell them that these things are good for maintaining the body, so that they can believe that after using these things, they can go back to the age of 18 without soreness in the waist or legs. The same goes for children. You need to convince parents that their children will become better than other children by using these things, so that they will obediently pay for them. But women are different. You only need to tell them that using this product can beautify and nourish their skin. It can make their skin white, supple and smooth, make their figure better, and make them more beautiful. Then not only will they empty their own wallets, but they will also empty their boyfriend's spare tire wallet. So after Yifeng discovered that the blood of unicorns can replace the juice of moonlight grass to refine the skin beautifying elixir, he immediately tried to make it. As a result, the effect of unicorn blood was quite good, and he succeeded in one try and made it. He bought more than 300 pills, which made Yifeng think that he could make some pounds or something to change his life during the holidays. There is no shortage of Jinjiang now, but Zhongchu's family is not actually rich, and his family does not have much money, so when the furnace pill came out, Yifeng used exquisite jade bottles and gift boxes to package 3 pills in sets. After finishing it, I sent it back to Zhongchu's parents to help sell it, and it was said to be an ancient beauty remedy. Facts have proved that Yifeng underestimated the effect of this beauty pill in women's determination to pursue beauty. In just over 3 weeks, hundreds of beauty pills were sold out, and Zhongchu's family also became a legend throughout the UK because they created a week-long beauty pill. Become a multi-millionaire legend. Now the bunch of gifts from these seniors made Yifeng successfully remember this incident, and also think of the dozen or 20 skin beautifying pills that he threw away without knowing where. Of course, if you have skin beautifying pills, there will naturally be better pills, such as beauty pills, beauty preserving pills, etc., but these pills are a bit more advanced, so Yifeng doesn't have many in his hands, such as beauty pills, so these are a return gift for those whose gifts are more precious or made by hand. As for Hermione and the others, Yifeng had already prepared a complete set for them, and this complete set was marrow cleansing pill, bone replacement pill, chi and blood pill, and beauty pill. Such a set would not only remove the toxins accumulated in their bodies, but also all of them can be completely eliminated and transformed, and their chi and blood can be replenished in time to improve their physical fitness. Of course, they must also try their best to maintain their bodies at their peak condition after being reborn. It can be said that Yifeng also put a lot of thought into returning the gift. But, sometimes there is a big gap between what you think and reality, especially when you want to surprise the other person without telling them the effect of these things. So, when Yifeng gave away all the gifts from others and took the remaining 4 gifts to find Zhongchu and the 4 of them who had gathered together, they were immediately disliked because of the set of pills that Yifeng gave them. The medicine comes directly in the shape of an ordinary white porcelain bottle with 1234 written on it. Looking at the 4 people who took the porcelain bottle with disgust on their faces, Yifeng was a little suspicious of life. In the end, Hermione felt more sorry for him. Seeing the confusion on his face, she stood up and gave him a hug, and leaned into his arms. She almost bit his ear and whispered, "Feng, compared to these precious elixirs, the gift girls expect to receive at Christmas is actually roses." After saying this, Hermione let go of Yifeng, took a step back and said with a smile, "Although it is not the gift I want most, I think this gift is definitely suitable for us and very precious, so classmate Yifeng, thank you, I love so much." Seeing that Yifeng still looked confused, Hermione, the 4 of them burst into laughter. "He's such an idiot who doesn't understand anything, but this makes him even cuter and makes us like him even more. A man in 2 lifetimes, a single in 2 lifetimes. I have to say that Yifeng is both lucky and miserable. Fortunately, he had an opportunity that ordinary people could never imagine. Not only did he travel to other worlds, but he also obtained a system. Unfortunately, he had lived a total of more than 30 years in his 2 lives and was still single. Because he had no experience in getting along with girls, Yifeng didn't understand why Hermione and the others were like this, so after giving out the gifts and getting 4 hugs in return, Yifeng went back humming a little tune carelessly. He still has one important thing to do. As for the relationship between men and women, how could this thing be as important to Yifeng as playing it? And he firmly believes that with his strength and beauty, he will never be single in this life. Girls of Hogwarts. Ah, yes, you will never be single. You can make a rose cake from the roses given by the beautiful senior sister with a blushing face, and praise the quality of the roses, which is perfect for the cake maker. How is it possible to be single? Today is a good day. In the dormitory, Yifeng was holding a brush and swiping freely. It didn't take long for a piece of calligraphy with elegant and handsome handwriting to be completed. However, Yifeng did not stop, but put the completed calligraphy treasure aside. I continued to swipe it while it was drying, and it was not until evening that I was satisfied and stopped. It's finally done. I'll give everyone who stays in school a huge surprise tomorrow. Yes, Yifeng and Zhongchu both stayed in school during the Christmas holiday this year. The reason is very simple. Harry didn't want to go back to the home that made him depressed. As for Ronald and Ginny, their parents had gone shopping because they had money. They said they wanted to completely renovate their house and buy some new furniture and so on. So his house can no longer accommodate anyone, and they can only stay in school. Hermione was even simpler. She stayed because all her friends were staying at school and wanted to experience what it was like to spend Christmas at school with her friends, so she stayed. As for Yifeng and Zhongchu, their reasons for staying in school are actually quite speechless. Before, Yifeng made a pot of skin beautifying pills, which made Zhongchu and Yifeng's family instantly rich. Then, they met to travel around the world. Yes, you read that right. Zhongchu's parents and Yifeng's parents we agreed to travel around the world together, using Yifeng's money. Yifeng's head was buzzing when he heard the news, but thinking that there seems to be nothing interesting in the Muggle world in this era, it made Yifeng feel a lot better. Otherwise, his parents would go out to play during the holidays, but he would still be, Guan, can't have fun in school, and it's his own money, how uncomfortable that is. It was precisely because of this that Yifeng came up with a brilliant idea in order to find something to do for himself. So, when Dumbledore, who was woken up by Yifeng the next day, walked out of the residence after breakfast, he always felt that something was wrong. But, although he could feel something was wrong along the way, Dumbledore couldn't tell what was wrong for a while, until he came to the restaurant and saw the two huge red portraits on the door of the restaurant, and black text on a red background on both sides of the door. Seeing the huge portrait and text on the restaurant, Dumbledore finally remembered what was wrong. He walked all the way starting from his door. As long as there was a door along the way, there was a banner with black characters on a red background on the front of the door. Some similar to courtyard gates, auditorium doors, etc., not only the front door, but also both sides of the door. Yes, there will even be two red background portraits on the door. While recalling the scenes he had seen along the way, Dumbledore also discovered something extremely outrageous, that is, the magical portraits that were originally hanging on the walls in the school seemed to have turned into red backgrounds. Yifeng. No need to ask, no need to think, there is only one person in the entire Hogwarts who can do this, and has the ability to do this, and there is no doubt that this person is Yifeng. Yifeng, who was sitting next to Zhongchu, heard Dumbledore's voice and stretched his neck to look in the direction of Dumbledore and raised the wine glass in his hand. Here are you, Principal Dumbledore. Do you want a drink? The home-brewed liqueur is as sweet as a drink and has almost no alcohol content. You won't get drunk no matter how you drink it. Dumbledore. Really, you can actually make wine. Then come. No, what was I thinking? I almost let this one get through again. Don't talk about this yet. Tell me, what exactly is this? Yifeng. So Dumbledore, what you want to ask is this. This is called the Door God. The ones on both sides of the door are called Spring Festival couplets. They are things posted on the day before the Spring Festival, the largest traditional festival in China. It means saying goodbye to the old and welcoming the new. Of course, it also wards off evil spirits to ensure safety and increase the festival. The role of atmosphere. Oh, by the way, do you want some sweet wine? Opening parenthesis. Dumbledore. Pour me a drink, thank you. Dumbledore. Are you done with this kid? But it seems that the liqueur is really good. Harry and the others have already drank it and seem to like it. They seem to want to try it. Dumbledore took a long breath to calm down, and then spoke again. Put aside the sweet wine thing for now. Now I ask you, why do you plaster door gods and spring festival couplets all over Hogwarts? I know that the spring festival in your country has not arrived yet. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Yifeng suddenly understood and said with a smile, hey, what did I think it was? Spring Festival can be said to be the biggest festival in our country, because it is the first day of the new year, so we usually post Spring Festival couplets on the door god the day before. Although it's not the Spring Festival yet, I'm thinking that Christmas is the biggest holiday here, and rounding it off is equivalent to the Chinese New Year, so I prepared a lot of Spring Festival couplets, door gods, and blessing characters. Although I already had them last night, I'm catching up on the work, but I've still only posted half of it. Professor Dumbledore, would you like to join me after breakfast later? Dumbledore, oh, so that's how it is. It makes sense. How weird. Table flip. Dumbledore, whose forehead was throbbing with veins at Yifeng's answer, took a few deep breaths, calmed down again, and then spoke again. Classmate Yifeng, we don't celebrate the Spring Festival in the UK, so the Spring Festival couplets are with just stop posting it, as other people may not like it. Yifeng. Katakana middle dot underscore katakana middle dot. Don't like it. No, they all think it's good and will post it with me later, right? That's right. The deafening neat answer almost made Dumbledore, who was standing at the door, do a somersault, which plunged him into deep suspicion. The classmates did not object and even found it interesting, and the school rules did not explicitly prohibit this from being done. Dumbledore had no reason to stop it, so he could only watch as Hogwarts, which was originally gray and black and relatively solemn, gradually turned into a festive place of red. At noon, Dumbledore, who was standing on the tower with Grindelwald, couldn't help but close his eyes as he looked at Hogwarts, which had turned red. What a crime. Although it is a bit ruthless, it is a fact that the law does not prohibit it, so although Dumbledore does not like it and is not willing to let Hogwarts turn red, there is no explicit prohibition in the school rules not to give Hogwarts gifts on Christmas Day. Was posted Spring Festival couplets, door gods, hung red lanterns and red silk. Therefore, when Hogwarts turned red little by little, Dumbledore couldn't bear it but could only watch. Voldemort, who was possessed by him, had already gone back to his diary to curse. These Spring Festival couplets and the door god were all made by Yifeng, and Yifeng's pen was used to draw talismans before. In other words, Yifeng used it to write the Spring Festival couplets, but the pen used to draw the door god was actually a talisman pen that contained immortal power. Writing Spring Festival couplets with talisman pens containing magical power, and drawing door gods used to guard homes and ensure safety are considered professional counterparts, so both these Spring Festival couplets and door gods contain a hint of power to exorcise evil. Although Yifeng wrote and painted them just for fun and did not intend them to have the ability to suppress and exorcise evil spirits, they were still endowed with a trace of power. Originally, this trace of power was actually very weak and would naturally dissipate in a few days, but Yifeng had too many things to write and draw. As the saying goes, quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes, so when the Spring Festival couplets were posted on the door god, Voldemort suddenly discovered his as long as the mental body leaves the diary, it is like being thrown into the fire and burned. He had no choice but to hide after trying it several times. The more the door gods and Spring Festival couplets were posted, the stronger the feeling became. As he hid in the diary later, he still felt a burning sensation. In the end, he was forced to let the person he controlled throw the diary outside the academy, which made him feel better. Of course, Voldemort was not the only one who felt this way. The ghosts in Hogwarts felt it even more strongly than they did, so they went to Dumbledore to complain. When Dumbledore heard the complaints from the ghosts, his eyes suddenly brightened. It seems I won't have to celebrate the Spring Festival this year. Although the Spring Festival is great and very lively, I still prefer Christmas. As he murmured, Dumbledore slightly raised the corners of his mouth and led the ghosts towards the busiest place in the school. Although they didn't know Yifeng was there, they didn't panic at all, because according to Dumbledore's understanding of Yifeng, usually you don't have to look for him at all if he does something like this, you just need to rush to the busiest place. That's it, Yifeng will most likely be there. Dumbledore knew Yifeng very well. When they arrived at the most lively restaurant in the school, they saw Yifeng directing the students to decorate the restaurant. When Dumbledore and the others arrived, the original long table had already been it all disappeared and turned into a round table, already covered with a red tablecloth. Dumbledore. Speed, is it so fast? The layout is almost finished. Dumbledore couldn't help being surprised when he saw the restaurant that was almost completely decorated, but he still couldn't help raising his hands and pressing them down loudly. Everyone, please stop what you are doing and be quiet. Although Yifeng's majestic image may have collapsed due to Yifeng's various tricks in the past 2 years, Dumbledore's words are still very useful, so everyone stopped their movements as soon as his words came out. Seeing everyone stop and look at him, Dumbledore nodded with satisfaction and said, "Okay, sirs and ladies, although this news may be cruel, you can stop what you are doing for now." Why, Principal Dumbledore, we just want to decorate the dining room according to our own preferences for Christmas this year. Isn't this also okay? Before Yi Feng could say anything, the seniors in the higher grades had already jumped out, because they were tired of the same Christmases of previous years, and now there were new changes and it was so interesting that they were not willing to miss it. Dumbledore, who originally felt uncomfortable seeing his Hogwarts transformed into something unfamiliar to him, and who couldn't wait to restore Hogwarts to its original state, heard this and looked at the puzzled and disappointed eyes of the students below. Dumbledore suddenly felt that he really did something wrong this time. Dumbledore is not the kind of person who is unrepentant. On the contrary, he is willing to humbly accept and correct mistakes, so he thought about it and said directly, "Actually, I don't object to what you arranged." When he said this, Dumbledore glanced at the round table and red lanterns in the restaurant, and after he finished scanning these and the students below, he spoke again. "However, we can't hurt other people just because of our own preferences. This is wrong." Of Yi Feng. Katakana middle dot he katakana middle dot. Yi Feng was a little unhappy when he heard Dumbledore's words. After all, he just posted some spring festival couplets and door gods, and rearranged the restaurant according to the style of a Chinese restaurant to make the restaurant more New Year's. So Yi Feng directly he said, "Principal Dumbledore, we just put up some paper and decorated the dining room. It shouldn't hurt anyone else, right?" Dumbledore. "Yeah. It seems, indeed not, but you didn't hurt anyone but you hurt the ghosts." "Mr. Yi Feng, don't forget your ability. You can use some strange symbols to turn a piece of paper into a powerful magic. Now you have written similar symbols on the red paper and plastered them all over. Across campus, ghosts have nowhere to go because these posted words and paintings have hurt them." Yi Feng. Really, but I only used the most ordinary ink and paint. I didn't even add magic materials, and I didn't use any power when I was writing and drawing, so it shouldn't be. It's hard to believe that the ghost is not too weak. Can't you resist this? Everyone, the ghosts hiding outside the restaurant and eavesdropping, listen to me and say thank you, because of you." Dumbledore did not expect that Yi Feng would give such an answer, but Yi Feng's words also made Dumbledore deeply suspicious, because he believed that what Yi Feng said was true. After all, although Yi Feng likes to be a demon, he just likes to be a monster and lie to others, which is not his style. Could it be that these ghosts are really too weak to withstand the majesty and ferocity shown in the portraits? When Dumbledore was also deeply suspicious, Yi Feng walked out of the restaurant with hesitation, and then he discovered the truth. The truth is that these ghosts are indeed too weak. Of course, they cannot be blamed entirely on their weakness. It must also be blamed on Yi Feng for being lazy. The materials used to make the talisman pens are a bit too high-end, so that even the ink, paint and paper used are only the most advanced. Ordinary ones still have a hint of aura. If the mountains are not high, they will be famous if they have immortals. If the water is not deep, if there are dragons, they will be spiritual. Although Yi Feng has not yet become an immortal, he can still be regarded as an immortal cultivator. Rounding it off, he is considered an immortal, so even the door god he drew with the most ordinary paper and pen and ink still has the slightest aura. It's just that this kind of aura is really very rare. It's so rare that Yi Feng can directly ignore it if he doesn't look carefully. It's so rare that a single picture won't have any impact on the ghosts at all, so Yi Feng doesn't have it at all. Noticing this resulted in the current situation. The moment he realized this, Yi Feng thought of a way to break the situation, so he took out his talisman pen and wrote an order in the void, directly pardoning the ghosts of Hogwarts, which was equivalent to telling these door gods, "These ghosts are one of our own." These spring festival couplets and door gods were all written and painted by him, and the aura of the portraits was also because of him, so Yi Feng could still do this. Therefore, the moment the order was issued, the ghosts outside discovered that the portraits that originally looked extremely majestic and terrifying had become ordinary, and would no longer emit a faint golden light to harm them. Then, after these ghosts discovered this, they quickly sent a person. The ghosts tried it out, and after finding that nothing happened, they returned to normal and happily entered the restaurant, touching here and there, and looking at Dumbledore. Thrown aside. Seeing that the ghosts had returned to normal, Yi Feng turned back to look at the students who were still standing there at a loss and said, "Okay, the ghosts' matter has been resolved. Let's continue decorating the restaurant." "Oh, Dumbledore, Why don't you just wait and just use a pen to gesture in the air to solve the problem? Don't you want to dismantle those things? You can even just dismantle the Red Lantern. Of course, Dumbledore did not dare to say these words. After all, he was still the principal of Hogwarts, and he still wanted this face and dignity. Therefore, when he saw all the students busy again, after his hope of returning Hogwarts to its original state for a serious Christmas was dashed, he sighed slightly and left with a gloomy expression. As for Yifeng, he naturally saw Dumbledore's appearance, but just because he decorated Hogwarts into a sea of red and changed the restaurant from Western to Chinese, Dumbledore felt sad. Is this possible? If you tell me this, the dogs in Yifeng's village will probably laugh out loud. Therefore, Yifeng did not feel guilty at all, but directed everyone to work harder. Sad. Dumbledore slowly walked out for a few steps and then quietly turned back and glanced at Yifeng. When he realized that not to mention Yifeng, no one else looked at him, the principal, who was doing it under Yifeng's command. When you are more energetic, you feel angry. Do you still have the virtue of respecting the old and loving the young? Didn't you see that I, an old man, am already dejected? There is not even one person to comfort me. You are not even willing to look at me. Dumbledore, who was angry at this scene, snorted and stamped his foot, and left quickly, while Yifeng saw the corner of Dumbledore's mouth raised slightly as he left angrily. Hollow down pointing triangle. Tisk, you are a 1,000-year-old fox, what are you doing talking about? On the other side, Jinji walked to the corner outside and couldn't see Yifeng and the others at all. However, Dumbledore, who still didn't feel any movement behind him, put away the angry look on his face, sighed and murmured, "You have grown up." Surprisingly, this didn't fool them. It seems that I was quite right in bringing Yifeng back. It would be nice if this guy could stop being so noisy. Are you sure? I'm afraid you would be really worried if that little guy didn't act like a monster that day, right? After all, although this little guy acts like a monster all day long, he did make Harry, the others, and even the entire Hogwarts students' gain grow faster, even you and me are no exception. So, do you really want that little guy to settle down? As soon as Dumbledore finished speaking, a strong voice came from the side. Dumbledore didn't show any surprise when the voice suddenly appeared. It was obvious that he knew who was coming. Yes, am I really willing to give it up? But this little guy can really make a lot of noise. He can make a lot more noise than when we were young. I don't know what blessing he will bring to the wizarding world when he graduates and leaves Hogwarts. It's a disaster. See, hearing Dumbledore's words, Grindelwald laughed out loud and said, "Albus, don't put gold in our faces. Compared with this little guy, we were completely good babies when we were young, and we were still kind of stupid. What a stupid little boy. Dumbledore. I'm sorry, Lao Jie. If you know this kind of thing well, you better not say it out loud." Yifeng didn't know that he was a catfish, in the eyes of Dumbledore and the others, a catfish that made the sardines in Hogwarts dare not stop and keep moving forward. At this moment, he was directing the people in the Hogwarts kitchen. The house elves were cooking, and next to him was Dobby, who had already put on new clothes. There is only one way for house elves to gain freedom, and that is to ask their master to hand them a piece of clothing, and Dobby is a little bit special. He does not need certain clothes, as long as his master's clothes are on his body. In the original play, Harry put his socks in a book and gave it to Malfoy's father, but Malfoy's father didn't know anything about it and simply changed hands and handed the book with socks to Dobby before letting him go. Dobby is free. Now, although Dobby has not gained freedom, after experiencing the previous bombardment and Dumbledore's teachings, Yifeng is no different from his master in Dobby's eyes. Yifeng may even be his status in his heart is a little higher than that of the Malfoys and his sons. After all, he dared to fight against the Malfoys and his sons, but when facing Yifeng, he could not have such thoughts at all. Therefore, after Yifeng discovered that Dobby was also in the kitchen, he directly asked him to pass on his orders and instruct the house elves in the kitchen to cook various dishes according to his ideas, which was the legendary New Year's Eve dinner. It is said to be a New Year's Eve dinner, but in fact it is just a little more sumptuous. Some of the more famous ones such as boiled cabbage, Buddha jumps over the wall, Dongpo elbow, minced pepper fish head, white cut chicken, squirrel mandarin fish, etc. are still available. So, when night fell and everyone sat down, Dumbledore looked at the dishes placed on the round table one after another and had no complaints about Yi Feng turning Christmas into the spring festival. Originally, I thought that although Chinese food is delicious, I can basically eat it all in a year. Unexpectedly, I am shallow, and I have never eaten most of these dishes. When Dumbledore was sighing, Greenwald had already started to take action, and as soon as he started to take action, he stared at the Dompo elbow, which was so soft and glutinous that Dumbledore was already drooling before it was even served on the table. Stop it. That's my elbow. Hiccup. An hour later, Dumbledore slumped down on the chair with a face of satisfaction and no image, but he was not worried about his image at all, because not only him, but also Yi Feng had no image at this time. After all, this table the food was so fragrant and delicious that their image had already disappeared when they were grabbing the food. Yi Feng did not expect that although these house elves were ugly and cute, they were so good at craftsmanship. He just described how to process the ingredients, how to cook them and the general effect after making them, and then they actually made these dishes. It came out, and it tasted so good that he was full. Fortunately, Hogwarts is indeed not short of money, and all kinds of ingredients are quite abundant, so although these dishes are very delicious and everyone eats too much, there is still enough to eat and there are even leftovers, which makes the table look it's not that messy up there. It can be said that the entire Hogwarts, even the owls, enjoyed this meal with great enjoyment, except of course the current Dark Lord who was rejected by the door god and was blowing the cold wind outside Hogwarts. Therefore, when the aura on the gate god began to dissipate on the third day, Voldemort immediately returned to Hogwarts, and that night after his return, he asked the basilisk to destroy the greenhouse where mandrakes were planted. Voldemort knew very well that turning a Hogwarts student to stone was already the limit of what Dumbledore could bear. Once a student really died, Dumbledore would definitely track him down and find him out. This was not what Voldemort wanted to see. So he didn't really let the basilisk kill anyone, he just let it turn people into stone. Originally, his purpose was to petrify a few people first and put Hogwarts into panic without making Dumbledore really angry. Under this kind of panic, the directors of Hogwarts would think that Dumbledore could not protect the students of the school, thereby removing him, which is man's true purpose. Voldemort did not release the basilisk to kill people, his purpose was to use the basilisk to drive Dumbledore away and then resurrect him in Hogwarts without Dumbledore. However, because of someone he no longer wanted to mention, his plan had to be postponed repeatedly and the time for the mandrake to mature was also greatly reduced, so a very embarrassing situation emerged for Voldemort to give in. He only used the basilisk to petrify people at night. As a result, the people used the magic potion to remove petrification and went to breakfast the next morning. There was no panic at all. Some guys who like excitement have even discussed it. He was going on a night trip to look for a basilisk and experience what it felt like to be petrified. This made Voldemort very embarrassed. That's a basilisk, a terrifying monster that makes the magic world change its mind. But what now? This terrifying monster has almost become a thrill-seeking tool for the disgusting mudblood from the academy he hates the most. Therefore, in order to prevent this matter from becoming a reality, Voldemort immediately asked the basilisk to destroy the mandrake planting shed. Without the support of mandrake, these guys would never dare to be like this. Unscrupulous. But the next night, hey Della, do you think we can meet that monster that can turn people to stone tonight? I don't know, but there should be a high probability of encountering it. After all, it came out last night and destroyed the mandrake growing shed, so the chance of it coming out tonight is very high. That's great. I've been preparing for this day for a long time. I sacrificed a lot for these 10 protective talismans, and I almost lost my innocence. Just be content. I have been doing chores for the seniors for a month just to stock up on these 2 sets of attack talismans. But as long as we can catch that basilisk or even injure it and collect the materials from it, then it's all worth it. Voldemort. N. Airy summation, backquote. Voldemort, who was hiding in the dark, was immediately stunned when he heard this conversation. He never imagined that these 2 first-year students would be so bold as to come to capture his basilisk. That is a basilisk. It will be petrified even if you just look at it through something. It is a terrifying existence that will kill you if you look directly at it. As a result, these students are not only not afraid, they actually want to catch the basilisk. Is he hallucinating? When Voldemort was doubting his life, a few more students sneaked out quietly. When Voldemort saw clearly which house those people were from, he was immediately petrified, because those students were not the Gryffindors he hated the most, but the most unworthy person to appear on the Knight Tour list. Ravenclaw. Pull. Ravenclaw. How is this possible? Under Voldemort's disbelieving gaze, the Ravenclaw students walked forward furtively, but it could be seen from their movements that it was probably their first time to go out for a night out, so they were very nervous and would be disturbed by the slightest disturbance. He was so frightened that he looked around, but the words they said made Voldemort petrified again. Speaking of which, are we really going to find the basilisk? That is the legendary basilisk. Although we all have protective talismans and attack talismans, in case of an accident, our protective talismans will all be used up, or they will suddenly fail, or what should I do if I fail to activate it in time? As soon as Ravenclaw finished speaking, White pushed his eyes on the bridge of his nose and whispered, "Aren't we here just to experience things other than books? Being petrified is also a brand new experience. We can write about the feeling of being petrified. If possible, I hope to use this as an opportunity to research another method of removing petrification." Ravenclaw ding. That's right, didn't classmate Yi Feng say that? Things in books are only in books after all. Only personal experience and verification are the only criteria for testing. If you just read hard and don't apply them, then no matter how much you learn, it's all fake. Ravenclaw c. Yes, and what if he is petrified or even killed in an accident? Yi Feng has a guarantee that as long as there is something wrong with his talisman, as long as the body does not smell bad, he will be fine. Can bring us back. At this time, the only girl who had been silent in the crowd suddenly said quietly, "Yeah, so I have to pay attention to protect my body even if I die." After all, classmate Yi Feng just said that as long as the body doesn't stink, everything will be fine. It can be saved, but he never said it can be saved without a body. Hiss. As soon as the girl's words came out, the others immediately took a breath and contributed a little bit to global warming, because according to their understanding of Yi Feng, this is very possible. After being reminded, everyone in Ravenclaw became more cautious. Not only did they check whether the protective talismans in their pockets were intact, but they also moved forward carefully with a wand and a talisman in one hand. Judging from their extremely vigilant looks, it is estimated that the window in the corridor would be like this. If it is blown by the wind, you may need to use several magic spells. Voldemort, who was hiding in the dark, had fainted in the toilet from crying. Why the hell are you there? Why don't you die? Why the hell are you there? Why don't you die? At this moment, Voldemort collapsed. He couldn't figure out why that guy was clearly not here but seemed to be everywhere. This made the plan that he should have been able to complete easily still not make any progress, but this was not the most frustrating thing. The point where he breaks down. The thing that devastated Voldemort the most was that Yi Feng had no plans to directly stop him except to take away his body or his body, and use his owl as a tool for a period of time. But every time his plan failed, Voldemort discovered that it was inextricably related to Yi Feng. But this is not the most irritating thing. The most irritating thing is that after his investigation, he found that although this was inextricably related to Yi Feng, that guy actually never thought about sabotaging his plan, because that guy maybe they don't even know what plan he has, it's all passive. But this is what makes Voldemort the most angry and even crazy, because Yi Feng obviously did not target him, but every time he was targeted he could find something related to Yi Feng. In other words, Yi Feng unknowingly ruined many of his plans, which is the most irritating thing. Nonity, don't you want to catch my basilisk? Okay, I'll make it happen for you. Voldemort, who was so angry that his eyes turned red when he looked at the groups of students in the academy. At this moment, he immediately risked his life in order to let the basilisk come out and kill, but ___oh. Yi Feng, who was walking at the front with a windproof oil lamp, yawned and said, "I told you not to eat so much earlier. Are you feeling full now? It's already late at night and you're still so full that you can't sleep. I need to go out for a walk to eat." Voldemort. The moment he saw Yi Feng, Voldemort was so excited that he wanted to rush out and fight with Yi Feng, but the cool night breeze made him calm down quickly, because he has not been truly resurrected yet, and now he is just using the diary. The spiritual body that resides in the body of an unlucky child will definitely be slapped to death if he rushes out now. Voldemort, who was deeply aware of the gap between the two sides, calmed down in a flash. He suppressed his anger deeply in his heart and waited for the time. As for tonight, let these guys go for now. Anyway, there is always Yi Feng who won't walk around time, and that's when these guys pay the price. So the next night, Voldemort fell into deep thought while looking at the blazing bonfire in the Forbidden Forest outside the castle, and the Hogwarts teachers and students gathered around the bonfire eating barbecue and drinking sweet juice with bright smiles on their faces. Can't you just stay in school or go out alone at night? Today is the 5th day after Christmas. It's the 5th day. Can't you just calm down for a little bit? Voldemort was completely crazy. He really couldn't understand why these people were making trouble from Christmas Eve to now. Of course, if he asked Yi Feng would definitely tell him, "Where is this? We celebrate the New Year in my hometown, but the excitement starts from the Spring Festival Gala to after the Lantern Festival." This made Voldemort collapse. Fortunately, Voldemort didn't dare to ask, otherwise he might really go crazy and hit the basilisk to death. As for why he didn't fight Yi Feng for his life, Voldemort still knew this. Without being completely resurrected and getting the wand, the power of his spiritual body would not be able to deal with any powerful wizard, and any wizard with a little experience can see that his true body is actually that diary, and as long as the diary is destroyed, he will also die. So although Voldemort was very angry and wanted to rush up and bite Yi Feng to death right now, it was a pity that he didn't dare, so he could only return to Hogwarts Castle in despair and wander around unconsciously. What's the saying? Life is all about ups and downs, downs and downs. Voldemort has been falling since he met Yi Feng, but one cannot always be unlucky. This time Voldemort finally got lucky. While wandering unconsciously, he suddenly saw a lone person, and this Yi Feng and the others were not the ones left alone. Although the clothes the man was wearing were not Gryffindor's, and he could smell the scent of pure blood on him, he could no longer care so much because if he didn't implement his plan earlier, the mental power of the little wizard he was inhabiting would be destroyed. About to be sucked dry by him. Yes, if Voldemort's spiritual body wants to be strong, he must absorb the spirit of the person he is inhabiting. When the spirit of the person he is inhabiting is completely sucked dry by him, he will be completely resurrected, but he does not dare. The reason is simple: Dumbledore is still at Hogwarts. If there is anyone in the wizarding world that Voldemort fears the most, that person must be Dumbledore, because even he who has become the Dark Lord may not be able to defeat Dumbledore's strength, let alone the spiritual body of Voldemort who only has young memories. Therefore, Voldemort, who was worried that Dumbledore would discover or even kill him as soon as he was resurrected, did not dare to resurrect while Dumbledore was still in school. He had to drive Dumbledore out of Hogwarts before he dared to truly resurrect, so he had been restrained during this period. He tried not to absorb the spiritual power of the wizard he was inhabiting. But he is Voldemort after all. As long as he is still in the other person's body, the other person's mental power will be continuously absorbed by him. Even if he restrains himself, he cannot completely stop it unless he leaves and changes to another person. However, it is not that simple to bewitch and completely control another person, and it is easier to be exposed. Therefore, even if the person he meets is a Slytherin, Voldemort does not want to let him go and petrify him first. Anyway, it can be lifted afterwards. So the next day, Yi Feng, what did you say? Malfoy was petrified. Yi Feng was shocked when he heard the news, because Malfoy is an absolute celebrity in Slytherin, and his father is one of Voldemort's most loyal followers. Logically speaking, Voldemort would not come to him no matter what. That's right. However, when the facts were in front of him, that is, when Malfoy, who was petrified with an expression of holding back his urine and was trying to open the door, was carried to the infirmary, Yi Feng had to believe that this matter was true, and then he took out his camera. Just kidding, although he doesn't regard Malfoy as an old enemy or anything, this guy comes to trouble them from time to time, and talks about mudbloods all day long, so if there is a chance to embarrass this guy, Yi Feng will naturally not let it go after that. He used comparison to go around Malfoy and take a whole series of 10 photos of him. If I develop this set of photos and send them to the Daily Prophet, I wonder how many gold galleons they can pay. Gulu. Even Ronald, who had always been at odds with Malfoy, couldn't help but swallow when he heard Yi Feng's murmur. Dumbledore, who was checking Malfoy's condition, even raised his hand to wipe the non-existent sweat from his forehead. You can be a human being. Malfoy was petrified, which directly caused a huge panic in Hogwarts, because it was rumored that the basilisk would only attack hybrid wizards, but Malfoy was a serious pure-blood, that is to say, the one who attacked them. It is very likely that it is not a basilisk or that the basilisk is out of control. Although the previous basilisk was scary, it was still controllable, and as long as it was controllable, it was not dangerous. But now it has begun to attack pure-blood wizards, which is a bit scary. This makes the entire Hogwarts students. Everyone began to feel insecure, even Slacklin, who had been extremely calm before. Slacklin has always been the stronghold of pure-bloods, but now that the standards for pure-bloods have become hardened, the temperature has cooled down. How can they not be afraid of this? As a result, a rumor quietly spread among the wizards. Have you heard? It is said that the heir of Slytherin is Harry Potter of Gryffindor. Harry Potter? Impossible, right? He is a Gryffindor. How could he be the successor of Slytherin? Why is it impossible? Then Harry knows how to speak like a snake. And when he speaks like a snake. As soon as these words came out, the surroundings fell into dead silence, because anyone who knows a little about the history of Hogwarts knows that Slytherin is a snake, and it was also revealed that only snakes can control the basilisk. If only Slytherin and Harry both had a snake tongue, they might still be a little doubtful, but coupled with the fact that only a snake can control the basilisk, it would basically nail the fact that Harry is the heir of Slytherin. As for why Malfoy was petrified, this is easier to explain. After all, the entire Hogwarts knew about Malfoy's refusal to deal with them, so Malfoy, a pure-blood, was also killed, and got a perfect explanation, but this did not make any difference. The panic in Hogwarts was relieved, but it became more serious, because someone was petrified the next day. The reason why the panic was not alleviated but aggravated was simple, because the person who was petrified today was none other than Filch, who was on night watch. Logically speaking, Filch is just a squib who has magic power but cannot use magic. In the eyes of wizards in the wizarding world, this kind of person may not even be as good as a muggle, because muggles can at least live well in the muggle world. And they are no different from other muggles, except squibs. Because they have magic power, they do not belong to the muggle world, but because they have magic power but cannot release magic, they cannot integrate into the magic world and become wizards. In other words, they are abandoned by both worlds, exist. It can be said that if Filch was not the night watchman, then the little wizards at Hogwarts might not even look at him, let alone Voldemort, and the basilisk would not be able to let so many little wizards not attack, and go attack a squib. In other words, if there is no accident, Filch should be the safest person in the entire Hogwarts, because he is neither a pure-blood nor a hybrid, and because he is not a wizard at all, so he should not be basilisk attack. However, now the person who is least likely to be attacked has been petrified. He is lying on the bed next to Malfoy's bed. Judging from his posture, when he was petrified, he must have been holding an oil lamp to see clearly what was in front of him. Filch's petrification completely confirmed the fact that the basilisk was out of control, which made everyone in Hogwarts' little wizards feel in danger. Even the daring guys like Hogwarts no longer dare to wander around at night. After all, who knows if Yi Feng's talisman can stop the out-of-control basilisk? The students panicked and one after another was petrified. Especially Malfoy's petrification caused serious dissatisfaction with the board of directors. So the day after Filch was petrified, Malfoy's father rushed to Hogwarts and came to Hogwarts with the order of the board of directors to temporarily remove Dumbledore as principal. Dumbledore was removed from his post and taken away for investigation. Greenwald also temporarily went into hiding because of his identity. Otherwise, Dumbledore would be in even more trouble, so Malfoy's father naturally took over Hogwarts temporarily. To everyone's surprise, when Malfoy's father took over Hogwarts, he did not find the basilisk or rescue his son. Instead, he found Yi Feng and killed him directly. Yi Feng was fired. Not to mention Yi Feng, everyone else in Hogwarts was confused by this operation because they didn't understand what reason Malfoy's father had to target Yi Feng like this, and the reason why Malfoy's father fired Yi Feng was very simple. Just one, who violated school rules many times. Yes, after he took over Hogwarts, he immediately wanted to expel Yi Feng from school on the grounds that Yi Feng violated school rules many times and refused to correct them. This was beyond everyone's expectations, and his attitude was so determined. Even if most of the students and teachers in the entire school objected, he still persisted, and then, he was beaten. Don't get me wrong, it wasn't Yi Feng who hit him. Yi Feng wasn't that rude. It was the ghosts of Hogwarts who hit him. It's just that the things the ghosts used to hit Malfoy's father had something to do with Yi Feng. Because they used door gods posted on the door. Even Yi Feng didn't expect that these portraits of door gods with a hint of aura could actually become the shelter of these ghosts recognized by him. What Yi Feng didn't expect even more was that they absorbed the ghosts after taking shelter in them. The aura that should have dissipated gained some powers similar to those of a door god. In other words, if someone who is not recognized by them or Hogwarts wants to enter Hogwarts, then they can merge with the portrait and then use the figure of the door god to turn reality into reality and walk out of the painting. Originally, the aura contained in a door god picture could not achieve this, but now almost all doors in Hogwarts are posted, and these ghosts themselves are part of Hogwarts, so these ghosts you can directly borrow the momentum of the entire Hogwarts school, and then. Anyway, Malfoy's father's screams were quite loud that night. As for why Malfoy's father didn't resist. Please, these ghosts have borrowed the power of the entire Hogwarts. In this case, let alone Malfoy's father, even if Dumbledore comes, he will have to turn around and run away before the time limit for the fusion of these ghosts ends, because these ghosts will not die at all. Ghosts are the product of death, which means that ghosts are dead, and you can't kill a dead thing, right? Therefore, as long as the fusion time limit has not expired, even if these ghosts are dispersed, they can still walk out of the next portrait of the door god. So, on the second day, Malfoy was still very stubborn and said that he would never change his mind and must expel Yi Feng. However, when he found out that he had appeared in the Forbidden Forest for no reason on the third day, his tone became a little looser and he left. Said it could be discussed. By the fourth day, Malfoy's father no longer mentioned the matter of expelling Yi Feng, because after he was thrown out of Hogwarts, he could not step into the gate of Hogwarts again, even if he took those sensible people out of Hogwarts. It was useless to bring them together, because the ones blocking the door were the ghosts of Hogwarts, and there were even portraits of past principals. After being taught a lesson by the ghosts of Hogwarts, Malfoy's father completely gave up the idea of expelling Yi Feng, and then he found Yi Feng again the next day, but this time it was not to threaten Yi Feng or anything, although the attitude is not that good either. Looking at the arrogant and condescending Lucius Malfoy in front of him, Yi Feng couldn't help but frown. Lucius, principal, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. I still have to go to class. To be honest, Yi Feng didn't have a good impression of Malfoy and his father. The reason was because of their kind of an air of superiority. Although they are indeed so-called pure blood wizards, and their families are quite rich and powerful, but as Yi Feng said before, only pets in China can talk about the so-called pure blood. As for money and power, such things in the eyes of a truly strong person, they are just like passing clouds, and unfortunately, Yi Feng is the kind of person who can ignore these things. Therefore, when Lucius appeared in front of Yi Feng with a condescending attitude, Yi Feng immediately frowned, because he didn't like the other person's attitude, and he knew very well that this guy came to him with absolutely no good intentions. This is also true. After Lucius stopped Yi Feng, he immediately frowned when he saw Yi Feng's attitude. He looked at Yi Feng quite dissatisfied and said, "Is this your attitude towards your principal? Although I admit that I am expelling you. I made a slight mistake on this point, but don't forget, I'm still the headmaster of Hogwarts for the time being." When he said the word principal, Lucius' tone was a little more serious, which made Yi Feng curl his lips in disdain. Although Yi Feng respects and is fearful of Dumbledore, his identity as the principal of Hogwarts really has no deterrent effect on Yi Feng. What really makes Yi Feng willing to accept the punishment when he is punished by Dumbledore is Dumbledore's age, and as. After all, Yi Feng has also watched the original drama. Although he has not watched it all, he still knows a lot about Dumbledore, so he respects Dumbledore very much. Therefore, when he is punished by Dumbledore, he can only find a reasonable reason. Yi Feng is also willing to be punished. But Malfoy's father, Lucius, who was he? So when Lucius used his identity as the principal to suppress Yi Feng's face was full of disdain and said, "First, the principal of Hogwarts is Dumbledore. You are temporarily managing the school while Dumbledore is away. Secondly, you can go and inquire about my deeds at Hogwarts, Yi Feng. Also, we have an old saying in China called, 'A good dog cannot be treated with justice.' Note, the protagonist of this sentence is said in Chinese. I am going to class now. If I am late because of your obstruction, I think Professor McGonagall will. I'd love to hear why you blocked me. An unnatural look flashed across Lucius's face when he heard the name Professor McGonagall. Although his status in the wizarding world is quite high and he is currently the acting principal of Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall is a serious vice principal, and her status in the wizarding world is not lower than him. As for the acting principal in Hogwarts, he has no prestige at all. If he really offends Professor McGonagall, then he won't even think about it. After all, McGonagall doesn't have as many worries as Dumbledore. But he would not back down just because of a name, so Lucius decided to change his approach, so his tone softened and said, I'm sorry that my tone was a bit strong just now, but Mr. Yifeng, you have to understand, after all, my dear child was petrified and still lying on a cold bed in the infirmary, so I was a little anxious. If Yifeng was really just a 12 or 13-year-old child, he might really be fooled by Lucius's trick, but unfortunately Yifeng was not, so he didn't accept this trick at all and was rude. Said, if you have anything to say, hurry up, there are still 5 minutes left. Seeing Yifeng's attitude, Lucius's eyes flashed with killing intent, but thinking that the mandrake planting shed had been destroyed, it would take at least a month to replant and mature, and the mature mandrake was ready. Only Yifeng and Lucius had to endure the murderous intention and anger in his heart. Well, I heard that you have mature mandrake roots. You should know that Malfoy is my son, and he has been petrified for several days. I need the mandrake roots to configure the potion. Help him get rid of petrification, so let's make a price. Yifeng smiled when he heard what Malfoy's father said, and then he stretched out a finger. 1 gold galleons a tree. The price is very fair. I want them all. Seeing Yifeng raise a finger, Lucius had a faint smile on his face. He felt that the attitude in front of him had always been very tough. The guy still gave in, otherwise he wouldn't have quoted such a price. However, what surprised Lucius was that Yifeng shook his head and said, no, although the price is indeed 1 gold galleons, it is not 1 tree but 1 gram. 1 gold galleons per gram and it is not sold open. It must be by the whole plant. Lucius. Q. No. Hearing Yifeng's return, Lucius wondered if he had heard wrong just now, so he asked with confusion on his face, what did you just say? 1 gold galleon and 1 gram of mandrake. Are you sure it's 1 gram? Instead of 1. Facing Lucius's question, Yifeng nodded firmly and said, that's right, 1 gold galleons per gram, buy it or not. Why don't you go and grab it? Lucius became angry after receiving Yifeng's confirmation again, but facing the angry Lucius, Yifeng tilted his head and looked at him with confusion, saying, robbing. Why rob? This is much faster than robbing. And safe and legal. Lucius. What he said makes so much sense. Lucius, who was so choked up by Yifeng's words that he vomited blood, finally gritted his teeth and decided to buy a mandrake, because Malfoy was his only son. If he really didn't sell it because he felt sorry for the little money, his son would really. If something goes wrong, then he will regret it, and his money is not so easy to get. After thinking about this, Malfoy happily prepared to pay. Yifeng saw that he had been taken advantage of, and the boss actually wanted to buy. The original impatience and disdain on his face disappeared in an instant, and turned into a bright smile. Come on, boss, come here. The light here is better, but it's not me. My mandrake is definitely the freshest and most nutritious. As he spoke, Yifeng turned his hand and took out several mandrakes. Grass, but when Lucius saw the mandrakes that Yifeng took out, he froze, because these mandrakes from Yifeng were indeed fresh and nutritious. Can it be stale? As for the mandrakes, not to mention the blades of grass on the head, even the damp soil on the body has not been cleaned. More importantly, one of these mandrakes is as big as 2 others. Have you ever seen a mandrake with leaves and rhizomes standing taller than a 12 or 13-year-old? Lucius saw it at this moment, so a few minutes later Lucius left with a dull face, and Yifeng. Yifeng collected the 1,000 gold galleons into the space ring and then flicked the 9,000 gold galleons IOU written by Lucius himself with still wet ink, and walked to the classroom with satisfaction. Yes, even the smallest mandrake picked by Lucius finally weighed more than 10 kilograms. It was because of Yifeng's kindness. He saw that there was still some soil on the mandrake and the branches and leaves were not removed. So I wiped out the fraction, otherwise I still wouldn't be able to get the 10,000 gold galleons. As for why Lucius wanted to buy this mandrake despite the IOU, Yi Feng would never say that he saw Lucius hesitating, so he said with an innocent look, the Malfoy family will not even buy a mandrake. You can't even afford mandrake. Yi Feng left with satisfaction, and Lucius also beat him with satisfaction. He didn't know whether Malfoy was satisfied or not. Anyway, Ronald said that Malfoy had gained weight at that time and ran home under the pretext of recovering from his injuries. As for why Malfoy was able to remove petrification so quickly, it has to be said that Yi Feng and Lucius are in another business. Although Snape is not the only one who can use mandrake to prepare the petrification potion at Hogwarts, he is definitely the best choice, not to mention that Snape is Malfoy's godfather, so Lucius is buying mandrake. After that, I naturally went to Snape for help, and then, according to a retelling by a student who happened to be present at the time, the conversation at the time went like this. Lucius, Professor Snape, I have found the mandrake. Please prepare the potion to remove petrification as soon as possible. Snape, configure the potion to remove petrification. Sorry, I am very busy and don't have time to configure it now. And why should I configure it? Lucius, Snape, what do you mean? You are Malfoy's godfather. Snape, katakana middle dot underscore katakana middle dot. I know, but what does this have to do with this? Lucius, why doesn't it matter? You are Malfoy's godfather. Do you want to see him lying there forever? Snape, stop. I'm very busy and don't have that much time to waste, and neither does Malfoy, so why don't you go to Yi Feng to buy it? As far as I know, he should have some potions to remove petrification, because of this quality mandrake. When he said this, Snape glanced at the mandrake, which was still half as tall as a man even if the branches and leaves were removed, and then continued, I'm afraid only Yi Feng can grow it. Lucius was furious when he learned from Snape that Yi Feng might have prepared the anti-petrification potion in his hand. After all, the mandrake in his hand was not cheap at all, and if he used this mandrake, the amount of drake used to prepare the anti-petrification potion would probably be enough for one of the students in one grade. In other words, he, Lucius Malfoy, was completely taken advantage of this time and spent a lot of money to buy a mandrake that he didn't need to buy at all. Although he was angry, and although he wished he could go over and strangle that brat right now, Voldemort in the secret room nodded in agreement and gave you a thumbs up. In order to save his son, Lucius had to hold his nose and do it again. I went to find Yi Feng, and then spent 100 gold galleons to buy a bottle of potion to remove petrification. When he heard that the petrifying potion solution, which was contained in an exquisite crystal bottle and looked like a work of art rather than a magic potion, only cost 100 gold galleons, Lucius almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, because from then on, judging from Yi Feng's expression, this is already relatively expensive. 100 gold galleons, 10,000 gold galleons, 100 gold galleons, 10,000. After getting the petrifying potion, Lucius murmured in a low voice and looked at the potion in his hand, then at the mandrake rhizome in his arms. His eyes were a little dull, and he staggered towards the infirmary, and then soon as the infirmary was over, Malfoy's miserable howling sounded. Tisk, tisk, it's so miserable. With the Malfoys gone, Hogwarts returned to its original state, and the haze that was briefly dispersed by the Malfoy family once again enveloped Hogwarts, because not everyone can get 100 gold galleons. As for they are not so shameless when they say that Yi Feng will contribute for free. Yi Feng and them were both students at Hogwarts. Although the mandrakes came from the greenhouse, Yi Feng paid for the seeds, pots, etc., so they had no shame to let Yi Feng contribute directly. As for why Shui couldn't pay for Yi Feng's mandrake to configure the potion but had to replant it himself, it might be because Dumbledore was away and Hogwarts lacked someone who could make the final decision. Of course, it's also possible that they simply don't feel the need. After all, being petrified only makes them unable to move, and there is no danger to their lives, so it doesn't matter if they wait a moment. In this panic, Harry and the others finally found the secret room through various clues and the news about the secret room from Tom back then. Unfortunately, the news stopped at this point. They were unable to find the possible location of the secret room. After all, the school teacher said time was not idle. They almost searched the school, but unfortunately they still couldn't find the secret room. At this time, Voldemort felt that the time was almost up, so he controlled the person he possessed and threw the diary to Harry. Of course, he dumped him directly in Harry's dormitory when Yi Feng was not around, otherwise Voldemort was worried that someone would take him back again and use him as a toy for his owl. With Voldemort's diary, Harry finally knew the truth, because in Voldemort's memory, it was Hagrid who opened the secret room, but Harry didn't quite believe it was Hagrid who did it, so he wanted to find Hagrid. Ask clearly. It's a pity that Hagrid was also taken away because of this incident. After all, Hagrid was the biggest suspect at the beginning, so now that the basilisk appears again, he naturally becomes the biggest suspect. Of course, before being taken away, Harry and the others used the invisibility cloak to ask Hagrid and Yi Feng. Originally, Yi Feng didn't plan to go, because he knew very well where the secret room was and how to open it, so it didn't matter to him whether he went or not. But Yi Feng already understood deeply. How could the three of them let Harry go if he had thick thighs? When the deadlift method failed, Harry and Ronald actually encouraged Hermione to use a honey trap on Yi Feng, just to make Yi Feng have to go with them. Although Yi Feng is not a Lolita fan, when a cute, petite, brown-haired Lolita with delicate appearance took his hand and acted coquettishly, he still couldn't stand it and got goosebumps. As for whether Yi Feng was shocked by Hermione or struck by lightning, I'm afraid only Yi Feng himself knows. In short, Yi Feng went with them in the end, but he didn't squeeze into their invisibility suit with Harry and the others. Inside the cloak, he doesn't want too much because of the invisibility charms and the like. So, in the end, Yi Feng and Hermione used the invisibility charm. Ronald was reluctant to use the invisibility charm, so he squeezed into the invisibility cloak with Harry, and the four of them arrived at Hagrid's cabin. Just like in the original play, before Hagrid could tell them any news, Lucius came with a group of people, and they took Hagrid away directly. I don't know if he was tricked twice by Yi Feng, but something strange happened to Lucius. When he took Hagrid away, he glanced at where Yi Feng and Hermione were, but he was right. Harry, who was closer to him, had no feelings for Ronald. Before leaving, Hagrid seemed to want to wake Harry up. He looked in the direction of the door and said quietly, "If anyone is looking for something, they only need to follow the spiders, and they will find what they want." When Harry heard Hagrid's words, Yi Feng's eyes lit up first, because he suddenly remembered something. That is, there is a family of acromantulas living in the Forbidden Forest, and their spider silk, venom and even venomous fangs, etc. are all good materials. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that there are tens of thousands of them. In other words, when they are being hunted, it should be reasonable for them to have 100 or 200 less acromantulas. Thanks for watching, please like and subscribe. Chapter 111. It is said that Harry Potter tells the story of Hermione and her two hind legs, but in fact Harry and Ronald also have their own shining points, and Harry's head is actually quite bright. Hagrid just gave him a little click, and I thought about following the spider. Hermione was quite opposed to Harry when he made this decision. After all, it was a bit unreliable, especially when she saw these spiders going to the Forbidden Forest. However, neither Ronald nor Yi Feng objected. Although Hermione felt that it was not reliable, she did not insist anymore. What's more, with Yi Feng's presence, they had a certain degree of safety even in the Forbidden Forest, so in the end Hermione still went with them. But we were a little close to Yi Feng when we left. Yi Feng has been to the Forbidden Forest more than once. Harry and the others have also been here with Hagrid, but this is the first time for the four of them. What's more, they only have a dim oil lamp in their hands, so when the wind blows through the treetops, it was still scary, and then it was daylight. Why are so many people afraid of walking at night? The reason is actually very simple, because it is pitch black all around at night and you have no idea what is in the darkness, and the unknown is actually the most terrifying thing. Since darkness and the unknown can make people fearful, it is better to dispel the darkness, so that there will be no more fear, so Yi Feng took out his ultimate fluorescent flashing matrix aggregation light moment, which he originally tinkered with just out of curiosity. In human words, a magic version of a super bright flashlight. As we all know, one fluorescent flash can illuminate a room, but when 10 fluorescent flashes are gathered together and reflected by lenses, etc., into a beam, how large a range can it illuminate? Now Yi Feng gave the answer, that is, a radius of 50 meters is like daylight. When the light beamed to the sky, shone through the night sky of the Forbidden Forest, Voldemort, who ran away immediately after providing Harry with the information in fear of being discovered by Yi Feng, and Lucius and others who had not yet had time to leave Hogwarts, suddenly felt their hearts pounding. One time. Fortunately, the beam of light just flashed and disappeared. At this moment in the Forbidden Forest, Harry and the others were shocked when they saw the wooden stick in Yifeng's hand that was only the size of 2 fingers and about 20 centimeters long but could emit dazzling light. Shocked. What is this? Why does it emit such a strong and dazzling light? Faced with Ronald's doubts, Yifeng replied matter-of-factly. Flashlight, you can also call him the strong light flashlight. I made it by referring to the principles of Muggle flashlights and aggregating a dozen fluorescent flashes together. I didn't expect the effect to be quite good. Not bad. Looking at the Forbidden Forest in front of them, which looked like daylight, Harry and the others didn't know what to say. However, with the bright flashlight clearing the way, Yifeng and the others quickly followed the spiders to the 8 eyes. The giant spider's lair. In the original play, when Harry and Ronald entered this lair, they only had a dim oil lamp in their hands. With that little light source, they could see the path under their feet clearly, so it was considered good that they didn't notice the top of their head at all at the beginning. A large number of hanging spiders. But this time was different. With Yifeng's strong flashlight, they saw the densely packed acromantulas hanging on the trees from a distance. This made Yifeng feel a little numb because there were too many of them. Of course, Yifeng's scalp was numb not because of fear but because there were so many of them. They were so densely packed that you couldn't even see them at a glance, and each one was quite huge. It could be said that everything that caught your eye was filled with these things. Harry and the others were different. They were really scared. After all, although they were wizards, they were only in their 2nd year. Not to mention they didn't have much magic power, and they didn't know much about spells and magic. So even if they wanted to pursue the truth, Harry's legs went weak when he saw this scene. Ha, Harry, let's go back. Ronald, who was a little afraid of spiders, was so frightened when he saw this scene that he couldn't even speak. Hermione even clung directly to Yifeng's body. She grabbed him because only in this way could she feel a sense of security. When Harry saw this scene, his scalp was numb and his legs were weak, but he thought that Hagrid asked them to come here, and Hagrid would not harm them, so Harry gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble, and even if he lost the bet. Thinking of this, Harry turned his head and glanced at Yifeng. Although there are many acromantulas here, they are big and scary, but they also have legs. They still know a little about the number of talismans in Yifeng's inventory, and although they like to seek death, they do not seek death unprepared. They also always have various talismans in their pockets, so even if they overturn in the end, these 8-eyed giants the spider attacked them without giving Hagrid face, and they were still confident of running away. Although they don't have a space ring, the inner pocket with the infinite extension spell is considered their standard equipment. After all, the heavy machine broom is a bit too big to be placed in the dormitory, so they all carry it with them, and this is their confidence. So, Harry took a deep breath to embolden himself, gritted his teeth and stepped forward with a generous and sacrificial step towards the acromantula's lair. Hello, we are friends of Hagrid. Is Aragog here? After taking a few steps forward, Harry suddenly remembered that they were here to find someone, so he shouted loudly. Without vibrato, it would definitely look more meaningless. Aragog, are you there? We are Hagrid. In the middle of shouting, Harry suddenly discovered something. That is, he only heard his own footsteps but not those of Ronald, Yifeng and the others, so he was startled and suddenly turned around, and then he saw Yifeng and the others. He stood there and didn't move forward with him at all. Harry. Seeing this scene, Harry almost burst into tears. Fortunately, at this moment, Ronald finally overcame the fear in his heart and stepped forward tremblingly, while Yifeng finally came to his senses. Mine, everything is mine. Hermione. Katakana middle dot underscore katakana middle dot. Hermione, who was close to Yifeng, heard Yifeng's muttering and her mind was filled with questions, but soon she knew what Yifeng's words meant, because while following Ronald forward, Yifeng took out his net bag that had caught Voldemort twice. Does Yifeng want to use this web bag to catch these spiders? While Hermione was wondering, a huge spider that was 3 or 4 times larger than the acromantulas hanging on the spider webs came out from the root of the tree. Then climbed out. Are you Aragog? We are friends of Hagrid, and he asked us to come to you. Friends of Hagrid, he never sent anyone to walk us and he was in trouble. Yes, they said it was Hagrid who opened the secret chamber and released the basilisk, like 50 years ago. I think you can give me some information, after all, you were there at the time. Aragog. Katakana middle dot underscore katakana middle dot. No, wait, why can't I understand what you are saying? Hagrid released the basilisk. Is it still the same as 50 years ago? Didn't they say that I killed the girl 50 years ago? How did it become basilisk? Aragog was confused after hearing what Harry said, and Harry was also confused after hearing what Aragog said, because it seemed different from the memory he saw in the diary called Tom. Memories are theoretically unchangeable, but if these memories are artificially entered into something, it becomes very simple to modify these memories, especially when a person is trapped in these memories. Because the petrifying potion had been refined a long time ago, it had already been revealed that the monster that came out of the secret room was a basilisk, which forced Voldemort to slightly modify it when showing Harry his memories. After a while, there was a conversation between the two and it turned out that things were not right. When he realized that things were not right, Harry immediately realized that there was something wrong with the diary. So after getting the news he wanted, Harry immediately said goodbye and prepared to leave. After all, the Acromantulas were surrounding him. If you run, you will be completely surrounded. Harry and the others wanted to leave, but the Acromantula did not want to let them go. After all, the Acromantula was a cannibal. Aragog doesn't eat people because he was raised by Hagrid, so he never eats people for Hagrid's sake, and because he was raised by Hagrid, and even his wife was found by Hagrid, so he also ordered your own children are never allowed to hurt Hagrid. However, that's the limit. After all, except for Hagrid, other people have nothing to do with it, so even if Yi Feng and the others are Hagrid's friends, Aragog did not stop its children from surrounding Yi Feng and the others, because according to it, it has no reason to prevent its children from enjoying the meat that is delivered to their doorsteps. Even Harry panicked when he heard Aragog's words, because he never expected that this Acromantula would not give Hagrid any respect. But at this time, the spiders had already surrounded them, and nothing they said would work. So they all took out their wands, but Yi Feng excitedly raised the net bag in his hand. Yi Feng's net bag was woven with alloy wire, and there was a lot of magic attached to the net bag. Voldemort was trapped by the net bag in his hand twice. These Acromantulas are naturally trivial. So, when Harry and the others used the spiders to disperse them and released the heavy-duty broomstick from the pocket that had been casted by the infinite extension spell, Yi Feng's web pocket almost had an afterimage. Originally, each of these Acromantulas had their legs spread out and were about the size of a small round table of about 1 meter. But when Yi Feng's web bag passed by, these Acromantulas became the size of fingers, and were easily carried away by Yi Feng. At the beginning, Aragog only vaguely saw Yi Feng and the others moving continuously, with magic blooming one after another. He thought they were struggling, but slowly he realized that something was wrong, because he suddenly discovered that it could sense the number of children is decreasing. At this moment, Harry and the others, who were already riding on the heavy machine's broom, looked at Yi Feng, who was waving his web bag like an overlord, without spiders being their combined enemies, and sweeping away all the Acromantulas in his path. Yi Feng what is he doing? Go quickly. Go quickly. Compared to Harry and Hermione's shock, Ronald just wants to leave quickly now, because although Yi Feng can catch spiders very quickly with his web bag, there are too many Acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest. Even if Yi Feng catches spiders with his web bag, even if you can catch several by swiping, it still won't make up for the Acromantula's numerical advantage. If this continues, sooner or later they will still be surrounded. Yi Feng is also very aware of this, but he is not in a hurry. The reason is very simple, because he actually deliberately controls the speed of catching the spider. Otherwise, if he really has to go all out with his speed, even if the Acromantula here is really even tens of thousands of them are not enough for him to catch in 1 minute. However, Yi Feng couldn't catch them for long, because he had nothing to do and he wasn't afraid. It didn't mean Hermione and the others weren't afraid, so when the spiders surrounded them and almost completely blocked their way out, Yi Feng asked Harry and the others to close their eyes. Although Yi Feng is sometimes very unreliable, he is still very reliable when encountering danger, so when they heard Yi Feng's words, they closed their eyes without any hesitation, and when they closed the next second between his eyes, a dazzling light that was several times brighter than the sun suddenly bloomed. Squeak. The sudden burst of dazzling light is quite lethal in the dark night, so even acromantulas whose eyesight itself is not very good were directly flashed, and many acromantulas fell directly from the trees. It hit the ground with a loud sound. Walk. An enhanced version of the super fluorescent flash blinded most of the spiders. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Feng took out his heavy-duty broomstick and turned the accelerator to fly high into the sky. Hermione and the others heard Yi Feng's the greeting followed without any hesitation. By the time the acromantulas slowed down, Yi Feng and the others had already returned to Hogwarts. Yi Feng and the others heard Professor McGonagall's voice just after they returned to school. When they followed the voice, they found out that Slytherin's heir, Voldemort, had left another sentence on the wall, and that sentence was as simple as, which is to tell people at Hogwarts that the basilisk has captured a person. Yi Feng could see that Voldemort was anxious when he saw the words on the wall, but he couldn't blame him. After all, he had encountered too many changes. He was really afraid of having too many dreams at night, so he immediately implemented it as soon as Dumbledore left. I can't even wait for a moment for my long-planned plan. Another school year is about to end. I didn't expect that I would be 13 years old in the blink of an eye. Looking at the line of words on the wall, Yi Feng felt infinite emotion in his heart. As for why he was like this sighing, naturally because Harry and his group's final exam had officially begun. At this point, the next process is nothing more than Voldemort launched a challenge, Harry Potter accepted Voldemort's challenge, Voldemort gained the upper hand, Harry's classmate fought back and killed him. At the end of the competition, our classmate Harry once again won the challenge from Voldemort when China won. Of course, the truth is definitely not that simple, but there is a high probability that there will be no surprises, because Hermione was not petrified by the basilisk like in the original show, which means that the brains of the trio are still there. However, many things in the world are like this. When you think there will be no accidents, accidents happen. According to Yi Feng's idea, he didn't want to participate in the final exam between the three of them because he was worried that Voldemort would run away as soon as he showed up. However, when Yi Feng returned to his room, he instantly decided to join this competition. Examination, because someone lured Xiao Weiwei away when they left, and turned over Yi Feng's salute in the dormitory. Many of Yi Feng's more important things, especially those related to cultivating immortals, are kept in the space ring that he always wears, but some of the talismans that he fiddled with or drew on a whim were thrown in the room, and now these things many are missing. For Yi Feng, these things may be just random drawings and tinkering, and they can only be regarded as recreational gadgets, but it will be different if they fall into the hands of other people. They may be big killers, such as a certain compressed picture. A magic card called the Magic of Flame Field. The magic compressed by that magic card was Yi Feng's research on magic. He wanted to modify and develop a magic practice method that would allow Zhongchu and the others to practice and reach the level of the high magic world. It was tinkered with, and it was not very powerful, that is. It can turn the entire Hogwarts into a sea of fire, and there are many such things. It's a shame that Dumbledore and the others didn't know, otherwise they wouldn't know how many more school rules Hogwarts would have. Dumbledore, thank you. Some things are just inconspicuous gadgets in the hands of some people. For example, a 1,000 yuan drone in China is just an expensive toy. Anyone can buy it as long as they are willing to spend money. Some technical experts can even rub it with their hands. Come out. However, if these things are placed in some war-torn or third-world countries, they will be high-tech. They are completely at the level of dimensionality reduction and attack. If they are slightly modified, such as hanging a big watermelon or something on them, then they will be perfectly fine. Micro bomber. Many gadgets in Yi Feng's hands belong to this kind of thing, so when Yi Feng found that many similar things he threw in the dormitory were gone, he immediately decided to go with Harry and the others, otherwise he would worry about what he would see when Dumbledore came back. It would be the ruins of Hogwarts. As for Harry's safety, there's nothing to worry about. After all, they are also Yi Feng's good friends, so they still have some good life-saving things on their bodies. More importantly, they often come to Yi Feng's dormitory to play, and when they were playing, they saw some things that they found interesting. They would also ask Yi Feng for fun things. In other words, although Harry and the others didn't know it, in fact, each of them carried stuff that could blow up Hogwarts 10 times, but they didn't realize it themselves, they just thought they were some fun little things. Just a toy. Of course, after staying with Yifeng long enough, they don't really know anything. So although they don't know the true power of these gadgets, they also have a rough guess. They know very well that one day if they are in danger, throwing these things out may help them tide over the difficulties. And this is also a big reason why they dare to commit suicide everywhere without fear, because he knows very well that there is a huge thick thigh behind him. Because of Yifeng's background, Harry and the others fearlessly came to the abandoned bathroom. After asking Myrtle a few questions, Harry determined that the entrance to the secret room was here. In fact, both Harry and Ronald's IQs are not low, but Hermione was too smart and completely killed their opportunities to show off, which made them look stupid. So when they determined that this was the population of the secret room, Ronald immediately reacted, "You may need Snake Tune to open the entrance." This is actually a question that comes to mind easily. The secret room left by Slytherin has been there for many years. This secret room is inside Hogwarts and is 100% certain to exist. However, the teachers at Hogwarts have searched through the entire Hogwarts but still cannot find it. This illustrates a problem, that is, the secret room cannot be opened by ordinary means. What is the most distinguishing thing about Slytherin and his methods that cannot be easily mastered? Naturally, it is Shi Laoqiang, so if you want to open the secret room, you must use Shi Laoqiang. Harry happens to know it, so when Ronald reminded him, Harry thought for a while, and after casually saying a word in Shi Laoqiang, the bathroom sink it started to change. Almost at the same time that the sink in the bathroom changed, Voldemort in the secret room raised his eyebrows and his face was instantly filled with excitement. "It's here, it's finally here. Harry, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I hope you won't disappoint me." While Voldemort was waiting excitedly, Yifeng and the others jumped into the entrance of the secret room. However, the entrance to the secret room was a little different from what they imagined, because it was not a staircase or a vertical passage, but it's a huge circular pipe. Perhaps this is why the teachers at Hogwarts have not found the secret room after searching for so long, because the real secret room is hidden deep in the dense piping system of Hogwarts. It is completely surrounded by the criss-crossing piping system. Surrounded. It can only be said that Hogwarts is indeed rich. Even if no one has maintained the inner wall of this pipe system since it was built, it is still smooth and solid. But it's normal to think about it. After all, this is a world with magic, so it's normal to add some magic or magic circles that can stabilize the foundation during construction. So, Yifeng and the others fully enjoyed the fun of sliding down the slide after jumping off the entrance. The only thing that was not so wonderful was that there was no buffer when they reached the end. If they wanted to avoid falling into a dog's mouth and chewing mud, they could only rely on their own strength. Controlled his body the moment he slipped out of the pipe, so that he could stand firm instead of falling out. Harry and the others proved with facts that it is not easy to do this. As for Yifeng, the moment he slipped out of the pipe, he straightened his waist and leaned forward, almost as soon as he left the pipe. Straightened, the posture was a bit like standing up, so when he landed, he stood directly on the ground, only shaking a little before he stood firm. Yeah, perfect score. Plop. The smile on Yifeng's face had just bloomed when a petite figure rushed out of the pipe behind him and hit him. Then he threw himself directly into the street and fell to the ground in a prostrate posture. Yifeng. I was careless, I didn't dodge. Yifeng, who was directly knocked to the ground by Hermione behind him, felt very regretful. He had just focused on landing safely and yelling at Harry and Ronald who were falling to the ground. He completely forgot that there was a torpedo behind him, so it was directly blown over, and Hermione, who was sitting on Yifeng, was still a little dizzy. At this moment, her mind was full of questions. Why was the floor of the secret room soft and full of elasticity, just like classmate Yifeng, who looked thin but in fact, he has a pretty strong and elastic body. Hermione, Omega. Hermione's pretty face instantly turned red when she thought of this, because the touch of classmate Yifeng was really. No, I can't think about it anymore. But, classmate Yifeng's baby fat face feels really good. It's like taking a bite. Yifeng, Hermione, can you get off my body first? Although you are not very heavy, it is still a little difficult for me to get up because you are pressed on my body. Hermione. After hearing Yifeng's words, Hermione woke up from a dream and quickly got up from Yifeng's body. When Yifeng got up from the ground and dusted himself off, Harry also found his eyes that had fallen due to rolling, and fell with him. The stunned Ronald helped each other stand up. Hiss, is this the secret room? It's indeed a secret room. Not only is it dark and deep, it didn't break my butt into 8 pieces at all. Ronald, who stood up, couldn't help complaining immediately, and Hermione, she replied she took out her wand as soon as she came to her senses, because she found that there were dry bones under their feet. Yes, right where they fell, that is, under their feet, there was a thick layer of white bones. It was just that these bones were scattered and it was unclear whether they belonged to humans or animals, but whether they belonged to humans or animals, this pile of bones proves one thing: this is not a good place, and they need to be alert. As for Yi Feng, he glanced in a certain direction. I hope some guy who hasn't gone bald and lost his nose won't be too curious. I don't want Harry and the others to have their final exam questions disappear inexplicably. Yes, Yi Feng's gadgets are very dangerous, and this danger is not only for people other than the holder, but also for the holder. It is like a certain nuclear-loaded artillery shell that Mao Xiong once studied, with a range of 5 kilometers. But the radius of the explosion range is as high as 10 kilometers, which is very powerful. The two groups of people who had no idea that the danger had quietly arrived were walking towards each other. On the other side, Dumbledore, who had no idea that his school would go up in the air at any time, was leisurely drinking tea with Grindelwald, just like 2 retired old men. In fact, Dumbledore has also seen Yi Feng's gadgets, and he even asked Yi Feng for them. However, some of the really dangerous Yi Fengs are insured, so the things he can give to Harry and the others to play with are actually not real. Danger. Dumbledore also has these gadgets, and they are basically given to him by Yi Feng, but he is not stupid. Except for festivals, can Yi Feng give them things for free? What about dreaming? He was very smart, so he threw most of the gadgets Yi Feng gave him to Greenwald. Although Greenwald would always tell him excitedly afterwards that the gadgets given by Yi Feng were very fun and provided him with a lot of inspiration, but judging from the fact that Greenwald would occasionally come back disgraced, those things are actually experimental in nature. In other words, Yi Feng doesn't know exactly what effect those gadgets have. To put it bluntly, they are actually equivalent to guinea pigs, but generally speaking, even a small accident will not really hurt them, so Dumbledore also just leave one alone. Of course, because Dumbledore had never used the gadgets given by Yi Feng himself, he actually didn't know that the gadgets given to them by Yi Feng had been upgraded many times, and now they have been updated to the level of forbidden spells. It was at the city-state level, enough to blow up the entire Hogwarts to the sky. It is precisely because of this that Dumbledore can still drink tea leisurely there. As for Greenwald, although he knew the true power of these gadgets, why did he say it? Anyway, based on his understanding of Yi Feng, even if something of that level explodes in battle, Yi Feng can easily deal with it without putting the students in danger, so if Hogwarts or something like that explodes, it will explode. It's not his anyway. So, when no one else knew what kind of horror they lurked underground, Harry and his group's final exam began, and Yi Feng actually passed the things that Voldemort had taken away as soon as he entered the secret room. A talisman or something determined his location, and he quietly recited a spell. This spell does no harm. Its only function is to make certain uncontrollable changes occur in certain items. For example, it can cause the activation formula of a talisman that compresses and blocks a forbidden spell to become a self-destruction formula. Another example is to make the activation formula of a talisman that compresses and seals a forbidden spell become a self-destruction formula. Another example is to make certain items undergo uncontrollable changes. The effect of a certain magic item on the selected target becomes random. Of course, this spell evaded those things in Hermione and others. After all, he was not the kind of person who cheated on his teammates. However, Harry, who was walking in front, didn't know that. Only Hermione, who was only one body away from Yi Feng, barely heard it. However, because Yi Feng read it in a suppressed voice, even Hermione didn't hear it. What? Come on, come this way. At this moment, Harry's voice came from the front, which made Yi Feng and the others speed up their pace. Oh, come and see what this is. After taking a few steps forward, Harry stopped. It was at this time that Yi Feng saw the huge snake skins covering the ground in the passage. Yi Feng's eyes instantly brightened when he saw the snakeskin there. This was actually a large part of the reason why he was willing to come down with Harry and the others. The basilisk is considered a relatively top magical creature in the wizarding world. Its skin even has properties similar to those of a dragon. It can be said that it is a treasure. However, in the play, Harry did not say anything after killing the basilisk and rescuing Ginny. How to deal with the basilisk. Therefore, based on the principle of no waste, Yi Feng felt that as a good friend of Harry and the others, he had an obligation to help them deal with the garbage they left behind. No, I actually didn't come here for the basilisk's body. I came here to prevent the talismans that Voldemort had taken away from causing damage to Hogwarts. It's definitely not the basilisk's body or anything like that. Yes, that's right, such. Yi Feng, who was constantly defending himself in his mind, was not slow at all. When Harry and the others were amazed at the huge size of the snake skin and the terrifying size of the basilisk, he had already taken away most of the snake skin. Although this was just the skin shed by the basilisk, the magic element contained in it was far less than that of living snake skin, and its toughness was unmatched, but it was still useful, so Yi Feng put it away. Harry and the others were already used to Yi Feng's weird, collecting habit, so they just glanced at Yi Feng, took out their wands and attacked talismans and continued to move forward vigilantly. I have to say that Harry and the others have grown up a lot. At least they are not like those in the play who clearly see danger ahead and just walk forward without even taking out their wands. Although they are the ones he encountered in the play. It's dangerous, and taking out your wand won't do any good. After crossing the space with the huge snake skin, Yi Feng and the others came to a sealed iron door carved with several snakes. This time, Harry knew how to open it without being reminded. As Harry's snake accent sounded, the snakes on the iron door moved quickly. When the statue snakes stopped moving, the sealed iron door automatically opened, as if inviting Yi Feng and the others to enter. Hearing that they came down here to save people, and everyone knew that they would not stop at this point, so Harry, who had a wand and a talisman in hand, walked through the sealed iron door first and walked along the small escalator into the real density. After entering the secret room, looking at the huge space in front of him, Yi Feng couldn't help but curled his lips and said secretly, is this secret room really created by the so-called pure-blood noble? This feeling of poverty that hits his face is so shameful. I won't ask you to decorate such a big secret room with treasures and other things for future generations. You can even make some better decorations, and then build a few bookshelves to leave some powerful magic or powerful magic props for the heirs behind you. That's good too. A few basilisk statues and a huge head were carved and then disappeared. I'm afraid the most valuable thing here is the basilisk, right? Because Yi Feng was vomiting in his heart, Hermione and the others didn't hear it, otherwise they would definitely have turned pale. After all, not everyone in the wizarding world wants him to be as profitable as he is, even in the current Hogwarts. In fact, there is not much money. In other words, in fact, there are only a few truly wealthy people in the entire magic world, because the entire magic world is actually not that big. In addition, most of the wizards who have magic are self-sufficient, so naturally they do not earn much. Golden Galleon's way out. It can be said that the gold galleons Yi Feng has earned in the past 2 years can already push him to the position of a rich man in the magic world. Even the Malfoy family may not be as rich as Yi Feng now, but he himself does not have that awareness. That's all. When Yi Feng complained about Slytherin's poverty, Voldemort's eyes were as big as bells because he saw the person he least wanted to see. Voldemort. Yi Feng. The moment he saw Yi Feng, Voldemort was so angry, and while he was angry, his heart suddenly became cold, because although he wanted to bite Yi Feng to death, eat his flesh, and drink his blood, it is clear that Yi Feng's destructive ability is really strong. Not to mention anything else, even Voldemort had to admit that he was far inferior to that guy's various whimsical ideas. If it weren't for this guy repeatedly ruining his good deeds, Voldemort would actually be willing to kill him after his resurrection. Taken as a subordinate. It's a pity that this is no longer possible, because Yi Feng has ruined too many good things for him, which makes him deeply afraid of Yi Feng, and this kind of fear can be said to be second only to Dumbledore. It is precisely because of this fear that after driving Dumbledore away and Yi Feng and the others entering the Forbidden Forest, Voldemort immediately lured Xiao Wei away and entered Yi Feng's room to search, just to see if he could find Yi Feng. Weakness. Voldemort. That's right, I almost forgot about this. I found a lot of talismans in that guy's room. Those talismans are all rare talismans that are not sold on the market or are rarely sold. They must be very powerful. Big. Thinking of this, Voldemort instantly calmed down, because his resurrection was almost complete, and it only took a few more minutes for him to completely drain the mental energy of the unfortunate guy on the ground and resurrect him. What's more, in addition to getting a lot of talismans from Yifeng, he also had a basilisk. The basilisk is not an ordinary magical creature. It not only has a huge size, but its eyes are also lethal. If you look directly at it, you will die directly. Although those students used to clamor to catch the basilisk because they had protective talismans, who knew that their protective talismans could really block the basilisk's power. If they could really be blocked, then why were Malfoy and the others still petrified? What's more, even if the petrification ability is gone, the basilisk still has a huge size. The basilisk's huge size can kill guys with small arms and legs like them. So, after calming down, Voldemort directly controlled the basilisk in Snake's voice to crawl out of the mouth of the huge humanoid sculpture with a human head on the stone wall. Yifeng, seeing the huge statue's mouth slowly opening, and then a basilisk bigger than their waist in height crawling out of the statue's mouth, Yifeng's goosebumps instantly fell to the ground. Of course, he wasn't afraid of snakes or anything, but seeing the basilisk crawling out of the statue's mouth gave him a strong sense of déjà vu and discomfort. After all, many horror movies like Alien have parasites in the bodies of the parasitized people. The scene of breaking out of the body. Although there is no blood-soaked scene in this scene, Yifeng has watched many such horror movies, so the scene in front of him made his past memories play out in his mind, which made him instinctively raise his hand. And the moment his hand moved slightly, the delicate little sword, accessory, on his waist trembled. Voldemort. Katakana middle dot he katakana middle dot. The moment Yifeng moved his fingers slightly and was about to raise his hand, Voldemort suddenly felt a chill on his back, which made him quite confused. Logically speaking, he is still a memory now. Although he has absorbed the mental power and vitality of the guy on the ground and has become a semi-entity, he has not been truly resurrected after all, so logically speaking, the external environment should not affect him, right? Is it because I'm about to be resurrected successfully? Great, I can finally feel the beauty of this world again, instead of just hiding it as a memory in this diary. Voldemort, who thought he was about to be resurrected successfully, had no expression on his face, but he was already happy in his heart, while the basilisk that had climbed out halfway froze, but because that feeling disappeared in just an instant, so it just stopped for a moment and then resumed action. When the basilisk crawled out of the statue's mouth, Harry and his friends stiffened for a moment, but that had nothing to do with Yifeng. They were completely frightened by the huge size of the basilisk, and then, all petrified, the poisonous snakes retreat. Expelliarmus. N. Airy summation, backquote. As soon as Ronald's spell came out, everyone else, including Voldemort, was stunned for a moment. Even the basilisk that was about to crawl out completely was stunned. Then they all looked at Ronald, and their eyes were like looking at a fool. Ronald. Katakana middle dot underscore katakana middle dot. Seeing everyone else looking at him, Ronald was also quite confused, so he touched his face and asked with confusion, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Yifeng. Underscore, no. Ronald's reaction immediately left Yifeng speechless. In the end, his good friend Harry couldn't help but remind him, "Ronald, the basilisk has no weapons." Ronald. Circled dot operator katakana middle dot hollow diamond katakana middle dot. Ronald was still a little confused after hearing Harry's prompt, because he still couldn't figure out why Harry said that. I know the basilisk has no weapons. After all, it is just a snake and not a human. It cannot be taken. Hollow square. At this point, Ronald suddenly wanted to understand why Harry reminded him like this, but he had gradually developed his shamelessness, so after he figured it out, he just pretended that nothing had happened, waving the wand in his hand as if nothing had happened and continued to release other magic. After all, the monsters are magical creatures selected by Slytherin to eliminate the hybrid wizards in the academy. They are still very powerful, so their magic has no effect at all when it falls on the basilisk. It cannot even stop the basilisk from crawling out. Arrive. Seeing that the magic had no effect, Harry and Ronald were a little panicked, but Hermione, who had always been the brains of the entire team, played her due role at this time. Edict. A crisp scream sounded from the spacious secret room, and then a talisman with electric light flew out of Hermione's hand and shot towards the huge basilisk. The moment he clearly saw the pattern on the talisman that Hermione threw, Yifeng used magic power to seal his ears with lightning speed, stealing the bells and jingling bells, and reached out to cover the ears of Hermione who was standing in front of him. Boom! Dazzling lightning burst out from the dark secret room, illuminating the entire secret room, and at the moment the lightning flashed, a huge explosion also sounded. Harry and Ronald were caught off guard and were stunned, holding their wands blankly. He stood there for a long time, unable to recover. Of course, although Hermione's thunder talisman gave Harry and Ronald a little trap because it was used in such a semi-enclosed space, the effect was also very good. The huge basilisk was directly chopped to pieces, and because there was one at the exit. Water, this time it was even stiff. As we all know, when playing games, the best time to deal damage is when the target is frozen, and Yifeng did not intend to miss this opportunity, so he took out an old pointed wizard hat. Hermione, sorting hat, who knows, my family. I slept well in the office today, but little handsome guy just picked me up and put me in his pocket and carried me away without caring about the feelings of an old man like me. If there is anything that Hogwarts is most famous for, the sorting hat must be one of them, but if we talk about combat power, the sorting hat may not even reach 5 on the combat power display. Hermione didn't know about such a thing as a combat instrument, but she was very clear about the sorting hat's strength. She could only say that it was not helpful at all. After all, wearing it on the head could still help you curse when you were fighting. In fact, not only Hermione, but everyone else also thinks that the sorting hat has no combat effectiveness. It seems to have no other role except that it can talk and divide the little wizards into colleges. So when I saw the appearance of the sorting hat, I didn't mention Hermione. Voldemort on the opposite side was also very puzzled as to why Yifeng took out this thing at this time. But soon they knew why Yifeng took out the sorting hat, because after taking out the sorting hat, Yifeng raised the sorting hat and waved it towards the basilisk, and then hollow down pointing triangle, no lost. Kill the hat. Someone killed the sorting hat. In the air, the sorting hat that was thrown out let out a huge scream. This huge scream directly attracted the attention of the basilisk that had just recovered a little, and then Yifeng took out an ice charm with his backhand. At this moment, the basilisk, half of its body submerged in the water, was still stiff after being electrocuted. However, Harry and the others were also stunned by the thunder. In game terms, they were stunned. In other words, both parties were stunned. They are temporarily unable to move. At this time, the battle is to recover first, and it happens that neither Yifeng nor Hermione have been dazzled. In addition, the basilisk is now unable to defeat and its body is in the water. Yifeng will not accept this excellent control opportunity, miss. So, when the basilisk looked in shock at the sorting hat flying high and screaming, an ice talisman shot out and sank directly into the pool beneath it. Basilisk. Katakana middle dot he katakana middle dot. The basilisk had already tasted the power of that little note, so it knew very well that although it looked small, it was very powerful and posed a fatal threat to it, so when it saw it out of the corner of its eye when the little note flew out, I felt horrified. However, what made it extremely puzzled was that the little note was thrown crookedly and did not fall on it, but fell into the pool where it was lowered. This made it puzzled and extremely happy at the same time. But soon it realized something was wrong, because it suddenly found that the part of its body in the water had become extremely cold, and the coldness was still spreading towards its head. Kaka. The sound of water being frozen into ice and squeezing the edge of the pool was heard constantly. Harry and Ronald, who had just recovered, saw the huge basilisk being frozen into an ice python at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this scene, Harry and Ronald's eyes suddenly lit up. They both laughed and took out a stack of talismans. However, Hermione moved faster than them because she was not dizzy at all, so after Harry and the others recovered, they took out a stack of talismans. When she took out the talisman, she had already activated the talisman in her hand and threw it out. This time, based on the experience last time, Hermione did not use the talismans randomly but made a few choices. Yifeng nodded with satisfaction when he saw the talisman thrown by Hermione, because the talisman thrown by Hermione was also an ice talisman, but when When Feng saw the talismans in Harry and Ronald's hands, his pupils suddenly trembled. 5 Thunder Talismans. Wait. Edict. Ronald had already thrown the 5 Thunder Talisman in his hand before Feng finished speaking. The reason why Feng's pupils were shaking was very simple. The 5 Thunder Talisman is a little different from the one Hermione used before. The Thunder Talisman is that after use, the power of the talisman directly turns into a thunderbolt and hits the target. But the 5 Thunder Talisman is different. This talisman does not attack the target directly after being activated. It is actually just an introduction to guide the thunder to launch the attack. Introduction. Therefore, when Ronald threw the 5 Thunder Talisman and attached it to the basilisk, the frozen basilisk and Ronald were a little confused as to why there was no movement, and when they were confused, they did not see Hogwarts. The sky above was turbulent, and a thick layer of thunderclouds gathered in the sky above Hogwarts in a very short time. Boom! The low sound of thunder reached Feng's ears from the pipe, which made Ronald and the others a little confused. Feng, who looked up at the ceiling of the secret room, swallowed because of the thunderclouds above Hogwarts at this moment. The dense snakes were tumbling. Gotcha! Boom! The dazzling thunder completely illuminated the entire Hogwarts, and with a terrifying roar, a huge bolt of lightning fell from the sky into Hogwarts. The power of nature is terrifying. After the lightning fell, it directly penetrated the abandoned bathroom, but it was limited to this, because the place where the basilisk was located was under a thick layer of soil, so the 5 thunderbolts, although the first thunderbolt under the talisman was astonishingly powerful, just one blast could not penetrate the thick soil. However, the reason why the 5 Thunder Talisman is called the 5 Thunder Talisman is because the sky thunder it attracts is not 1 but 5, and the power of the sky thunder is stronger than the last. Therefore, after the sky thunder falls, the thunder clouds not only do not disperse but it became more and more terrifying. While thunder clouds continue to gather, there is another side 100 miles away. Boom! Ha! Why is there thunder? Listening to the subtle thunder in the distance, Dumbledore, who was drinking tea, raised his head in confusion. When he saw that the direction where the thunderclouds were gathering was exactly where Hogwarts was, his heart skipped a beat, as if something was wrong. Things are happening. As for Feng, he swallowed as he looked at the gathering thunderclouds. If the remaining 4 thunders fall, will Dumbledore kill me when he comes back? The 5 Thunder Talisman was drawn by Feng, so he still has a rough idea of the power of the remaining 4 thunders, understand? If the remaining 4 thunderbolts all fell, not to mention smashing the entire Hogwarts into rubble, but it would still be possible to destroy all the buildings above their secret room and completely split the soil. In other words, the remaining if the 4 thunderbolts fall, there will be a small thunder lake in Hogwarts in the future. Although Feng also wanted to see if the 5 Thunder Talismans could split the soil and kill the basilisk, he quickly shook his head when he thought of the consequences of letting the thunder fall. The next second after Feng shook his head, people continued to gather in the sky. The thunderclouds slowly stopped, and after 2 or 3 seconds, the thunderclouds that suddenly gathered dissipated as quickly as they had gathered. Of course, Ronald and Voldemort didn't know this. They just wondered why one talisman didn't work, and then threw the next talisman out. Fortunately, Ronald didn't have many talismans like the 5 Thunder Talisman. Harry and Hermione knew how to look at them before using them, so they didn't let Feng worry about them. Therefore, when Feng dispersed the thunder clouds, the basilisk had already been blown away like a rat. I got into the water and didn't dare to come out. Seeing that the basilisk he had placed so much hope on was so unsatisfactory, Voldemort snorted bitterly and said, "Don't think that you are the only ones with the talisman. Feng, let's taste the power of the weapon you have worked so hard to create." As he spoke, Voldemort waved his hand and caused 7 or 8 talismans to float in front of him and activate them all at the same time. Feng, katakana middle dot underscore katakana middle dot. Feng, when this expression appears on my face, it means it's not my problem but yours. As we all know, energy is conserved. For example, a smile does not disappear, it just transfers from one person to another, especially when watching some funny videos. Although the use of the talisman does not consume magic power, it is basically instantaneous when activated, but this does not mean that it does not need to consume anything, but its consumption is indeed very small, and it consumes basically nothing for ordinary wizards. The mental power will be noticed, so it gives people the illusion that there is no consumption when using the talisman. Of course, this is also related to the relatively low level of the talismans they use, because the consumption of activating the talisman is related to the level and power of the talisman. The higher the level of the talisman, the greater the power and the greater the mental energy required. Many. And now, several of the pile of talismans in front of Voldemort are of the same level as the Five Thunder Talisman, but this is not the point. The point is that Voldemort actually activated so many talismans at once, which means Voldemort. After the pile of talismans in front of him were activated, the expression on Voldemort's face changed several times in just 2 or 3 seconds, which was comparable to the face changing in Sichuan opera. When the talismans were completely activated and flew out, Voldemort also in an instant, he was drained of energy and fell to his knees in despair. The current Voldemort himself is not in peak condition or even a living person. At most, he can only be regarded as a mental parasite that relies on other people's mental power to exist. Therefore, the mental power consumed by activating several talismans at once will directly he was drained. What on earth did you do? Why, I feel like my body has been hollowed out, and I have no strength left in my body. Voldemort, who was kneeling on the ground, was extremely confused, but Yifeng had no time to pay attention to him, because at this moment, those talismans had been activated, and because these talismans had been manipulated by Yifeng before, even if Yifeng now he didn't know what effect these talismans would have after they were activated, so he had to be careful. While Yifeng was on alert, the pool next to him suddenly exploded. The basilisk that Harry and the others had blasted away suddenly came out again and appeared not far away from Yifeng and the others, with its huge yellow vertical pupils staring at Yifeng, because in its beast intuition, Yifeng is the most dangerous. At this moment, one of the talismans activated by Voldemort suddenly rushed in front of Yifeng. Upon seeing this, Yifeng reached out and pulled Hermione into his arms and closed his eyes. At this time, Ronald and Harry saw the basilisk appeared and stared at Yifeng just in time to turn around. Harry, Ronald, hiccup, thanks for the treat, I'm full already. Just when Harry and the others were extremely shocked and had imagined more than a dozen love dramas that would make people blush and their hearts beat, the talisman suddenly exploded and burst into a dazzling light. Ah, my titanium alloy dog eyes. The next second, Harry and Ronald couldn't help but scream, because the dazzling light almost made them blind instantly. At this moment, there was only a vast expanse of white in their world without any other colors, even if now they have closed their eyes. Harry and the others happened to turn around and Yifeng didn't expect it, so he didn't have time to remind him. Hermione, whose little heart was pounding, saw that the secret room suddenly turned into daylight, and the screams of Ronald and Harry behind her instantly understood that she had misunderstood something. But this feeling is really good. It's not that Hermione smelled any so-called fragrance. After all, they often stayed with Yifeng. Even if Yifeng did have some fragrance, they would have been used to it. What really fascinates Hermione is the feeling of being protected. This sense of solid security gave her the urge to stay in Yifeng's arms for the rest of her life. It's a pity that although the person in front of you is not a fool who doesn't understand anything, how much emotional intelligence do you expect from a person who can turn the roses sent by the beautiful senior sister into rose cakes? So although Yifeng also felt that Hermione smelled good and was comfortable to hold softly, and it was a bit strange to let him hold her without any resistance, but when the strong light dissipated, he immediately let go of Hermione and opened the door eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, Yifeng was immediately happy, because the intense bright light not only made Harry and Ronald temporarily blind, but also blinded the basilisk, which had surprisingly good eyesight and relied mainly on the power of its eyes to kill people. Yes, the basilisk that had just stared at Yifeng with its eyes wide open was directly blinded by the talisman that suddenly collapsed and bloomed with dazzling light. At this moment, 2 lines of blood and tears were slowly leaving its closed eyes. But Voldemort, who was kneeling on the ground, was not affected at all. Think about it, that guy is a spiritual body, and the way he sees the world is a bit different from that of a normal living person, so although he was also flashed, he did not become blind because of it. But his good luck ended there, because one of the talismans was stuck on his back at some point. That one is bad luck charm. The moment he saw the talisman clearly, Yifeng glanced at Voldemort with pity. He didn't know whether to say that Voldemort was lucky or unlucky. Call him unlucky. Among the many talismans, he drew the only one that had not been changed by the previous spell. But call him lucky, the talisman that had not been changed was another bad luck charm. As the name suggests, the bad luck talisman is a talisman that gathers bad luck and makes the person to whom it is attached constantly unlucky. In other words, under the influence of the bad luck talisman, everything will go wrong for Voldemort in the future, and he may be left to his own devices. I tripped over my right foot and fell flat on the ground, so. Kacha, boom, z, buzz, comma. Continuous sounds sounded from the secret room. Almost all of the activated talismans were digested by Voldemort himself. However, I don't know whether Voldemort was lucky or unlucky. Those few talismans basically did not really play their due role, all basically failed. Of course, a person can't really be unlucky all the time. These talismans have not really all failed, but one of them has played a role. It may have been slightly crooked when aiming. When the talisman worked and the lock was understood, it was originally it was Yifeng who somehow turned into Harry. So, after finally recovering, Harry opened his eyes and saw an eastern dragon composed of sword energy flying towards him with its fangs and claws. The moment he saw the Stegosaurus, Harry turned around and ran away without even thinking. If he read it correctly, this should be the Stegosaurus that was inspired by the 10,000 sword talisman. As for why he knew it so clearly, it was actually very simple, because he once used this talisman to fry fish in the Black Lake. Yifeng also didn't expect that Voldemort would randomly produce a 10,000 swords talisman. It happened that the power of the 10,000 swords talisman was not something that one or two ordinary amulets could withstand, and the one lying on the ground was not sure whether he was in the 3rd or 4th grade. The senior was almost sucked dry, and Voldemort would really be resurrected if he dragged on any longer, so he took out his wand. Oh, it seems you still have to look at my actions. Harry, no matter what happens, don't be nervous and listen to my instructions. Do you understand? Harry, who was running forward desperately after hearing Yifeng's words and preparing to run into the pipe, refused and quickly nodded in agreement. When he saw Harry nodded, Yifeng waved the wand in his hand and shouted, "The art of controlling people, the human cannon. The art of controlling people, the human cannon." Harry, Yifeng, what did you do? Why can't I control Gigi? Suddenly realizing that he had lost control, Harry was so frightened that his accent came out. Of course, this was translated, and the real accent was definitely not like this, but it sounded similar to this to Yifeng. However, Yifeng did not answer Harry's question, because the Stegosaurus behind him was almost behind him, so the wand in Yifeng's hand shook slightly, and as Yifeng's wand waved, Harry had also swooped out like a torpedo. Ah! In an instant, Harry's screams resounded throughout the entire secret room. Even because the screams were so loud and continuous, the sound spread all the way through the pipes, and thus, the multiple-beat version of Harry's screams was born. Not to mention, the multi-rhythmic reverberation was quite exciting, with a reverberation flavor. When Yifeng used the human control technique to control Harry to freely shuttle through the air like a fish to avoid the Stegosaurus behind him, Voldemort quietly raised his head, and the basilisk also stood up and listened, trying to find the location of Yifeng and the others. However, although Yifeng controlled Harry, he did not only control Harry. He also took into account the overall situation. Therefore, when the basilisk became angry, the wand in Yifeng's hand suddenly waved, and Harry suddenly screamed with fierce screams. Deja Vu Yan returned and turned back directly, skimming over the water in a low-altitude dive, heading straight for the Sorting Hat on the ground not far away. Ah, we're about to collide. Turn quickly. Looking at the stone wall getting closer and closer, the frightened expression on Harry's face was so three-dimensional, but Harry was worthy of being a Quidditch seeker. He had really good eyesight and his ability to adapt to high-speed flight was really strong. After a while, he slowly got used to it and immediately saw the exquisite sword next to the Sorting Hat. When did that appear? Although he wasn't quite sure what was going on, Harry roughly understood why Yifeng controlled him to fly this way, so although he still couldn't help but scream, his eyes became focused. Shua! The moment Harry passed over the Sorting Hat, he took action, and then dived in rapid flight. At the moment when he passed over the Sorting Hat, Harry stretched out his hand and directly grabbed the hilt of the sword on the ground, and when Harry took the sword and flew, the Stegosaurus far behind him followed closely and passed by the Sorting Hat only to realize that the sword on the ground was missing. Although the Sorting Hat can be rude at times, it is actually very smart, so when it discovered that the Holy Sword of Gryffindor had been taken away, it did not make any noise but silently turned the tip of its hat and looked at Voldemort in the distance. The Sorting Hat saw that Harry had obtained the Holy Sword of Gryffindor. As the person who controlled Harry, how could Yifeng not see it? So the moment Harry got the Holy Sword, Yifeng raised his other hand and gestured with a sword finger. Level 2 of the human control technique, combining the human and the sword into one. Come on, Harry. As Yifeng shouted, Harry seemed to realize something and turned his head towards Yifeng and nodded. At this moment, Harry's eyes were filled with determination. Having made up his mind, Harry turned his head back and held the sword with both hands, raising the sword straight above his head. Because Harry's body was horizontally parallel to the ground at this moment, Harry seemed to merge with the Holy Sword of Gryffindor while flying at high speed. For one. But it wasn't over yet, because just as Harry completed the man-sword fusion, the Stegosaurus behind him also caught up with him and opened its big mouth to swallow Harry into its mouth. Just as the Stegosaurus was about to close its mouth, the moment he opened his mouth, the sword finger in Yifeng's hand changed, and the wand in the other hand shook. The Stegosaurus suddenly jumped up and then swooped down as if it was under control. Ouch! A sword whistling sound similar to a dragon's roar sounded, and the white Stegosaurus swooped down. At this moment, the basilisk that stood upright suddenly turned its head, and then crashed directly in the direction of the sound. See, there was no violent collision. The Stegosaurus, which was half the size of the basilisk, penetrated the basilisk's hard skull without stopping and flew out from behind its head. However, the Stegosaurus did not suffer any losses. After passing through the basilisk's head, Harry, who was originally held in its mouth, was exposed again. If you look closely, you can see that the tip of Harry's Gryffindor Holy Sword, which is still held upright, is stained with blood, but in just a moment, the blood stains were blown away by the wind. Voldemort. Voldemort was stunned when he saw that the basilisk disappeared almost instantly and was preparing for another attack. This time, Ronald finally had his highlight moment. S% at Expelliarmus. With a high-pitched curse, the stack of talismans in Voldemort's hand was directly knocked away. However, since Voldemort was only a spiritual body, Ronald's magic attack could not knock him away, but only caused his body to change. Twisted. Seeing that all the attack talismans in his hand were knocked away, young Voldemort simply gave up resistance, but his face was still full of smile, because although the basilisk was dead, all the talismans and other talismans he found from Yifeng's room were also destroyed. After being beaten away, it can be said that he has no ability to resist now, but his plan is about to be completed. The reason why Voldemort hypnotized and controlled the Hogwarts student lying on the ground, and why he asked him to open the secret room and release the basilisk to attack the Hogwarts students was actually very simple, that is, to cause panic and drive Dumbledore out of Hogwarts. Hereby. And the reason why he wants to drive Dumbledore out of Hogwarts is not because he really wants to inherit Slytherin's legacy and drive the basilisk to eliminate all the hybrid wizards in Hogwarts. In fact, he has done so many fundamental purposes. There is only one, and that is resurrection. And now, the mental power and vitality of that unlucky guy on the ground have almost been completely drained by him, and when the last bit of mental power of this unlucky guy on the ground has been drained by him, he, Voldemort, will come back to the throne, and he will still be young, comes full of vitality. Therefore, facing Harry and others who were approaching step by step, Voldemort not only did not panic at all, but showed confidence and admiration in his eyes and raised his hands to applaud. Pa bang bang. I didn't expect that there would be so many outstanding young wizards in Gryffindor now. But unfortunately, it's a foregone conclusion. I, Voldemort, will no longer be just a memory. I will be resurrected as a young and energetic person, and you. Kacha. Katakana middle dot he katakana middle dot. Voldemort was interrupted by a clicking sound before he finished speaking, and when he turned his head to look over, he happened to see Yifeng pulling out a completely venomous fang from the basilisk's mouth and putting it into the space ring. Yifeng. Katakana middle dot underscore katakana middle dot. What are you looking at me for? Go on, don't worry about me, I'll pick up some rubbish, and I'll be there in a moment. What are you looking at me for? Go on, Don't worry about me, I'll pick up some rubbish, and I'll be there in a moment. Fine. Although Voldemort was about to be resurrected, he was still a little scared of Yifeng, so when he found out that Yifeng was just breaking the basilisk's teeth, he pretended not to see it, turned his head back, and prepared to continue the topic. As for Harry and Hermione, they also know Yifeng quite well. They know very well that Yifeng has a strong collection habit for such weird things, so they are very interested in Yifeng breaking the basilisk teeth. Behavior is not surprising. As for whether Yifeng would be accidentally scratched when breaking the basilisk's teeth, they had seen with their own eyes that Yifeng was knocked several times by a fish that was 2 to 3 meters long that he caught from the Black Lake. Rice, but in the end, he climbed up like an innocent person, grabbed the fishing rod, and dragged the fish that jumped back into the lake to the shore again. Therefore, they were quite reassured about Yifeng's physical quality, because in their minds, if the basilisk's teeth really touched Yifeng, they might not know who was injured. Then, a strange scene happened. One soul and 3 people turned their heads and glanced at Yifeng before going to continue the previous topic. However, when Yifeng interrupted Voldemort, he forgot where he had said it, so he looked at Harry and the others. Where did I just talk about that? Oh, you said that you will be resurrected as a young, energetic person, and you are about to talk about how to deal with us. Oh, thank you. You're welcome. Yifeng. Hollow down pointing triangle. Okay, let's continue. I will be resurrected as a young, energetic person, and you will. Click. Voldemort. I will endure, and you will. Crack. Voldemort. Filled down pointing triangle Van Hash. I can't bear it anymore. And you will be me. Crack. Voldemort. I can't bear it anymore. And you will become what I will become after my resurrection. Kacha kacha. Voldemort. Van, are you done yet? There was no need to endure it anymore. After being interrupted several times, Voldemort finally couldn't bear it anymore. He suddenly turned to look at Yifeng, and Yifeng, who was putting the second to last tooth of the basilisk into the space ring, turned his head. He looked at Voldemort in confusion. Katakana middle dot underscore katakana middle dot. Are you in a hurry? Wait a moment, there's only one left and we can pull it out. Looking at Yifeng's innocent little face, Voldemort was completely blown away. He raised the handle without hesitation, pointed it at Yifeng with his open palm, and shouted with a ferocious look, Avada bites the big melon. Click. As Voldemort finished speaking, a green light flew out of Voldemort's palm at the same time as the clicking sound of the basilisk's teeth being pulled out. He turned around and was seriously preparing to pull out the last tooth of the basilisk. Yifeng's back that contains the space ring. This sudden turn of events caused Harry and the others to change their expressions, and Hermione's face instantly became extremely frightened, because she knew what the curse was the moment Voldemort chanted it, and it was the 3 unforgivable things in the wizarding world. One of the curses is the death curse. Careful, Yifeng. Katakana middle dot he katakana middle dot. Although Hermione had warned her as quickly as possible, it was still a step too late. Almost at the same time that she shouted to be careful, the green light also hit the unsuspecting Yifeng, and Yifeng heard Hermione after being reminded. He put the basilisk's teeth into the space ring and turned to look at them with a puzzled expression. Yifeng, are you okay? Seeing Yifeng being hit by the death curse, Hermione's heart trembled. She left Harry behind and they ran to Yifeng as quickly as possible and grabbed Yifeng's head. He looked at it all the way down to his feet, and while looking at it, he also directly checked to see if Yifeng was okay. Although Hermione's little hands were soft and smelled good, how would it be appropriate to touch him directly in public? So Yifeng directly grabbed Hermione's hand to stop her. Stop, 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 what can I do? Why don't you just pull out a few basilisk teeth? No need to make a fuss. Oh, by the way, I thought I heard someone trying to eat a big melon just now. Are any of you hungry? Click. At this moment, Harry seemed to hear the sound of something being dislocated, and Yifeng, after grabbing Hermione's groping little hand to stop her, pulled her back to Harry and the others. Although he only collected the teeth of the basilisk and left a lot of things behind, the man on the ground was almost exhausted and ready to ascend to heaven, so he could only put it aside temporarily and come back to clean up the mess. Did you just want to eat a big melon when you were hungry? After pulling Hermione back to Harry and the others, Yifeng let go of Hermione's little hand and looked at Voldemort with a slightly tilted head, while Voldemort looked at Yi Feng's innocent and kind smile and felt a chill came from the depths of my heart and reached the depths of my soul. Gulu, don't answer. Is this acquiescence? It seems that you are really hungry, uncle. Did you not have dinner today? If you haven't, then, eat my Avada. Quote. Uncle, uncle, uncle. At this moment, only the word uncle kept echoing in Voldemort's mind, and he was still unaware of the green cadavra falling on him, because the damage Avada Kedavra had brought to him was far less than that of his uncle. The damage caused by 2 words. Looking at Voldemort with a dull look on his face, Yi Feng was also quite puzzled, because although he had learned it based on the death curse that Voldemort had just issued, in fact, because it was the first time he used it, he had not mastered it well, so the power was reduced by him. In other words, this blow would at most make Voldemort uncomfortable but would definitely not kill him. But now this guy was dumbfounded, and it seemed that the degree of injury seriously exceeded the power of his life-killing curse, so Yi Feng was quite confused, so he reached out and poked Voldemort who was standing there. Yi Feng. Yi Feng poked Voldemort and saw that he had no response, so he took back his hand and thought, no response. He won't die, right? Or, drag him out and bury him. Voldemort. See. Voldemort had just come back to his senses after hearing Yi Feng's words when he felt a stabbing pain in his chest. When he lowered his head, he saw that Harry had already put the diary in the arms of the unlucky friend on the ground. Ben took it out and put it on the ground. But that's not the point. The point is that Harry still holds the Gryffindor sword in his hand, and the Gryffindor sword is inserted in the middle of the bleeding diary. Stop. Harry smiled brightly when he saw Voldemort panicking. I guessed it right. This diary is your true identity. The figure in front of you is just a projection of your memory. It is used to confuse us. Now I don't care if you are Voldemort or Riddle, you will go to hell. Go. After speaking, Harry lifted the Gryffindor holy sword in his hand and stabbed it down hard again, which made Voldemort's eyes wide open. No, Z. As Harry struck with his sword again, a column of bright red blood burst out of the diary with a hiss, and 2 unusually bright areas appeared in Voldemort's body, which was composed purely of mental power. Tisk, how miserable. The resurrection was almost successful. The notebook has been transformed into a flesh and blood body. As long as all the life force of this old man on the ground is absorbed, he can be truly resurrected. However, he was stabbed through the body with a sword. This is really a failure. Harry Potter, I'm going to kill you. In the original play, Voldemort was unable to move after being pricked by Harry with the basilisk's teeth. When Harry pricked him for the second time, it was obvious that he was unable to resist and could only wait to die. The third prick made Voldemort unable to move. At this time, Voldemort was even more shocked. However, this time, after Harry stabbed Voldemort twice with the Gryffindor holy sword, not only could Voldemort still move, but he also had the power to resist. This made Yi Feng a little strange, so he took out a basilisk tooth and closed the diary on the ground. He got up, and then plunged down with a sizzling sound. Voldemort. Yi Feng. Neither Yi Feng nor Voldemort expected the dramatic scene in front of them, nor did Hermione, so when they saw Voldemort half kneeling on the ground weakly looking at Yi Feng in shock but resentment, they were also stunned. This basilisk's fangs are a bit powerful. When everyone was still confused, Yi Feng said something that made them all speechless. However, after they were speechless, they had to admit that Yi Feng's words were right. Just now, Harry stabbed the diary twice with the Gryffindor holy sword. The blood in the diary spurted out, but Voldemort could still move. However, Yi Feng only stabbed Voldemort with the basilisk's fangs and Voldemort couldn't move. It shows that there is still something about the basilisk, although not much. Voldemort, who had already been seriously injured by Harry, was repaired by Yi Feng, and his entire mental body began to emit a dazzling light. However, Voldemort still did not give up. After all, if he could live, who would want to die? What's more, he is only half a step away from success. Therefore, even though his mental body was on the verge of collapse, Voldemort still did not give up. He took a step forward and reached out to grab Yi Feng. PFF. Voldemort had just stretched out his hand when a white, slender, soft but firm hand grabbed Yi Feng's hand, lifted it up, and then stabbed it hard at the diary on the ground. Ah! As Voldemort yelled, Voldemort, who originally had a glimmer of hope, completely exploded into sparks and dissipated. Yi Feng looked at the man squatting in front of him, grabbing his hand and giving Voldemort the final blow firmly and forcefully. The girl swallowed. As expected of the future Minister of Magic, he is indeed decisive and decisive. Although he looks cute and cute, he is not merciless at all. Although he lamented Hermione's decisiveness in his heart, Yi Feng had no fear of Hermione because she was his good friend, and the reason why she did this was just to protect him, even though he didn't need it. With Hermione's last stab, Voldemort officially announced his exit, and Yi Feng, after Voldemort was declared finished, continued to clean up the basilisk that fell on the ground. After all, the basilisk was still very large. It still takes some time to separate its valuable materials. As a result, the Holy Sword of Gryffindor gloriously became a dividing knife, and when Dumbledore was informed and rushed back and went down to the secret room, what he saw was an empty secret room. Oh, it can't be said to be empty, at least there are still blood stains. After all, it is impossible for such a big basilisk Yi Feng to carry away all its blood, so there is still a lot left behind. Dumbledore. Backquote. Looking at the large pool of blood in the secret room, Dumbledore was speechless. He knew that Yi Feng would definitely not miss this opportunity, but he did not expect that Yi Feng would clean up it so cleanly, let alone the basilisk corpse. Not even a single scale was left for him. You are worthy of your temper. After inspecting the scene and confirming with the directors that the basilisk had indeed been killed and that Voldemort's diary had been destroyed and could not be resurrected, Dumbledore smiled and left the secret room with Grindelwald. As for the destroyed bathroom, the blame has been solved and the school's crisis has been completely shattered. Why can't the school director spend some money to repair it? Of course, because the bathroom was destroyed. Myrtle, who had been living here, was naturally unwilling to give up because she had no home to go. However, after Dumbledore promised to build her a more comfortable and beautiful bathroom, he immediately started to smile. So far, only Voldemort's injured world has been achieved, and Lucius and Dumbledore have returned, so naturally he left in despair. It is worth mentioning that Dobby was naturally discovered by him after staying in school for so many days, but when he knew that Dobby had attacked Yi Feng before and was chased all the way, he did not hesitate at all after he was rescued by Dumbledore, and directly threw the white gloves he was wearing to Dobby, giving him his freedom. Just kidding, who is Yi Feng? That was a guy who could sell a mandrake for 10,000 gold galleons. If he knew that Dobby was their Malfoy house elf, he might have to bleed again. So, in order to avoid this happening, Lucius directly gave Dobby his freedom, and the condition was that Dobby could not say that he was a house elf of their Malfoy family in the future, because Lucius was really scared by Yi Feng. Man is a very strange animal. Some people will never wake up after being tricked over and over again. Even knowing that it is a trap, they will still jump down without hesitation, but some people will be fooled as soon as they are tricked once. They have been afraid of snake bites for 10 years. Even if there is even the slightest hint of a snake bite, they will strangle it to death to prevent it from happening to them again. Lucius was this kind of person, so he released Dobby directly, and then Harry got an extra house elf. In fact, Dumbledore originally asked Dobby to follow Yi Feng, but Yi Fengcho refused. If the house elves in Harry's world were that kind of elegant and beautiful elf girls, then Yi Feng would probably try to get one back as a maid as soon as possible. It's a pity that if there is no such thing, the elves in Harry's world are like this, ugly, including mermaid. So it's better to be a cat girl. Unfortunately, the transformation skill is still a little bit behind, but it's getting close. It'll be almost done once I figure out the training techniques on the magic side. While thinking to himself, Yi Feng looked at the man in the distance. Hermione and Zhongchu shared this adventure with their best friends. Thanks for watching, please like and subscribe.